Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Super Old Game Saturday, but it is Friday. So it's Super Old Game almost Saturday, but we are Friday for a very special reason tonight for your weekly stop for classic gaming goodness, and that is because we're recording this on August 22nd of 2025, and as I was looking for stuff to do for our second chance segment, because our eighth one, I said for August's entry, I said, maybe we got some anniversaries coming up for games. We do love to celebrate anniversaries of great games, or maybe even not so great games on the show. So I said, what do we got? I looked. I realized there's a game we did 4 years ago that came out on this day 32 years ago, in the US at least. So I said, we're coming back to this one. And we're going to make a little bit of a showcase out of this one. We're going to play through the full game as far as what our main subject is on this. But I got some other stuff set up on the Switch 2 screen for the purpose of what we're going to be doing for tonight's show. Because tonight it's going to be ninjas all the time. Because we are returning to Shinobi 3, Return of the Ninja Master. It came out on this date 32 years ago for Sega Genesis on August 22nd of 1993. As far as everywhere else, it actually did come out earlier. It came out in Europe on July 24th, 1993, and July 23rd of 1993 was its official release in Japan as far as its first version as the Super Shinobi II, which is technically the 8th game in this franchise, but is a direct sequel to Revenge of Shinobi. We've not yet played that on the show. We're going to also be showing that off as a little bit of a bonus, because I'm not ready to do that game, but Shinobi 3 I am. We did it already. And I'll have linked below our past second chance shows and our playlist for that, as well as a new playlist for Shinobi 3 Return of the Ninja Master, because this game is good enough, it deserves it, and also because if in case we're going to be coming back to a game multiple times, and it's not a case of there being audio problems the first time, I'm going to have a playlist for the purpose of that. Yeah, but this is the 8th game in the franchise technically, but it does follow the Super Shinobi, which is what Revenge of Shinobi was indicated. Came out on Sega Genesis. It was developed by Sega. It was developed by the arm of Sega that was known at the time as Megasoft, and then merged into Sega themselves, making games particularly like Mahjong Cop Ryu, Toki Going Ape Spit, and Battle Golfer Yui. And in this one, we're going to be controlling Joe Musashi, the ninja character of Sega's. You actually see him a little bit in the picture there of the Sega Genesis Classics collection, which this game is also in, along with Revenge of Shinobi and Shadow Dancer, which we played that game before. I'll have that linked below as well as that show. We did have audio problems on that one as well, so I might potentially pull this one out as a little bit of an extra later. But we're celebrating this because next week we are getting a new Shinobi game. Shinobi Art of Vengeance is coming out on all the consoles, and I have my PS5 version pre-ordered from Limited Run Games. Don't know if I'm getting it next week, because they did say, hey, if you bought it before the end of June, or after the end of June, you will not be getting it at the time it's released next week. But if you did, like I did, well, I don't know, because they did delay a couple things I'm waiting on, particularly the Gold Master Series trilogy from Digital Eclipse, as far as a couple collections that's coming out October now for the purpose of that physical version. So I don't know if that's going to be affected as far as this, but I have it coming for PlayStation 5. I am psyched for it. And also to celebrate another case is that we had a new version of Ninja Gaiden come out a couple weeks ago, Ninja Gaiden Ragebound. Also on all the consoles and the PC. So for our Ninja showcases we're going to be playing Shinobi 3 fully. We're going to preview Revenge of Shinobi, because I have my experiences with that one in particular. We're going to take a look at Ninja Gaiden from NES. We haven't looked at that one yet. And also we're going to take a look at a bit of a new take on a classic Ninja game. One Electverse in our best chat on Twitch recommended, and that was the Ninja Saviors, Return of the Warriors. This is the remake of the Ninja Warriors from Taito, particularly its Super Nintendo version, which was developed by Natsume, who made Mighty Morphin Power Rangers for Super Nintendo, which actually I first brought mention to that when we did that show. And so I said, let's have a case of this. Let's celebrate 32 years of Shinobi 3. We got stuff ready to go. I got my tea ready. I got tons of water coming off of my, clearing my throat and all that stuff. We're on Switch 2, so it does mean we're using Switch Online for this, which is a version that did not exist at the time we did this 4 years ago. So I think we're going to get ourselves started with my Ninja Picture perspective going on with Froakie from Pokemon, who will evolve into Greninja eventually, and Ninja Peach from, not Super Princess Peach, Princess Peach Showtime. Okay. Yeah, just going to get myself ready, because I just want to make sure everything's good. I'm coming off of, as I mentioned a couple weeks ago, cases of throat, but I'm feeling good. I'm feeling good as far as myself. I am ready to play this game. This is a case where, end of week, I can't think of a better case of coming back to a game than Shinobi 3. As I said, at the time we did this, I said, we haven't seen a new entry in this franchise since Shinobi for 3DS in 2011. Maybe we get a new one. We are next week. And there was also questions about how is Switch running for the purpose of Sega Genesis games. I mentioned the Sega Genesis Classics collection that existed. But Switch Online plus expansion pack came around. And if you have that on your Switch 1 or 2 console, you can play any of the Genesis games on here, which they have not necessarily updated a whole lot recently. And there's still other stuff they can put up, including Shadow Dancer, that's still not up here. But Ninja Shinobi and Shinobi 3 are here. We'll take a look at the details on Shinobi 3. Released again on this day in 1993 for the US. Is the third and final 16-bit entry of this franchise, before we move on to the Sega Saturn with Shinobi Legends, or Shinobi Legions, I should say. And then, not much, actually, until the PlayStation 2 days, when Shinobi and Nightshade came out, as was the case. And in that case, yeah, we're going to be fighting against the Neo Zed gang. They're back. They are the villains of Revenge of Shinobi. We'll take a look at that a little later, but for the purpose of this, they came back. Joe Masashi is coming out of retirement as the runaway ninja, and we're going to be running away with this terrific game. Let's get it started. See the great Sega logo coming to the screen, and the amazing music. Oh my god. And I also did some audio tests to make sure that all the music's fully heard, and something you can have that going. And unlike when I did this a couple years ago, my tech does not allow me to have a case of muting or lowering the volume of the game while I'm talking, which is good, because I want you to hear all this. Not that you couldn't hear it before, but that was years ago, so it's a case of, that's what Second Chance is all about. Let's come back to a game we played before for another reason, in a different context, with a different port. This is a perfect port, by the way, for the purpose of the Switch Online perspective, and it lacks the button lag problems that the Sega Genesis Classics collection has. Not a terrible collection if you are in a pinch, but if you have Switch Online expansion pack set up, play it here. It's absolutely the way to go. But this has been collected a bunch of times. My first time playing this was actually not in 1983. I actually did not grow up with this Shinobi game. That was Revenge of Shinobi. But with Shinobi 3, I played it the first time that Sega ported this, which was in the Sega Genesis collection, which is on the PlayStation 2 and the PSP. That came out in 2006. And I played that collection, and I was like, oh, there's a lot of Sega Genesis games of Segas that I missed. Believe it or not. I was a Genesis boy, for sure, growing up, but in the case of that, I didn't play this one. It passed me by. But there were a lot of stuff I did play, and when I played this, oh my god, I fell in love, and it was on. I got to level 4 here, hearing Whirlwind on the soundtrack. That was like, might be one of the best games I've ever played in my life. Maybe one of the best games on the Sega Genesis, which is saying a lot, because there's a lot of great games on this console. A lot of great games of the 16-bit era, and a lot of great ninja games. We'll get that as we go. So, just a little bit of a background, because we didn't do that last time, because it used to be a case with this show. It's like, well, we're going to get in and get the game going, and we'll go into some background a little bit, but also because of all you in the chat, discussions you had as far as the stories you have with games, and I'll be glad to hear anything you got on Shinobi 3 or any of the games we're going to look at tonight. Or cases of, hey, you know a story of what's going on with the making, people who did the music, voice acting cases, and cases of games with it. I mean, this does have some, in the sense you have yells going on, but I don't think they're credited. But for this game, just going some background as far as this one, it was a game that initially, well, Sega was thinking, well, we want to release this in 1992, not 1993. Because Revenge of Shinobi, which we'll look at a little later, that came out in 1989. That was amongst the earliest games on the Sega Genesis after it launched in 1989. But when Sega took a look at it, they said, you know what, we're not satisfied with what we're seeing so far, so they said, you know what, we're going to delay the game. We're going to push it to 1993. That was also back at the time where you did not have a case where, aside from gaming magazines, it was not very well publicized when a game was getting delayed. Sometimes it wasn't known that a game might have been even in development. So they basically just kind of had a case of saying, well, we are just getting a sense of, oh yeah, this game's coming out. Be like, where is it? It's supposed to be coming out in 1992. They might say, oh yeah, it's coming in 1993. But nowadays, there's much more visibility of cases of social media where Sega or other companies will say, hey, you know, we're delaying this game, someone will make a press release out. That's going to be available to a lot of people to kind of find out really quick as far as what's going on that. But in this case, they took some extra time, but they also took some concepts that they were going to put in. They scrapped them, but then they also enhanced on other ones. Also going back to Revenge of Shinobi as far as it, and from what I understand, apparently the original version of this game, it was leaked online as far as the idea of, like, the early beta. We talked about this when we played Sonic 2, and that was a case where there were a lot of different versions that were going on. It was something that, over the years, people found versions of the game when it was in development. And not a case where, hey, it was necessarily stolen and leaked around. I mean, sometimes it happens, like with Grand Theft Auto 6, when it got delayed for so long. That's coming out next year as an example. But sometimes a case where sometimes the developers did, we had something like this, or I'll regale this story. Was it Too Many Games about 2 months ago? I found at a retailer, it was a case of a review copy of Phantom 2040 for the Super Nintendo that a gaming magazine had. It was review code or review cartridge that they got that was apparently very close to the final version. But it wasn't the final version. Not that there were really too many differences from what the people selling it were telling me. They said, we played around with this game compared to the actual final release. And it didn't seem like there was too much that was completely off about it, but a case that, hey, it's a little bit of a piece of gaming history and available that way for a one-of-a-kind prototype. Case of that, or cases where, hey, it gets leaked online and you run a Sega Genesis emulator. In the case of this one, get a sense of, hey, what is this thing doing? I'll see if I can find something as far as either footage or something for that, as the case. But also going into the people who made this, and also did this amazing music in here. I do need to give credit for this, and then we'll get the game started. And you're seeing also what's really great about this, the speed, the fluidity, the music. Oh my god, I cannot talk about that enough. I'll talk about that in a sec, but we'll first talk about who directed this game. As the screen's going dim, so I gotta press D-pad to bring it back up. Yeah, this game was directed by Tomoyuki Ito. He was planner on Tumble Pop for the Game Boy and would go on to direct both of the Clockwork Knight games for Sega Saturn, as well as the Sakura Tyson games, 1 and 2 for Sega Saturn, and also Dragon Force, which I've heard is apparently a really great strategy RPG on Saturn as well. And he was advisor at Overworks, because a lot of the people who worked at this arm of Sega would branch off and start that company. The team who made Skies of Arcadia and the Shinobi games on the PS2, and also Valkyria Chronicles nowadays. But he was an advisor on Skies of Arcadia, and it was also co-directed by Takeshi Matsuhashi, who did design work on Front Mission Alternative for the PlayStation, which was released only in Japan. And so a lot of those games, that Front Mission series, were not released here until a couple years ago when they did remakes of them. But that's the idea as far as that, and there's great music. I'm going to go into this, and then I think we can get ourselves started. Let's see. The music for a while, when I was growing up, I was under the impression that was by Yuzo Koshiro, did the music for Revenge of Shinobi. We'll get to that when we play that game a little bit as far as it. And I will have everything timestamped down below, by the way. I kind of had this a few days, saying, hey, good evening, ladies and gentlemen, of course, as we do. And, of course, each game. So, Shinobi 3 here. We'll have that going. But, yeah, let's get started with this by talking music, though, first, because it's amazing stuff. I'm going to keep saying that, by the way, so if you have a problem with that, I'm sorry, but if you've heard this music, I think you know what I'm talking about. But the music was done by 3 people in particular. The first is Masayuki Nagao. We've heard his work before when we played Sonic Chaos for Game Gear, and also both of the versions of Dr. Robotnik's Mean Bean Machine, the Game Gear version and the Sega Genesis version. Along with that, he did do music for Toki Going Ape Spit, Battle Golf for Yui, and also did sound assistance on the Sega Genesis version of Sonic 2. As well as music for Zoo Resort 3D for 3DS. It did sound design on Space Invaders Evolution for PSP, Sonic the Hedgehog 3, and Sonic & Knuckles. And also joining him was Hirofumi Murasaki, who did music for both the Clockwork Knight games for Saturn, Daytona USA 2001, this Dreamcast version we played a couple months ago, and did voice recording and direction on Magic the Gathering for the Dreamcast. Yeah, there's a version of Magic the Gathering, and a lot of friends of mine are big into it. I know AJ42, he was curious, he loves Magic the Gathering. He said, there's a Dreamcast game. I was like, wait, there is? He's like, yeah, it came out in Japan. He said, does it have multiplayer? I was like, well, no. He's like, yeah, it seems like it's kind of a wasted opportunity at that point. But they did put it out. And he also did sound design on Sega Worldwide Soccer 97 for the Sega Saturn, sound direction on Dragon Force, Sakura Tyson 1 and 2, and music coordination on Rule of Rose for the PlayStation 2. And the last name is Morihiko Akiyama, who did sound production on Columns 3, Revenge of Columns for the Sega Genesis, as well as sound design on Toki Going Ape Spit, and also Formula 1 World Championship Beyond the Limit for Sega CD, and he was the sound and co-director of 3D Shooting Cool for the PlayStation 1. Not sure necessarily what that is, but that's the case as far as what it was. It's also a case that I love games so much, I know everybody out there does as well, as far as people come by our show every week, or every so often when they can. A case of, we want to celebrate the names of the games that we love, sometimes that we don't love, because what do they do, maybe where they slip and fall. No slipping and falling in this game, though, oh my god. On music, in terms of that, or really anything. Okay. Alright. So yeah, with some nice tea as far as myself, let's talk about the story. They're talking about a bit of the background for the case of the Runaway Ninja, the Shinobi. And the case is that his fighting spirit burns like fire, his mind is calm as still water. But remember, you have the violation of the commandments of the shinobi. If you fail before completing a mission, you have to disappear forever, and if you come back, you're gonna get yourself killed. So this is the secret manual of Oboro Nijitsu. And then we're gonna have ourselves going, but here is Joe Musashi, of course, one of the great ninja protagonists in video games. One of many. And we're gonna see a couple of them tonight. So there he is. He's like looking around, being ready, and jumping into action. Having said that, not really gonna be too much as far as stealth stuff on this, but in case you do have to be careful, if nothing else. Okay, before we start though, I'm gonna go into options. I'm also gonna mention one thing, because I'm using Switch Online to play this. As I mentioned, this has been portable in a bunch of places. There are collections on the PSP, the PS2, the PS3, the PS4, Tangled the PS5, the Xbox 360, Xbox One, Series S and X technically, Switch here of course, and delisted versions from Wii and 3DS that you can no longer purchase. So this game's gotten around. But one thing that's interesting is this game does have a 6-button controller mode. I did not mention that when we played last time, except I did put an edit in. But I looked into this more because I said, maybe I can show this for the show. But it turns out that you do need to have the original Sega Genesis version to do this. The 2 ports of this, by the way, I have... Actually, I do not have this physically on Sega Genesis, but the 2 ports of the game I've got... Actually, no, the 4... Oh, hold on. Let me think about this. I think I have 4 or 5. Of all the ports I have of this game within collections and things, and also on the Sega Genesis Mini 1 unit, by the way, if you have that, the idea of it is that you need to have 2 controllers. You need to have a 6-button controller, and it utilizes the mode button. I'll see if I can't put a picture as far as what this is. If you have a 6-button controller for Sega Genesis, there's certain games on that console that did not operate correctly if you had a 6-button controller. So the mode button let you press it, and you can switch between modes for 3-button. So the game would work properly. I know Miss Pac-Man was a game like that. And there's some games that just flat out don't work with it at all, regardless of that, like American Gladiators. I know that's one case of a game on Genesis that's like that. But for Shinobi 3, it has 6-button mode, but you have to put a code in. So you have to have a 6-button controller in port 1, a 3-button controller in port 2. You have to press and hold the mode button down, and you have to press a specific button combination. I don't remember what it is. I'll see if I have it down. If it's short enough, I can have it in the text here. Or if not, I'll link to where the code is. But the thing about that is that you have to put that in and enter the options menu. What happens when you do that is that the word options up there, it shows without an S. But the thing is that you'd think, well, I'm playing on Switch 2 in this case, and I have the Genesis controller that has the mode button on it. Except that mode button, it brings up this menu as far as this. And as we learned when we played Super Mario Sunshine and looked at it with all the weird controllers being played, this apparently maps the ZR button. And so I said, wait, can I do the code on this? I tried it, it didn't work. And I tried the Sega Genesis Mini version, that didn't work either. And the ones I didn't check specifically were the Switch version of this, as far as in the Sega Genesis Classics Collection, the Xbox One version of the Sega Genesis Classics Collection, and the Sonic's Ultimate Genesis Collection, which I have on Xbox 360. So I have 5 versions of them within ported places. But they don't actually... They map that mode button... Either they don't map it, or they map it to whatever the controller's button is. So you can't actually play this thing with 6-button controller method unless the 3DS version, which was like a 3D version, was by M2. If that had an option where you can use more buttons than was on the main pad for that, or the main face of that system, you do need a Genesis controller, in that case, or a Genesis copy of this, in order to play it that way. So we're going to have to run the 3-button method, but it's not going to be too bad. If your options of difficulties, you have easy, normal, hard, and X. We're going to run on normal. You have shurikens, you start with none, or you can go up to 70. I'm going to run with 50 just to start any of your music tests because the music's amazing. Same with sound test and also the voice test. You do have some yells going on as far as stuff. We have your ninjutsu powers going on and all that stuff. So I think in that case we can get ourselves going after 20 minutes. So let's get ourselves ready to go. On Act 1, it's going to be Zeed's Resurrection. Because Neo Zeed's back, we got to take him down, and we will. Okay, so let's go on for Stage 1. Let's talk about how the game controls as well. Unlike Revenge of Shinobi, I should say, you have a run. You double tap left or right on the D-pad to do that run, but you can move left and right to do the walk, and you have crouching. And you can also do crawling when you're pressing down and specific direction as far as that. Jumping is on C button as far as how this is. On the B button, you throw your shurikens. If you hold the B button after you throw it, or after other cases, you have a block up, and you use that to deflect other shurikens or bullets in specific cases. You also jump. It's worth pointing out, when you do that jump, you see it goes knee down that way. You press jump, and you hit it again at the specific moment. Here's the time, and lets you hear the noise of the button. Like that. You do a double jump. And when you're in the air with that double jump, you hit the B button, you throw out shurikens, throw out 8 of them. It can clear an area pretty effectively as far as how that is. And also you press down and the B button when you're in the air. You do that kick, but you also come down, you hold the B button as you come down, and you get yourself into protect state. So in that case, you'll be all set for the purpose of enemies tossing stuff at you. Also, that lightning bolt up there. Press the start button. Seeing your jitsus, you have 4 of these. There's Jitsu of Ikazuchi, the Jitsu of Karyu, the Jitsu of Fushin, and the Jitsu of Mijin. We'll show all 4 of these off later. Press the A button to use them. They will use up that element there, and I don't want to use that one quite yet. There's a great usage for that Mijin. We will go across all of these as we go. And you have your life perspective as far as life down there. If you get to a case of getting all your life drained, you are dead. Seeing the great attention to detail of the blowing leaves in the forest. And also, when you do run and hit the B button, you can do a slash, come to an enemy, like so. Boom. And the great sound design as far as like the way slash goes. And also a little bit of blood in the sense of, yeah, they're getting hurt a little bit, but it's also kind of a little bit of a touch. It's like, yeah, you get the sense that they definitely get hurt, nothing necessarily graphic. But very stylish and definitely puts you in the sense of the Japanese Shinobi and Ninja milieu. God, I love this game so much. It's also one of those games that you can kind of just go crazy during the running, almost like Sonic or something like that. And definitely a lot faster than how Revenge of Shinobi goes, but also that case of, Mike first brought this up when we played some games before, which is the case that sometimes it can be a little bit of a question saying, like, isn't the ninja supposed to be stealthy? In fact, he said that when we did Shadow Dancer. Also, by the way, of the items I'm picking up shurikens, you pick up objects for that, you get those set. You pick up the POW thing, which I picked up. You get more powerful shurikens, more powerful shots, and they shoot up fireballs. But if you get hit by something as far as a projectile of an enemy or an attack of theirs, it goes away. So it goes back to the normal one. But if you bounce into an enemy, like touch them, you will not lose it. So you can take that to your advantage as we're going to the cave. And you have the Shoguns here as far as what they is. They do that slice. What happens for this, you can do a couple things. When they come down, you just toss your shurikens at them. It takes 3 of them to get rid of them. The better way to take care of them, though, is like this, as I'm getting heart for health. Do the slash towards them, boom, they die in 1 hit. And we also have a little bit of mini-boss. Each of the stages has 2 acts to them, kind of like Sonic. Go back to that as far as it. And in that case, you have a mini-boss at the end of the first one and the main boss at the end of the second. So in this case, what happens is, like the Shogun and the other ones, what will happen is he'll toss out the slice there. It'll go forward, but also come back. The easy way to deal with him, you can do the shuriken method, or you can do the dashing method. And when you do that, also that movement you're doing, the diving, you do have invincibility frames during that. So it's something to take advantage of, saying like, yeah, hit him and boom, he's dead. There we go. As we're going into the caves. And you have the great attention to detail in the backgrounds here, where you have the water flowing and also seeing droplets coming down. This game looks incredible, I'll say that for sure, and shows the idea that all this attention to detail and really how I think Sega wanted to put you into the world of Shinobi as far as it, in ways that even the past games of the series didn't do that. And there are a lot of them as far as how Shinobi's gone. Also, if you hit up on the D-pad and you jump onto either a rope or onto ceiling like that, you're hanging. And you're hanging, you can throw your shurikens as you want, but if you want to jump down, hit down and the C button. But be careful also, because if you fall in that pit, I'm gonna die. I don't want to do that. Also, you jump to the side of a wall, hit the C button, you can bounce along it. Kind of like Ninja Gaiden, we'll see that a little bit later when we look at Ninja Gaiden on NES. Yeah. Basically, open up boxes. Also, one other thing in box I did not indicate. There's a shuriken item, that gives you 20. There's one that gives you 10. Yeah, that bomb there. It starts at 5, it goes down to 4, 3, 2, 1, and 0. It blows up. If you get next to it, it'll explode right away. That timer will basically go down instantly. But also, if you're in cases where you can throw a shuriken at it, that'll also make it blow up as well. In this case, also, yeah, since I'm doing the block, I can have that set, and actually, I want to see if he's gonna throw that at me. Yeah, it just knocks right off. So in that case, you can use that as a nice strategy, saying, hey, you know what? I just want to deflect bullets and avoid taking hits. As we're pointing out, this game does have perfect bonuses on levels. I not mentioned that last time. When you go through a level without taking any damage, you get a massive point bonus, and every 50,000 points, you get a life, by the way. As you hear the sound effect of the spikes from Sonic the Hedgehog, it's literally the same one. But they're the Shoguns. Yeah. And also, if you do have the powered-up shurikens, they do more damage. Ow. But since I got hit by that blast there, it went down as far as it, and so you lose that power. Ouch. But if I bounced into him and I still had the power, it would still be there. Ouch. But also, yeah, you do have to get that set, because when you do that dash, you do kind of a lunge forward. So sometimes it's the case where you have to kind of get the timing down to either avoid taking damage or getting knocked out of it above anything else. And make sure you make your mark. Boom. There he is. And the great effects on the translucency in the water. Love that, too. Yeah. I'm also going through this level a little slowly, because actually the music does go for a pretty long time. And I went so fast that last time we played this, that I didn't actually let it play fully. I don't want to do that. And chat, any memories you got on Shinobi 3, or anything Shinobi, or anything Ninja games, let me know. We'll go into it for sure. As far as the other Shinobi games, well, as I said, there are 3 on Genesis. There's Revenge of Shinobi, as I also got a life up there. There is the arcade game, Shinobi, the first one from 1987. There is Shadow Dancer, which we played, but there's also an arcade version, which is totally different, which we have not played. There's the Game Gear Shinobi games, there's 2 of those, and there's also the Cyber Shinobi, which is on the Sega Master System. And that leads up to this, so technically this is the 8th one. But alright, let's get going. First boss here, we have the Guard Lobster. He walks along, he does that slash. The easy way to take care of him is do a slice into him, but here's the thing, when you hit him with anything, he'll dash towards you. So you either jump out of the way at the last minute, or you do the jump as far as the double jump for this. Like, I mean, you have to get the timing down, and I didn't have it like that. Boom. And since he was blocking, I didn't hit him. Also, I can show off my jutsus. I'll show off the Karyu. I knew they have him exposed. Hit the A button. Hear that? Yeah! So we have the fire snakes going on. That is a screen clear. Any enemies in the area will be defeated either instantly or they'll be really badly hurt when it comes to bosses. Alright, I'll let him go. I'm also kind of playing it simple as far as that, saying, oh, I'll just let him hang around. I'm kind of toying with him a little bit. Actually, when I played this the last time, I was already level 4 by 20 minutes in. Like, I'm not going to necessarily rush this one this time. Gotta savor this game. And you do have your Shinobi bonus. You get that if you go through the level without using shurikens. You have no ninjutsu. If you don't use ninjutsu in a level, you get bonus for that. Technical bonus is based upon the health you have. I mentioned there's perfect bonus, and there's a secret bonus, which is... I think I took down secret bonuses, but we were running on Act 2 with our horse to the tune of Ida 10. I gotta remember to pronounce that right. It's not Ita 10, it's Ida 10. Oh my god, so good! As we're seeing the ninjas on the background there, coming out of, like, the Japanese kites as far as, like, us them being little, like, flight devices, like, feudal, flight devices. But we have cases of running with our horse here. Just in case as far as, Joe Musashi here, just throwing your, shurikens. When you see the, exclamation point, jump, because there is a, spiked log in the way. But also, you get down and the B button, you do a kick with the horse. Also, another thing I realized what I did while I was doing testing, I'll show another ninjutsu power, and I'm going to show it here for actually a specific reason. You have Fushin. When you use this one, you jump higher for a brief period of time, or the rest of the level. Whichever case comes first, as far as you getting hurt badly. But I'm going to run this now. Because I didn't know you could do it on the horse, but in this case, he briefly gets off. There we go. With a stronger jump ability, but yeah, he jumps off the screen as far as with the horse. Also, the after effect of Joe Musashi, he's still in his sitting state as far as riding the horse, so it's definitely an interesting case as far as how that is. And even the case where you're kind of moving back and forth to control the speed of the horse. This case where it actually kind of be like off as far as that. So I thought that looked kind of funny, so I wanted to show it. It also means you're not missing that life. And 0 does count as life, by the way, in this game, so when you get down to 0, you do have another case of going before you get game over. We're not getting game over on this one. Revenge of Shinobi, not gonna make that promise. And Ninja Gaiden, yeah, we're probably gonna get game over on that one. And I'm not playing it fully, but I'm gonna give demos on that as we're at our mini-boss here. Because the leader of the ninjas over there, or the Neo-Zed area, or the Neo-Zed gang that's in this area, he comes out here, he'll throw the spears. And then what'll happen is he'll throw that way, and then he'll come out the front. If you stay to the back of the screen, you usually won't get hit, but those spears he throws down, you can run into them, so you gotta be careful. But he's not. Ow. It's all about figuring a pattern, but this game does have a great difficulty curve, especially compared to Revenge of Shinobi, where Revenge of Shinobi's a great game, but it starts out very hard and stays that way. But we're going to the next area, which is kind of us climbing the area. It almost looks like a city or something, but I think it's like their no, it's the secret base. There's the boomerang guys. You can you have to wait till their boomerang is exposed when they throw the boomerang out, or the shield is exposed, to say. But they also will not turn around. So they say, hey, I'm over here. And when you're close, you do a slice, by the way. So you can also use that for the purpose of saving your shurikens, or if you're running for the purpose of getting the Shinobi bonus. But also, this is also a really good place to use the block. Because in that case, the block will deflect a lot of stuff. It'll deflect the bullets. Oh, it does. Okay, it does deflect the boomerang. I don't remember if it did or not. I should know, because I did do a practice run of this game again on Sunday, just because I want to make sure I'm ready for this. I mean, I did it before, as far as doing it a couple years ago, but I said, you know, I want to be ready. Make sure, like, yeah, I don't somehow forget all my knowledge and skills of this game. Ouch. But that being said, I do want to check this area just to see there's no items I missed. It's this unbelievable electronica music. It just sounds so good. And kind of the case of thinking, well, I'll say this, and I'll chat what you think about this. When it comes to the sound of music in a ninja game, what is the sound they're gonna go? And with this game, it kind of goes into like a feudal Japanese, I guess, instrumental sound as far as stuff, but it also has these kind of techno beats. It has these kind of heavy, I guess, melodies as far as some pitches going. But also that driving bass and drum. It's good stuff. As we're in an elevator section. And this going, the alarm's coming off, and so the enemies are going to come out of the hole. So basically just toss your shurikens there. Usually we'll not get hit doing this, but we can't just stay on the elevator forever as we go. I mean, we have to ride it up, but we have to kind of zigzag around. It's definitely interesting way to do this. I'll tell you this, it's one of those games, I think we talked about this a couple times, which was games that you have nostalgia for that you maybe didn't play when they first came out. I'll tell you, even though I played this in 2006, and not in 1993 as far as the first time I played it, it's one of those games that, playing through it, I feel like it's 1993 all over again, just because of maybe the way it feels. Yeah, this is this great case of staying up on Friday night, you did all your homework, you went through a long week of school, you're home, you can do whatever you want as far as you just want to play games as far as that for the rest of the night, and you're able to do that and just have a great time. Boom, but there is a bomb, so I have to be careful. You don't take too much damage from the bombs. You don't have to worry too much. This game does not have a whole lot of one-hit death cases, unlike Revenge of Shinobi, but there are some cases where it's sort of. And what happens is also, the platform there, that is solid, so ouch. You have to be careful, because otherwise you can get crushed, so alright, that is a one-hit kill case. What you do, basically, is just zigzag around, hang on the poles here, and just meet the elevator as it goes along. But if you do fall down there, you're gonna die, so you gotta be careful. In this case, I have to do either the double jump, or you do a specific wall kick off the side there. So yeah, you do need to go to the double jump. That is the key to this game as far as winning it. But not too bad. And the timing for it is a little more open, I guess, if you want to put it that way. More forgiving than Revenge of Shinobi, but yeah, I'm talking about Revenge of Shinobi as if it's this punishing game. It's not really. It's just a case that this game kind of smoothed a lot of things out compared to that. And it is easier, but it's also something that it still will give you a fair challenge as you go along. Any multiple difficulty levels to make it harder or easier if that's what you want to do. Here we go. We're at the top, and we're all set to go in that area. As we fight the next boss here is Mark. Or Mark. It's a robot. It does the electric thing, and when it comes down, if you do the slice there, that's what you want to do because you do the most damage to it. But I will show off a couple things it does, because it'll do lasers. It'll shoot up those mushroom bombs. You gotta be careful of that, and flashlight warning sort of on this one, by the way. But the other thing you can do, and I love this, in fact, I want to show it. He'll warp the screen. It reverses your controls left and right. When you throw the shurikens, they will go downwards. Well, certain things, they'll go downwards when he has the force field around him. Like that, or sort of like that. And it gets really wavy. I love the effect. Oh my god. Ouch. Yeah, right, because when he has the shield up, basically the shurikens will like go all out. Usually they run straight, but in the case of when he has that up, they will not. But the easy way to go about it, as I mentioned, is do the slash when he comes down, but it is random what he does, so you have to sometimes be careful as far as that. Or just hit him with shurikens, but either way, you will have enough cases, and it's not too bad. No, but he also shoot out the bullets, so basically what you want to do is run out of the way. Bang. Come on down. Oh, he also do this. I forgot to show that. He'll do the laser shot. Almost. Yeah, because he will not always come down low enough for you to do that slash, but if he does, and you get the timing down right, he'll die. In that case, he came down, he's nothing but scrap. Awesome, so that is round 2 cleared. All right, round 3. We got body weapon. And this is where things are getting a little darker and a little more moody. I do love this. It gives a lot of diversity on where you're going to go, and also the mood is kind of great, because here we go. We're in the secret lab. And this great, mysterious music. Hey, something's going on there. Those are weird experiments back there. Who knows what they're doing? You think, like, well, we're going to see this out of a ninja game? Well, with Neo Z gang around, yes. And you'll see these little weird bug creatures. So if you're in cases like with Alien or like other stuff, or guys, thinking of Sega, like Alien Syndrome, as far as that may be a take on that. I don't know if they said we're going after Alien Syndrome on that one, which is an arcade game of theirs from the 80s. But you also see like the bombs around, so you have the case of like the time bomb is set, except unlike that game, you don't have to go around and find survivors. And you also don't die in one hit. It's also not a nice metric top-down shooter the way that game is. I do have that within collections, and I think I also have it on the Sega the Sega Astro City Mini. I gotta come up with a reason to show that mini console. I've been wanting to show that game for years. Actually, like about 4 years around when we played Shinobi 3. But also, here's the other thing, and also because of my tech equipment, it's looking a lot better on this one than it was the old way. You're seeing the flickering going on in the tubes. There's like weird brain stuff, so I gotta be careful there. But also, some stuff got out, so you have to be careful, and careful like the goop there, and also like the little alien creatures flying around. It's unique, and it also gives the case that, yeah, every time you go to a level, you're like, yeah, what am I gonna scam? Also, gotta be careful a little bit, because, yeah, they'll fly around, and they will, by the way, them hitting you will drain your power energy if you've got the icon for it. But also, you gotta be careful here a little bit, because they'll come out that way. Sometimes you can dash them if you time it like that, but sometimes it's not easy to do that, so you might want to look down, and if you do hold down on the D-pad, or up on the D-pad, you do pan the camera up and down, and take a look at where your surroundings are. So well designed this game is as far as that, on top of everything else. There's a bomb, I don't need to do anything with that. And avoid the enemies here, basically just kind of jump on the right. Ugh, so they're kind of coming from the top. But also do the kick out as far as that. So you do have a lot of options as far as what you want to do for the combat as well. And you can also use your jutsus. As far as the other ones, I'll show at the end of this level, the Ikazuchi. And as far as the Mijin, we're going to use that later. We're going to use that on the final boss. I will tell you that right now. Mijin is a very interesting. Get him out as well. I also love the moodiness, and again, the driving bass. And boom, 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 boom. Like, yeah, it sounds good, and just those two, as I mentioned a couple weeks ago, we did Toe Jam and Earl. What does the Genesis really do well when it comes to its sound design, and also people who know how to design the sound on the console? And I don't even think it necessarily matters what the sound driver is used, because this is not a Gems Audio case of itself. This was Sega of Japan's proprietary stuff that they would use. And basically the case that they said, yeah, the bass and the drums are cases that they really add a richness to the way it sounds. And also how, for this game in particular, they also mix in the, I guess, the motif of the game, the and they put that in really nicely as far as that. You have to be careful here because of the electric bolts, but I'm going to show myself getting hit by one. I did not show that last time. Because it also shows a great attention to detail and effect. And I think flashlight warning, I think, when I touch this. Well, sort of. Yeah, I get electrified. So in the case they do have a unique hit animation for the purpose of your electrification. And also you have conveyor belts here, so you have to kind of walk along them. And also climb along them as it goes along this way. In this case, use it to kind of climb along the way. I love that. I mean, in this case, I get the sense that, yeah, I am Joe Musashi. I'm going through this area, I'm seeing what's going on, we're going to get the Neo Z gang. And we're going to bring peace to the land once again. Alright, there's another Jitsu. Bounce off the wall. Yeah, that's the easy way to do the jump across the wall, but I'm going to use the Ikazuchi here, because this is invincibility. Hit the... Oh, no, wait a minute. Oh, when can I use it? Oh, there you go. Yeah, I hit the A button, wasn't doing anything. I think you have to be... For this area, you have to kind of be in the middle of the screen. There's having the vials come out again, or the test tubes, I should say, with the enemies there. Although, with this, I'm invincible for a period, but it will, it'll go away after some time, but eventually after you kill enough of these things, that will clear out and go down to the bottom. By the way, there's nothing at the top, just to give an indication of that. I actually checked in my test this week, because, hey, is there anything up here? But, no, there's not. Also going down here, getting very wavy, as we're kind of in, I guess, the sewers, but also, I guess, kind of, I don't know, below the lab. You also have the boss of the level. He's over here. He has that viewfinder. If you're caught in that, he's going to hurt me. There's going to be a flashing light warning. In fact, all right, audience, flashing light warning now. I'm going to show what happens here if you get caught. He locks on and boom, flashing light warning now. I won't do that again, but I just want to show you what it is, and that does hurt you. So you have to be careful. Also, when you're walking along this, because everything's going wavy, you're on these, I don't know, this dirt, you kind of sink down. And so as you run, you have to be careful kind of getting out of it, and also be careful of the scorpion things in the ground. Basically, what you want to do here is you want to use the drop kick in particular. And just pick up more shurikens. Since I haven't died yet, I'm in a good case of holding on shurikens, but if I do die, I'll go back to the default as far as what you set before you began the game, which is 50. Oh shit! Flash on warning, sorry. But it is quite a great case of saying, hey, the way this game is running with backgrounds, I think we talked about that a little bit for some other games we played, but the case that, yeah, the boss is back there, he's interacting with you, just like we saw on the last level. We had the enemies like jumping out of the planes and the kites and everything like that. It's cool stuff, just seeing him go along and just he's getting wavy. Something's going on here. As we're gonna fight our boss, this is the Hydra. That was the Hydra we saw, and we're gonna fight him here. Here's the deal of how he works. He'll throw out the rocks. He'll do that charge up with a laser. Crouch down, but also you have to be really close to him in order to avoid that, or you have to use the block. Also, if you do that, he goes Mwah, and he'll do the arm out. Avoiding that arm is not easy, even with the double jump. It's not easy. He'll go down on the ground, and he will come out again. They'll throw rocks. Yeah, I'm not blocking the rock. I will show this. Ow, except I'm going the wrong way. The easy way to kill him is you do the slash, because it gives him more damage off. Even when he goes down like that. As you get more and more purple, he'll be closer to death. Let's just get this great part of the music. I love this part of the music here. Whoa. I do want to show this happening if I can. Alright, yeah, I guess I can't do the block too much. Ah, crap, I'm almost dead. Could show actually that jutsu now, but you know what, I'm close enough. One more hit and I got him. I will say this, if it doesn't kill him, I will use that Mijin, because actually that's gonna be very useful. Oh, got him. Oh shit, I died as I caught him, shit. Oh, I was like, oh crap. Okay, talk about bad luck, but I was also kind of tempted with fate. Okay, but that's interesting. I've never had that happen before, but alright, yeah, since I did die, all my shurikens are gone, but that's okay. In this case, I'll also be careful as far as going through them. Yeah, it is a bit of a risk to do that slice on him when he's going down. And he will, by the way, always come back up and he'll go up to the right. It is a bit of a risk because you do have to use the double jump and you also have to be careful when the arm comes back. Or in that case, use the double jump to get out of the way. Because the idea is, yeah, there goes the arm. You have to kind of pretty much jump right where he is with the arm. Or if you're close enough, you can kind of jump over and then kind of go back and forth. Yeah, I probably should have used the, like the Mijin. I'll show it on the final boss. But I'm glad I got to show dying once, just for the purpose of what that's looking like. And I was on his last hit, so if nothing else, it does show that idea. But I'm okay with it. Yeah, because right there, okay. That's what happened. I hit him, but I did the slice on him, but I walked into his body. That was the problem. Alright, that is round 3 complete. And we're close to another life anyway, so it shouldn't be too bad. Alright, round 4. We're starting Destruction, and we're here in Whirlwind. This is one of the best pieces of music in this game, maybe the best. Maybe one of the best pieces of music of anything on this console. Take a listen. And we are doing a ride on jet ski. And this is where I realized, oh my god, this game is awesome. This music, the build, as far as the way the chords go, and then you get the bass going. And it's like the horse section. You basically jump out of the way of the exclamation points. In this case, slice off the enemies when they come by. And then the melody kicks in. It's so good. Everything about this, the way that the game is scrolling the water, the way the city and the oil foundry in the background is, and then going along, just the launch off. Oh my god, it just exudes coolness and exudes atmosphere. I mean, I have ended shows, by the way, as we're pointing out for this program to this piece of music. Actually, I did that when we did Plumbers Over Ties. I said, you know what? I need some music to talk over for the end. I picked this music. That's how good this is. This might be one of the best pieces of music of anything on this console. I Probably should also have the music in the link list as far as soundtrack or this music. I don't know. Yeah, I'll put the soundtrack. Why not? It's great. Link below on that. Yeah, because you've not heard the soundtrack, my god, is one hell of a listen. Anytime, whether in the game or not. In that case, you also be careful with the bombs. The bombs come down. When they hit the water, they will also dart towards you a bit quicker. I do love that perspective, saying, yeah, you're getting a sense of speed as you go along. Alright. Just want to make sure. Also, the video is good because OBS is doing that flashing thing again. It's my setup with OBS, but the video is not affected. Thank God. Because if it was, like, uh-oh. Yeah, in this case, you have the robots flying around. Since I had the powered-up shuriken, just throw it at them, they will die in a few hits. And what happened is he threw the bomb and tossed out of me, but there you go, he's dead. I didn't even want to wait. As we're here in the Shinobi Walk, as we go by the, I guess the water plant, or the power plant, I guess. This is where your platforming prowess and your ability to handle grabbing onto stuff is going to come into play. Also, you gotta be careful of that thing. I'll throw the fire out. And it's the same fire sound effect again out of Sonic the Hedgehog. It's very interesting. Okay. And I'll take 2 hits if you're running that. Oh, thank God. Yeah, because if you fall in the water or go on the water, it's the bottom's pit. So I gotta be careful not to fall down there. You just hit the enemies from distance. Yeah, you can grab onto the pipes and you're gonna have to do that. This great kind of jazzy music. It's so good. I can't say enough about this soundtrack. I'm just gonna be gushing about it. That's the end. Like I said, it has such great variety, but also it feels so fitting to everywhere you're going, and also for the milieu of this game, which you'd think maybe on the surface you wouldn't, but it really does. And there's the main melody, the I love how they twist that into most of the pieces of music in this game. And they come with unique ways to do it, which I think is also really cool. Alright. Okay, go. When they do give you those elements saying, hey, there you go. And there is the flying bat creature. Well, that goes to something we'll talk about Revenge of Shinobi, the fact that Batman is in it. Well, in the first revisions of the game, anyway. Yeah, we'll talk about that in a bit, because there's actually a lot of revisions of the game that go to the fact that there were licensed characters in it that they put in. Because the director of the game, I'll mention this later, he said, I'm not very creative artistically. I said, you know, I assumed that the art designers would change it to something that's not copyright infringing. They didn't. And then when lawsuit threats came around, they said, all right, we're changing it. Or other cases where Sega had licenses for some of these characters. Okay, fine, we'll put the license of them at the beginning of the game. Although the version of the game we're going to show, I don't know if we're going to show getting far enough to see those characters completely. And it's also something that is the most recent revision that does erase all of those characters, or change the graphics enough to make them not legally, you know, copyright infringing. Some of it also goes to some history of Sega and stuff where they kind of, I guess, had their connections with famous licenses and properties. Not just as far as games they licensed, as far as things in the Genesis and Sega Master System days, but also of other things. We'll get on that as we go, and we'll get Revenge of Shinobi. And it's worth pointing out, this area is a good place to pick up items, so yeah, if like me, you died right as you killed the last boss, you come here and get tons and tons of things, and shit, I fell down. Crap. But it does show, yeah, if you fall in the water, you're in trouble. But in that case, it is a good case to show this on a level, because also what happens is that when you do die, you go back to a checkpoint. So in this case, I start right here. If you go far enough in a level, you find checkpoint, they're invisible. So in that case, you will not lose too much progress. Also, you gotta be careful on that box, because it had a bomb. But you also not hit the box. But you also be careful, because they have the backwards hit case. When you get hit, you fly back. It's not devastating in this game. But if you're not careful, like I clearly was not being, you have to be careful also of the, I guess, of the vents shooting out the steam, because they'll hurt you. Yeah, you can get in trouble. If nothing else, I'm being too cavalier, but I'm also getting tons of lives here, and they do have enough items to find around, so... Game over is not going to be too much on the menu if you know what you're doing, or also cases where you've just practiced enough, used to have the way this game plays. It's something where it's not going to be much of an issue. And the way this game plays, it's so crisp, and it's so exacting in just the way you want out of a game like this. The more every death I'm doing, it's my fault. I'm not gonna say, no, the game screwed me out. I said, no, this is absolutely my own fault. And there's something to be said about a game like that when you say, you know what, I can admit, you know what, I made a mistake. And not always an easy case sometimes to say that as far as a gamer. Maybe you would think, well, as a gamer, would I want to admit that I did something wrong and the game didn't? Maybe not, but in the case of this, I'm thinking, well, I was stupid. Well, I'm getting myself to get knocked back, or saying, oh, I'm going to be cavalier on the last boss, as in the case. As it, especially in this case, I don't have anything to prove on this game because I did beat it already. Shit! Oh, thank God I did that. Right, I forgot. If you come down here, I saved myself with the wall kick. But yeah, if you come down here, you can get the item based by hanging on this one, hit it, and get it. Awesome. Alright, that was quick. That's the other thing also, if nothing else. If you're able to quickly react, you're able to get yourself out of a sticky situation. Also, in this case, use the wall kick and then do a flip, or do the somersault, I should say. You're able to come here and get the items here. So yeah, this game rewards your quick reflexes. So yeah, perfect for a Genesis boy like me because of the case that I grew up with Sonic the Hedgehog. The playing game's fast and loose. So this game lets me do that, but also this case where I can kind of save myself as we're boss here. This is the flying tanks, we have the robots. In this case, we have the tanks. You can't do blocking when you're on the jet ski. You have to either do the jump as far as with the jet ski, press down and the B button like when you're doing the kick, either with yourself or of course from level 2. Just throw your shurikens out, but be careful when they do the launch because he'll go over that way, and then what will happen is, alright, he'll go down that way. And do enough damage, he'll go over. And you'll still get shurikens popping up, those small ones with 5, but we are not done yet. And you can use your jutsus here. If I get into a jam, I will use it. He'll pick up his guns and his armor, and in that case, basically shoot the side and hit the guns. It's probably better to use the shurikens if you're going to be having anything, and if you haven't powered up, all the better. And then be careful of the missiles. The missiles will follow you when they shoot out. So over there, and you can go. Yeah. And then it'll go to that side, and then the missiles will come here. At that point, you do want to kind of goad the missiles. Basically get as close to them as possible, and then move slightly to the right. So the missiles avoid you, and then also avoid the bombs there. And do that charge if you do shoot. Alright, I'm going to die, so I'm going to show off the Mijin. As we're pointing out, what the Mijin does is, if you use it when there's enemies nearby, you perform an active seppuku on yourself, you lose a life, but you're still here, your health gets recovered, and the battle continues, and you get your jutsu back. If you use it when there are no enemies around, it's an instant death, and you go back to the checkpoint, or the beginning of the boss, if there's nothing here, but he's here, so. I'm gonna use that now, I'm gonna hit the A button, so I'm gonna stabby. And you have to have an enemy on screen. Yeah, if you're using it on the final boss, it is broken, and I will be showing that going on because that's the idea. Hello everyone, hello Dollyfin, so good to see you tonight for our 32nd anniversary celebration of Shinobi 3 for Sega Genesis. I am at level 4, fighting the flying tank, and showing off me killing myself for the purpose of recovering myself with the Mijin Jitsu. So good to see you tonight, hope you're doing well, hope you have a great week. We're gonna enjoy our Friday show with our Ninja Showcase. We're starting with Shinobi 3, full playthrough this for our second chance. If you ever let memories flow on Shinobi 3, anything of the Shinobi franchise of Sega's if you played it, or other case of Ninja games, we've got Ninja Gaiden coming up, and we have the Ninja Saviors of Kaido's also coming up. This is so cool. Oh my god, yes it is. And that's also what Montek UK said when we played this the first time, because he said, quote, actually, he did say the same thing, actually. It's a great minds thinking alike that way, as far as it, okay, I'm gonna die, I gotta use the Jitsu again. I have enough lives to spare for this one, so I'm stabbing myself, and I'm getting my health back. Cause a lot of damage to him, and I will be lit. He said the same thing. In fact, he even said, like, I want to tell Dollyfin about this game. Yeah, please do. This game's awesome if you've never played it. Alright, but that is round 4, and we're blasting past in a blaze of explosions and fire. But we're set. Because Joe Masashi's here, we're taking down the Neo Zed gang. They came back after Revenge of Shinobi. We're going to take a little bit of a brief look at that a little later in the show. As we're going to round 5, Electric Demon. There's 7 rounds, by the way, so we're over halfway done. But things are getting harder here, and we're having more case of Ida 10 as far as the music here, which is awesome. Oh my god, the music of this game is so good. That's the other thing about this game, is you're also seeing this, which is, we're going, I guess, by the, fine, we're by, like, by the power plant, but in this case, also, we have, like, the burning forest. And also, down there on the ground, those are landmines. I don't want to touch them. In this case, since I do have my sword out, you can hold that down as far as doing a block. Yeah, you can deflect the bullets, but I got hit, so I lost my power. So I'll show what the landmine is. Yeah, okay, there's a little bit of a delay when you run over it. So in that case, you can do a run over, and you can do a jump down or kick down, hitting down on D-pad, hit the B button when you're in the air. And the somersault do that. Oh, yeah, I got the timing to jump down, and then throw the shirt back. Oh. Yeah, it's good stuff. is that this, as I mentioned before we jumped on, when it came to this game, I actually played this game late. I did not grow up with this. Despite the fact that I had a Sega Genesis, I did not play this game until 2006. When I found this game, I said, where has this game been all my life? It's one of those games, and I've mentioned that a couple times when it comes to Sega Genesis, cases where I played games on it. I had Genesis growing up as the first console I owned, but there's cases where I didn't play everything when it came out, and also there were certain games I missed, and this was one of them. It's one of those cases where, I don't know if I regret not playing it, but it's also one of those cases, man, one of the best games on the console was right under my nose, and I missed it. And I knew Revenge of Shinobi, this game's predecessor. So you think, well, I would have known this one. I guess not. And it's a game that's totally right up my alley as far as the idea that it is a speedy platformer, or can be a speedy platform the same way something like Sonic the Hedgehog is. But it has this nice combat focus going on. I was like, oh, careful, whoa. Yeah, because you stand on the danger stacks, they'll blow the top, so you gotta be careful. In this case, yeah, going on. And yeah, when they have the guns, just do the kick down. I guess also the case of, I guess, sparing ammo with your shurikens if you want to. Or if you're playing in no shuriken mode, basically you have none. You basically have to get up close and personal to attack enemies. But if you do have no shurikens on, you can still use a slice when you're close, like that. Awesome. Okay. And also, as we're pointing out, I'm doing Friday's show because today is the 32nd anniversary of its US release. It came out on July 23rd as far as its first debut in Japan. It was about a month later on this day in 1993, so I said, we're celebrating tonight. I could do a show tomorrow, so we're celebrating tonight. And at the end of the week, as far as it, talk about a great case of coming to the end of the week, like, fine, I like to do the show, we always do, as is the case, but also the case that, not that a bad week, I had a pretty good week. Got a lot of stuff done. I had a long project that was running as far as work that we ran for months and months and months. Finally got out. We're all feeling good. We're all in party mode as far as how that is. So today was a very relaxing day. But also the case that, yeah, I'm able to kind of come home, sit back, relax, have some water, have some tea, sit on the couch, and play Shinobi 3. Just have a great case. Let my hair down. Not that I don't let my hair down when it comes to the show, but also the case, especially with this game, yeah. Okay, now, as far as the robot here, he can shoot us, but if you do want to avoid him, what you do is basically, he's not too hard, I'm just letting him hit me. He does the dash across. If you jump over him, he'll always stop by the door, so what you do is you do the kick down. And keep doing that, he'll shoot the gun and you'll never get hit. Oh, okay, you sort of will, if you hit the wrong direction. It's basically how you aim that jump, because you do the jump kick. Basically, when you jump in the air and then you hit down the B button, you do that kick forward. So in that case, you just hit the side of my other leg. Actually, yeah, this is not that bad of a mini-boss at all. Except I'm letting myself get killed or hurt, which I should not be doing. So I guess I'm being a little reckless, but I'll be fine. We're going to beat this game, no problem. I know exactly what I'm doing on this. So it's one of those cases where, okay, I guess I'm showing off, but also I want to show off other things about this game that maybe I didn't show last time. And go into discussion topics I didn't either, because we played this 4 years ago on Elect vs. Requests. I said, I want to get into this game too, and we did, and we had a great time, but also, well, playing it again now. Let's go in the factory. Get this nice mysterious music going on, but get this very upbeat music. But also we have the boxes which you break them for items. Yeah, usually we have the case of the bombs. So like, hey, if you get close to them, they blow up. On this level, you actually have to use them as a tool to get around. When you blow up on that platform, they will, they'll be destroyed like that. Also, don't hit the fire, or lose yourself hurt. You come down here and get that item there, but I have to clear that out, and you have to make a very specific jump. I'm not gonna try to do that. And like almost the sort of bell-sounding thing, like on the soundtrack, is so good. I was seeing those weird robot, like, dinosaur things in the background. So yeah, this is probably where the Neo Z gang is making some, stuff they want to use to take over the world, or take over the, ouch, the area. Or shoot me out of the sky, crap. Yeah, sorry to Joe Musashi, but yeah, we'll be fine. And if you do die, you go back to the beginning of the level, or you go back to where there's a checkpoint, but I didn't get far enough for one. That's probably a blessing in disguise, because at that point I can just get the power shot, so that means I can also cause more damage on that. And also advance that more, so I can say, hey, you know what, walk close to the bomb, get it to go to 0, let it go down. You also have to be careful when it comes to hitting the bombs down that way, because there's some cases where you can create bottomless pits and get yourself potentially falling. I probably also use the block more as far as doing that, so I do not get shot. Because when you put your hands up like that with the shurikens that way, you get pushed back with the gun, but you do not get shot, and you do not get hurt. So a lot of things to kind of grasp on this game, but in cases where it is easy to understand to start, in cases where it's the perfect element of something I think I've seen indicated online. I'll see if I can't find indication going this specifically, or who coined this. The Sega learning curve, which is a term that tends to be used in a lot of Sega games, saying that when it comes to the way Sega operates, and I would agree with this with a lot of the games, because they had their background in arcade stuff, including the first version of Shinobi in 1987, they kind of oftentimes emphasize the idea of you have a game where you're playing around and you have a lot of mechanics to itself, like jumping and doing like the ninja kicks, like the somersaults and all that stuff, and saying, well, they'll give you a large bag of tools, I guess, if you want to indicate that, for your controls, or also some cases for your power-ups, like the extra powerful shurikens, the kick, and things like that. So in that case, you can kind of use that for the purpose of maybe making your own way through a game, or also getting a sense of understanding all the little tricks and tricks of it, so you can kind of get yourself moving quicker, or kind of show off ideas like, hey, here's something I can do, or also show an idea that, hey, you can get some really cool cases, or save yourself in an emergency, saying, hey, you know what, I can't make that jump, let me launch off that as far as the wall to get up here that way, and then grab on the pipes. And also be careful what the enemies are, saying, I can't make that completely, so I can do the somersault, try and get on that platform in order to find other things, and in this case, in this level, you do want to try and do that for the purpose of walking around, because you will find hidden goodies. And there's no time limit, by the way, so you can go as long as you want, saying, hey, I want to look at this area. But you also be careful for some platforms, like that one there. It'll fall. There's a bomb there, so you gotta be careful as far as that, because it'll then blow up that platform there, but it will stop where the bolts are. So it's the idea that there is a, especially for this game, there's a lot of Sega games that do this, but this is definitely one of the best ones I can think of on Genesis that does it. There's such a great attention to detail of things. I'll tell you, even all the years I've been playing this, there's stuff I kind of just sat back and looked at this and realized, as I did the practice of it the other day just to make sure we're all set on this, and even playing it right now, the little details of it that I never really kind of stopped and took notice of. So it's a game that, even though I played through this game multiple times, and that bomb there is going to collapse the bridge, ouch! But cases where I'm looking at this and realizing, yeah, there's still so much life and depth to this that, if nothing else, it means that you think, well, if you play a game like this, you know all of its tricks, that's the end of it. But honestly, this game has great replay value just for the purpose of saying, hey, I want to go a different way. It also makes it very conductive, I guess, especially the way you have a dash as far as doing the running. Very conductive to speedrun cases. Actually, this is not a game of speedrun, but you know what? Maybe we should do that. I know Chad has asked, they said, hey, when are cases you do speedruns? I mean, we've done a couple. I did with World Evolution for Sega Genesis, at least one part of it. I know Gemini96 did that when we did Earthbound. He sped run that game twice. In some cases where we go so fast sometimes with the game that it didn't inadvertently speedrun. Like I did Animaniacs like an hour and 15 minutes. And actually, when I did this game, the first time, I beat it in an hour and a half. But it's also because that time, I kind of just was playing it, I guess, for fun. We didn't have necessarily exactly the same focus for Super Bowl Game Saturday that we do nowadays. I mean, it was different, but we're going into more in-depth stuff now, and I'll get stuff with stories here in a moment. All you have to say as far as that, so in that case, I'm kind of making a little more of a leisurely case. But for the purpose of getting the end of this level, I do have to use the bomb there in order to get here, so I have to go back the other way. And backtracking as far as levels is not going to be too much of an issue, because it's not too far yet to do it, and you have that run. Definitely love that run, which is something that I'll miss showing off or not showing off in Revenge of Shinobi, which will show up a little later. Which I'll preview because I need to practice that game because I am not ready to do it. But that'll probably be our next stop when we come to Shinobi. That is, unless... So let's show the arcade version of Shinobi. Actually, I mean, I will show that in the delisted Xbox Live Showcase Volume 2 we're doing this year. Because there was a version of it on that. And I guess also, if I don't want to show off Shinobi Art of Vengeance first, Because that's out next week. That's the other context of tonight's show. And why is it a Ninja Showcase? Well, it's a few things. I'm also going to switch to one of my other jitsu so I don't accidentally use the Mijin. And that is, next week is the release of Shinobi Art of Vengeance. This is the first Shinobi game in 13 years. Oh no, 14 years actually. Since Shinobi on 3DS. And I said when we played this last time, I said, I'd like to see a return to this. I guess Sega agreed. They said, alright, a few years ago they showed at the Game Awards, they showed a bunch of Sega games they want to revive. They showed Shinobi, they showed Streets of Rage, they showed Golden Axe, they showed Crazy Taxi, they showed Jet Set Radio. Shinobi Art of Vengeance is the first one of those that's coming to fruition. The other ones are in development. They've said they're working on them. And it was about 2 years ago they did these announcements. But yeah, the first case of seeing this franchise again, Sega did say, you know, if this sells well, we're gonna keep going with this franchise. And I bought my physical copy of that. I'm just waiting for it to come around from Limited Run Games. I bought it for PS5. So not leaving this game on the table. New Shinobi game for the first time in 14 years. You bet I want that. And so in that case, I'm celebrating the fact that that's coming back as far as that. And also, one of the games we'll preview a little later, Ninja Gaiden, it got a new version of itself a few weeks ago. That was Ninja Gaiden Ragebound. And that's the first game in that franchise since... God, I think it's 11 years? Yeah, since Yaiba Ninja Gaiden Z. Which, from what I understood, is a disaster and also a case of a tonal disaster, saying... You know, Ninja Gaiden 3 from Xbox 360 and PlayStation 3 was very badly received and was not a very good game. First off, we're going to try and redeem that by putting it on Wii U with a better version, and it is a better version. But, as we get into the boss here, that is Megazaurus. We'll see the idea as far as the eyes. Uh-oh. So it's a robot, it's like a robot dinosaur. Be careful of the bolts going on there. And he'll shoot fire out and shoot on in a distance. You have to do that double jump. And get on his arms basically and do the slice to do more damage. Yeah, with Ninja Gaiden 3, they said, alright, we're gonna do a better version that's Ninja Gaiden Razor's Edge, which Wii U got, and then other systems got as well. And they did Ninja Gaiden, or Yaiba Ninja Gaiden Z, where they gave it to, actually, Keiji Ifune's old company, Concept. They went really mature rated with it, not in a violence direction, which Ninja Gaiden had elements of it going on anyway. But really in a very profane direction that can fit. I get the idea if they're going more adult for the purpose and it makes sense. Like, sort of with some of the Mega Man games when Mega Man X and Mega Man ZX and Zero go darker. But also, they know when to not to go too dark, I think. In case where, if they're gonna go, it makes some sense. And Shinobi has more been a case where, okay, the two on the PlayStation 2 were mature rated because of their violence. But it still felt of a piece with it, whereas Yaiba Ninja Gaiden Z didn't. But with Ninja Gaiden Ragebound, we're going 2D as far as this. And Shinobi Art of Vengeance, that's also 2D game. It's coming out next week. The Ragebound's already out. So yeah, let's celebrate the case that, yeah, these classic ninja franchises are kind of coming back in vogue. And also, we're gonna look at we're gonna give a preview of a remake of another ninja classic from the 1990s. There actually is a game like this requested. Or actually, he didn't request it, he recommended it. We played Mighty Morphin Power Rangers for the Super Nintendo. He recommended the Ninja Savior's Return of the Warriors. We're gonna show that off. But when you knock his head off by doing enough damage, he's exposed that way. In that case, you just have to do the same case and you're done soon enough. But also, as far as avoiding the energy balls, he will shoot more of those out when he's at this stage. If you usually go to the edge of the screen, you should be fine, but I got him. Okay. Okay, so that is round 5. So we're not too far to the end of the game, honestly, but the last 2 rounds are not going to be easy on us. Especially round 6, traps. Where we've fallen to start on this one. Yeah, not lying. We are falling down as far as the rocks. If I fall in the pit down there, it is death. So, gotta be careful. You also have to pay attention to where the ninjas are because... Yeah, I love the music here. They take the music from the first level as far as this. They pay attention to where their feet are. So in that case, you can kind of get a bead. You also have to know how to do that double jump or the somersault. And I'll tell you this, even though I know the timing, on this level, especially when I was doing the practice the other day, I was dying left and right. I mean, I did it first try when we played it last time, but also because there's the Batman-like creatures that are coming around. But even as I was doing my practice, like, I know that timing. The timing of it, by the way, is you jump, and then when he has his legs up before he puts the knee down, you go boom, boom, to do that to get yourself up. I kept missing the timing or falling off like that. So it's the case where I know how the timing is, but it's also, I guess you could say this, I was choking, as they say. Choking in the sense of gameplay. Which that you know what to do as far as something like that, but then you get to a period like, I can't do this. But then the idea is that, what is the ninja way? The ninja way is, well, being stealthy, yes, and getting them to drop on your enemies before they notice. Because I guess this game does that, well, the latter more than the former. But also being in a case of saying, make sure you move swiftly and correctly. Saying, okay, I gotta do this. Just clear your mind and go ahead. That's the idea. Oh, crap! But also be careful where they come from, and you can tell where they're coming from. It's not completely unforgiving in the sense of like, oh, they're gonna come out of nowhere. They'll come at certain directions, but if you stay in the middle of the screen, it's usually the best idea, but be careful also because they knock you back when you hit. And sometimes they knock you back and into the pit. Whoa! In this case, don't necessarily be afraid to do the somersault and use the shurikens whilst you're doing it. Because even though it uses up 8 of them by doing that, sometimes it's worth doing that just for the purpose of having the peace of mind. And you'll get enough as you go along, so it's not too bad. Ouch! That is unless you're playing in no shuriken mode, and you can turn that on as far as in the options menu. I do love the look of this, the idea that, yeah, it looks like we're falling down the cliff as far as how it is. Ow! No, no, okay, that was a preemptive ow. I was like, no, shit, no! Crap. Okay, this is what happened on the practice. But we'll be okay, and it's also worth pointing out, if I do get game over, I don't think I will, but if I do, we will, we have continues. And because the way this game's difficulty curve is, it's a lot more gradual than Revenge of Shinobi is, I'm not gonna get a game over as far as saying, oh, we gotta start this game over again. It's not like Toe Jam and Earl, which did a couple weeks ago, saying, oh, by the way, it's, lose all your lives and there's no continues. At that point, even AJ42, he said to me, like, did you run into a problem with that? I was like, no. I was like, yeah. No, I said, yes, I did. He's like, yeah, I hope you restarted. Like, because he saw the show, but I also said, like, well, he's like, I had to go off as far as that later, but he said, well, if you did that, like, tell me you didn't, start the game from scratch. Like, no, I'm not doing that. I said, I'm playing on this console to say I can run save states. Like, all right, fine. At that case, I just said, like, well, we'll just continue back where we had it. At that case, I don't feel bad. But also, you're seeing there, I am just off screen enough. Crap. I thought I could get back, but alas, I couldn't. And this admittedly, as I mentioned, is the part I had the most trouble on the practice with. But okay, you do still get checkpoints, so I did get far enough. Actually, wait, did I? No, I think... Actually, no, I didn't. I think this is one of those levels you do have to start at the beginning of it. Not that it's long, it just feels longer than it is. But you see great details over there as far as seeing the moon in the background. That's a detail I'm going to be bringing up on Revenge of Shinobi, that's for sure. Which we'll see in a few minutes. Because, yeah, it's not going to be too long. Okay, I'll say this. Even though I said, well, I ran the last show an hour and a half, even it... Well, adding on the time I talked, like 20 minutes before we started playing this tonight. This is almost where I was when we played it last time. Ow, shit, no! In this case, I'm just gonna use the shuriken thing. I got enough, I can spare. There you go. I was using my crouch, because in that case, I also can avoid that. Or, I can also use that, I can use my block. Ow! Or use my jutsu. In fact, that's something I probably should use. Yeah, the only reason I sometimes don't use it is because you get a bonus for not using it. Which is good for points for getting lives, because every 50,000 to a life, but, you know what, I'll just use this. It's like, hey, you know what, that fixes the problem. I can just jump really, really high. And this level, it basically lasts the whole level. So in that case, yeah, if you're having trouble as far as that, like, I can't get the timing of the somersault down, you get to do that. Shit, no! He was right there, I was like, crap. There we go. I still need to use the double jump to get up there. There's a life. Definitely want that. No! Shit. Even with the jutsu, I died. Alright, if nothing else is giving you more as far as this. I did get the life, so as long as I keep going to get the life, I'll be set. Actually, I'm also gonna try... the blockage. Well, I can do that, or... there you go. Another else lets me hear this great music more, because that's one thing. As I said earlier, before we jumped on Dogfin on this one, it's a game that every mistake I make of dying, I'm willing to concede, yeah, I made a mistake there. But it's also a case that I get to hear more of this music as far as it... So, in that case, I'll say, alright, I can at least take that. I'll look at the positive side, especially on this game, I can definitely look at the positive side. Also, this game is just so much fun. Even when you get yourself killed, as far as stuff like that, or in case of, like, damn, I was almost at the end. I was almost at the end. Yeah. I'm still having so much fun, I'm not gonna stop playing this. I'm not gonna stop until we, defeat the Neo Z gang. And I'll keep coming back to this game for more, even after we do tonight's show. It's also one of those games I love showing this game to people, because it's one of those things that... I know people know the Shinobi games, but it's also one of those cases where... not this game didn't sell well from what I gathered. I don't think I found sales data on this one. But, that being said, it's one of those cases where there are people I know was like, well, didn't necessarily know this franchise. It hadn't been around for a while. So I also love showing them, like, oh, this game's great. Like, this does look cool. It's like, what game is this? Like, oh, let me tell you, this is Shinobi 3. I say, this is one of the finest games on the Sega Genesis, and it's been ported a lot, so it means it's easy to get a hold of. And not expensive to get a hold of. In this case, you only have one as far as that. So now, in this case, you either have to have the Jitsu, which I'm not using now, or you have to make a very specific jump on that very tiny rock, or do the double jumps perfect. There we go. Now we're at the top. Okay. So we have the boss here. In this case, he's like a winged man, and what happens is you basically throw the things there, and he comes down and is exposed. You do that slice down. Yeah. Be careful as far as that, because otherwise you can fall down and die. There's a boss in Castlevania Dracula X on the Super Nintendo that's really bad with this. But since I died to the boss, we're gonna start here again. I just stupidly did the kick down, which I should not have done. But as you saw there, also, you can kick your way off the side of the rocks and fall and you're right on the wall. In this case, throw that at him. What I tend to want to do on this boss is hit him from a distance. He'll do that slice down, go, shit, hit down and crouch, and you'll be set. And you know if damage to him will be set. And then when he goes into that form again, hit him once, you can just throw one shuriken at him. And he'll come back out again. And I think he will switch directions he does it. But when he does it down there, as long as you're crouched, you will not get hit by his sword. He goes, eh. So you do hear that yell. It actually kind of sounds like the women enemies getting knocked out in Streets of Rage. I was going to say Revenge of Shinobi, but that's not a case of Revenge of Shinobi that I remember. And even though I'm running out of shurikens, you don't have to sweat it because I can get up close and personal to slash him. Probably will do anyway. Ugh! You also see over there is like there's a village over there with like trees. So yeah, that might be somewhere we're gonna go. And I love the idea that the backgrounds are kind of telling a story here, saying, "All right, where are we? We're on the side of the mountain, going down the cliffs. And like, there's something over there. And now he's on fire, and we are gonna win when we hit him. Oh no, we don't hit him. He's dead. I'm not moving at all. Just staying still. We finally got out of that. Thank God. And we're at the temple. And I love the effect of the fog. It is dithered as far as how it looks, as far as dots. It does create a great atmosphere, especially the feudal Japanese music. It sounds really, really good. There's a little bit of a puzzle as far as this area, because here's the deal. You go in those indoors, they sometimes will take you different areas. You have to be careful of the spears. And also the other ninjas. And I am out of shurikens, but that's fine. Because what I do is, if you crouch, you also do kicks, but also you're standing there, you do slice. This is also one of those cases I might want to repeat parts of this level. Because you go in that door, but you do have to go up there. But I said, you know what, fine, let's not go in that door. Let's go here. It takes us back to where we were. So I can repeat this and say, you know what, well, I'll get more items, and the items will come back. So when I go to an area like that, or like this, those boxes will come back. I mean, I can get those couple there and be set. You have to kind of jump on these boxes. Be careful, because, yeah, the flying bat creature. Yeah, they're like Batman, and that's a helmet that's going to go into Revenge of Shinobi. We'll go on that in a little bit. In this case, you have to go up here, but also go into each of these doors, because some of them are the right doors. This one isn't, but I do want to grab a couple things. Yeah, go down here. Like, yeah, there you go. It's like a trap room. Oh, right. Because there's, like, the spear thing out there. But, yeah, if you have the block, you'll be safe. Yeah, except you got to be careful hitting the spikes in the ceiling. Ouch. And you also hear the spike sound effects, which are actually exactly the same ones out of Sonic the Hedgehog, as we're pointing out. Ouch. Alright, so for this, I want to go over here, or, oh, actually, no, I'll grab this. Get power. So I go in that door. I can also say, can I get my way back up there? Ouch. I might be able to. Yeah, like that. Okay, that takes us back to this room. So in this case, I can get the climb going on here. I'm getting more shurikens going along, so that's good. I can also say, you know what, with these guys, do I want to fight them? Yes, I think I do. I also need to find help, but there is help along, and it's also in a room, we'll see later, where you can enter multiple times and have it respawn the item. Okay, so we do need to go in this door. It takes us here. This is where the health is. The health is down here in this box. Now, in this case, the game is expecting you to know how to do the wall jumps. Because you use it to go up this way. You also can use it here, saying, I have to use this to go up the shaft, and have it going just enough at the top so you avoid getting hit by the spikes, and hit there, there, and there you go. It feels so good when you get that down. But the game also is giving you enough practice to get a sense of, how do I do the wall kicks? How do I manage that as I go along? And how do I manage seeing those enemies here and being ready for when they appear? Just getting more shurikens as far as that too. Alright. Like I said, the controls are just so fluid. That's the other thing. This game feels so good to play. So pulling off these things, even though it looks like maybe it's going to be a little complicated, it's gonna test you, no question. It's something you always feel like you're up to the task as far as being able to have all the tools you need to make it happen. With practice, but I did use my jump thing, which actually here, not gonna be that much of a factor. Okay, we do need to go this way though. So it is the most dangerous way, so you have to kind of go in between those, but also be careful, because if I get crushed in the middle, that's death. And yeah, it is like a torture trap or something. Or it's like the, like those spiked, log thingies out of Super Mario World, which we've not yet played for the show. And we will at some point. Whoa, careful! Ah, there we go. Okay, that is where the boss is. We're not gonna go there yet, because I do want to show a couple other areas. If you do a jump over here, ouch. Say screw it and use this, we can go this way. These are where you get some items, and we go back to the beginning, but it actually probably is for the best if I do this. So I'm gonna do the kick there, got some health. There's a Jitsu. Oh, there's spikes there. Ouch. Right, because I have this, I'm jumping too high. Oh no! Crap. Yeah, actually me using that there was bad, because I got myself knocked down. I couldn't get into the door. Oh, it's back here. I did not know it did that. Alright, so this case... There we go. And yeah, because there's a bottomless pit down there, so I gotta be careful. Actually, I might not be able to spam the final boss when it comes to, the Mijin as I thought I was gonna. Ouch! I've died a lot, and I've also said, you know what, I'm just gonna be okay with that. Also, you do make a choice here saying, do I actually want to fight these guys? They'll come back if you come back to the room, but they will not come back if you kill them. And you're still in the room. Yeah, I kind of want to see if I can get rid of them, only because they're cramping my style a little bit as far as just being in the area. Not too bad, though. It's just that, yeah, I get myself knocked down, and I can get back up easy. It's just a case where, yeah, I'd rather not. And also because they are draining a lot of my life just because of the fact of how that's going. And you know what? I'm gonna use my my Ikazuchi here because that means I'm invincible. Ooh, hold on. And if you hear that clacking going, that means it's working. But it will run out after some time. There's power. I'm gonna grab that. And you know what? I want to go in here. I'm going to go and... Oh, wait. I forgot. Wait, there's health, I think, here at the end of this. Also, I want to try and get more lives. I guess I'm going to have to get them on points. Ouch. Although, in all honesty... Okay, there's health. I'm trying to think about this as far as the final boss is concerned, because... I don't know if I necessarily... need tons of lives, because I'm going to run that Mijin. But... we'll see. Actually, we haven't gone to this door. Let's go in there. Alright, it takes us back here, which is fine. I mean, I know where to go. It's just in case I want to show off some stuff. But now that I've shown where they are, we're going to go to the boss. And I want to have health ready for this. I have tons of shurikens, so that's a good thing. So, yeah, and you have a strategy you can play, saying I want to get my stuff set and take advantage of the fact that all of the items will respawn when you go in a room. But also so all the enemies. Ow! In fact, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. On the next room, since the next room does have health, I'm going to try and get into a case of retracing my steps to go back in without coming back here, because I think there's a way to do that. Yeah, the heart is in here. Hit that. Let's go in here. Oh, wait, it takes us back here, so yeah, never mind. My plan was thwarted. But nonetheless, you're seeing a full case of this temple, which I did not show to this degree last time. In that case, that's kind of the point of, well, this show, but also now of this show. But also because we showed this game before, so what can I do differently that we didn't do last time? So let's show some stuff I didn't show when I played it before. And also let's turn it into a little bit of a showcase. There's a bomb in that. So actually, in this case, I gotta go in this door. But look at all the shurikens I got. So I'm never gonna be in a case of running out of those unless I get myself killed. I'll do the kick down. In this case, I am gonna use that Ikazuchi again because that invincibility is so useful. As we're pointing out, as we'll show in a little bit, these are the same jutsus you use in Revenge of Shinobi. But yeah, they're still useful here, and they definitely are in that one. Okay, so don't go in that indoor because I come back, or I go back to that other room. I'm going to go to, let's see. You get the power, there we go. Oh, there you go. Yeah, just take advantage of the fact that I have this. Okay, I think we're set. Okay, so in this case, we can just go to the end, and I will just beeline it. That being said, we do still need to go past those spike traps. Alright, I still have my invincibility on. It will fade away as you take hits. Alright, there we go. And you see the nice attention to detail of the screen shaking as you take as they come down. Whoa! In this case, you have to stand. Oh shit! I said right on the edge. Crap, there you go. Actually, no, maybe we'll show a game over. Yeah, it looks like I'm not on anything. Alright. Alright, I am on my last life, so actually I cannot use my immediate. Okay, I'll say this. If I get game over, which I'm fine with, I will come back with a full set of lives, but it's either way. I didn't show game over last time, so I'm not really in a case of saying, oh, it's much of a problem. Honestly, I'll tell you, because I've already beaten this game, and you have to be very particular, as we saw, hitting that I don't feel I necessarily need to prove anything this time. So in this case, I'm just like, I was having a relaxing time. Is it just showing more of this great game? Even in cases of, me being a failing case. Alright, here we go. Let's go in. Alright, this is White Lion. So for White Lion, how White Lion works is there are two variations of him. You hit the real one. The real one will throw the arrows at you through its hair. I'll do that laugh. It's tough to tell really which one is which, but... Ow. And the arrows will come towards you. Ow. I think at the end of this, I'm also going to use one with Jitsu's, not the one I would like to use here. There's one I'd love to use here, but I can't, because it requires me to have a life. There we go, we're almost done. Now, for this one, this gets a little easier, sorta. But the idea is that I'm gonna use the Karyu, because it'll cause damage. He'll throw the sword, or throw the fans out, but also he'll do those jumps and then the spears will come out. If you do the slice towards him, that's good, but... Yeah. Also, he'll do the spin around on that. This is gonna be close. Just because I want to beat this level without getting game over. I'm getting game over, but... I'm resigned to it. I'm fine with it. Just the purpose of showing the game off. But I do want to try and beat him if I can without doing that. Oh, there you go. Yeah, perfect. Okay, and I got an extra life. Awesome. Because it's every 50,000 points. So, alright. Fantastic. Alright, so yeah, a bit of a struggle, but still good case of showing off the full case of that level and showing also how hard it is. So maybe me making it harder on myself and having it go that way shows nothing else. I might be good at this game, but I'm not infallible, and also a case that, yeah, this game's not easy. The final confrontation. Alright, for this one, we're on a ship, or underneath the ship. Make sure your platforming game is on point, because you have to hold up and jump to grab onto the poles. And also onto the ceiling. And be careful of the fire here, the exhausts. If you're in the way of that, you're going to be in trouble, and also in the way of the steam. Be very deliberate with your movements, because remember, down there is bottomless pit. If I fall down there, I'm dead. I'm dead. Because I just got another life, I don't want to waste it. Just wait for the interval of the steam vents to go and to be set. Also, in this case, you have to be careful because you have to make the jump and also make sure you're hitting up as you come out of the jump in order to grab onto this. So yeah, this is where the controls are very particular, or you have to make sure you're good with the controls, especially here where you fall off. I was gonna say, for that one, you do have to make a jump, and then you do have to do the double jump, and you have to hold up on D-pad to grab onto the ball. Also seeing the great attention to detail of the moon moving up and down as the ship is moving up and down. As we're going in the clouds, the great parallax scrolling over there, so it looks really good. Let's get build up shurikens. I was a little bit like Wing Fortress out of Sonic 2 a bit, which I guess makes sense, since that was the year before this. In that case, I took the risk, which I shouldn't have, and it's game over, but that's fine. Yeah, you do have continues as far as that. Actually, I think you have unlimited continues in this game, which the next game you do, or the previous game you do not. There, that's your game over, so we're going to continue from round 7. You get a game over, you do it to start at the beginning of the round. For that's fine, and now your score sets to 0. But again, I'm okay with that. We'll get through this, though, so don't worry. careful there. No, I want to take that jump. Whoa! I was lucky. But I do love the feeling of getting out of a sticky situation in this game. Yeah, when you pull close call avoidances like this, it's awesome. In this case, I had to make the jump specifically. Basically, do the jump, do the double jump, and then press up as it come along to grab on that. And by the way, you're doing a hang like that, you will not fall off, so you don't have to worry about the case of saying, hey, he's going to lose his grip. Joe Musashi has very tight grip after all the years of being the Shinobi. Whoa. Okay, no, I do want to go. I was like, well, no. I was nervous as far as saying, no, I guess I didn't want to go. But, all right. Got another elevator section. Now, for this, well, what I want to do on this, you have to be careful of, like, the laser guns as far as that. But you can shoot them as they go. And also be careful of the robot drones. But if you're pinpoint with your shuriken shots, you'll be fine. And even though I lost the upgrade, it's not too bad. The upgrade is not going to make too much of a difference here. And the cannons will follow where you're going, so you can kind of fake them out. Whoa. Yeah, the drones are the hardest part to avoid here, though, let's say, because they're so erratic how they move. And it's kind of hard to manipulate them. There we go. Okay, we're set. Now in this case, we just jump our way in. And we're at the top of the ship. Look at that. Talk about getting your set as far as the final part of the game. Well, careful of the laser shots. They'll shoot in 3 shots. Oh shit. But if you do have the, if you're holding your sword up, you can block them. And you can destroy the cannons, I'm just deciding not to. Also, those cannons, they rarely will hit you, so you don't have to worry about it. They'll just go in a diagonal. Where are the red boxes? The boxes are where items are or where bombs are. Let's see that right there. In fact, that's one right there. Hit that, there's an item in there. In that case, it is 20 shurikens. There can sometimes be bombs in there, there can sometimes be lives in there, there can sometimes be extra jutsus. You get one of them as far as a pickup. Or there could be the bombs. If you walk into those, they blow up. And there's one part that's pretty nasty as far as that doesn't hurt you. The bomb does. If there's a bomb underneath that and you get caught in the blast, it'll hurt. We'll see that soon enough. I will show that as we go. I mean, I've shown a little bit as it's gone, but I've also been going so rapid, so in that case, we haven't always seen it. Okay. So how do you know what boxes have what? You play the game over and over again. The boxes are set. They do not randomize the boxes. I'm surprised they do not have like a randomized box mode for this. But having said that, you basically know by playing the game enough, or if you see it quickly, as there's the robot. Let's get the drone out of the way. Yeah, in that case, I kick the box open. There is the kunai, so that means it's a shuriken. That's 5. Which one's the bomb? The bomb is the one that has... Ouch. The bomb is the one that has a timer on it when you hit it, although I guess... Ouch. Here, there aren't a whole lot of bombs. Like, kick the front of the cannon off. We'll show what it is. Oh, got it. Also, I need some health. It should be in one of these boxes. There are boxes that have the hearts. That's health. In fact, there's my health right there. I mean, as far as this part of the game, there aren't a whole lot of bombs here, I'm realizing. It's mostly power-ups. So it's not too bad. I know later we're going to see a bomb. In fact, it might be a race. Fine, we get rid of him. Actually, it's from a distance. Oh, no, it's a shuriken. We'll see bomb going on. What happens is it'll have a timer on it. In Revenge of Shinobi, there is no timer, so you just have to know what the bomb looks like. Alright, so we're busting our way into the ship. So this is the end of the area. Okay, so there's health. It's giving us a lot of health. Also, you gotta be careful because there's electrified floors and ceilings. Ouch. In this case, I gotta do the double jump. Yeah. And also make sure you're going well on the wall kick. We'll see bomb because there is an item, there is an element of bomb in this area. Oh, right, forgot. Jump on that. Also, you have that platform, it'll collapse, and if it does, yeah, you're falling in the pit, so be careful. In this case, also, yeah, wall kicking, which it is infinite as far as how it is, as long as you're hitting the wall. Just hit the C button, or the jump button, as far as how it is as you go, and you're fine. You use a lot of fancy footwork, and they expect you to do that now. Putting as you go down, basically kind of just let yourself go, and yeah, that falls down, just shake, and there you go. The bomb is going to come up, we'll see it as we go. Ooh. You just have to go to avoid the electricity. It doesn't kill you, though, as far as the electricity, so there is that. And that is a pit. I don't want to go down that. There we go. Okay, I tried to be fancy. Like, no, you can't be fancy that way. Okay, we see more boxes with C-Bomb, because I know there's one part where it's actually... I think the last bomb box in the game, it is actually pretty nasty if you're not ready for it. And on my practice, I was not ready for it. Not here, though. In this case, it's also giving me a little preview saying, hey, that hole there, there'll be the platforms. You basically hit that, ride it up, but you also have to basically ride it in between. There's lasers that jump kind of zigzag going all around. And then jump on top to climb across, watch that go, and then at the end of this, make sure that you land on it. Otherwise, you have to go through here and hope you were able to live. As far as walking on the electricity. I had to do that on the test play because this didn't come back when I first saw it come out. I think it does, but it didn't immediately, so that was a question. Alright, there you go. As we jump on these pillars, they'll go down, so you gotta be careful here, and also this case, you should make the jump, because remember, this is all over a bottomless pit, so... Yeah, at this point, we're at the end of the game. This is before the final boss. They're saying, okay, you better be ready. You did all this stuff across the 6 levels. Make sure you're set. There is an item down here. I didn't even get this. This is not a bomb. I know this is not a bomb because of all the practice I did. That's in life. So in that case, because I played this game enough, I know where the items are as far as what they are. Actually, that 3DS version, I don't know if they had like a random box mode. You can't buy the 3DS version anymore, unfortunately. That is unless you get the Japanese-only collection that has it. And since 3DS is region-free, or not region-free, you do have to have the Japanese 3DS in order to play it. And there's only one of those collections that came out here in the US. Which is Japan's second, but it was only one we got. And there you go. Oh, shit! I missed that jump, I'm dead. Or, well, am I? Let's see. Alright, I'm dead. Right, I forgot. You have to make that jump, you have to get on that platform collapses, and you have to jump up on the ceiling and grab onto it. And that's where one of the bombs is. I will show that as we go. And lives I'm okay, because as long as I have 2 of them, I think we should be fine for what we're doing. Because I'm going to show how the final boss is going to be handled. You do want to use one of the jutsus for that. And we're almost there. Yeah, it's in that box there. One of those is a bomb. I know that for a fact. There we go. Got it. Okay. I'm staying away from this because that first box there, that first one on the left, or closest to me, there is a bomb there. Let me show you, Dolphin. You're saying, I want to see the bomb. How's it work? Boom. That timer, there it is. It counts down. If you get close enough, it blows up on its own, or it'll blow up. Or if you wait, it'll blow up on its own, or you can throw a shuriken at it from here. That's how you know where the bomb is. But it's only when you open the box. But if you are far enough away, you can see what it is like, oh, I can avoid that. Or as I showed in round 5, since there are those floors that you need for the bomb in order to clear it out, it actually, there are a lot of them, and you do have to use them as utility. Thank you. Of course, no problem. It is an interesting case of that, and this is something we're also going to see in the next game. We're going backwards as far as these games. They're going to show Revenge of Shinobi in a little bit, when we're done with this, which is not going to take too long. In this case, you have to make sure you're jumping in between, because it's going to zigzag in between the electricity, but if you just jump up straight... Right, there's a bomb right there. I forgot that's the bomb as well. Oh, no! That was close. Oh, we're almost there. Jump. Oh, shit. Okay, in this case, I don't care, because... let me see. Oh, wait, can I grab that? No, I can't. So I have to make the jump from here and hit up. There we go. In this case, make sure to look down. You can look down and look up when you're hanging. So the sense of where am I going, and pan the screen enough so you can see what I'm doing. There we go. Here we go. We're at the final boss. I want to get that Mijin ready. Eventually, well, actually, you know what? I'm not. Well, I'll use it as well. Okay, we're fighting the Shadow Master. Let's go in. Oh, no. Okay, fine, I forgot. You first have a, oh shit, you have a encroaching wall section. You have to do jumping as far as the wall jump. As you go along on the left side, there's gonna be electricity. That's gonna come across. If it gets too close, you're getting crushed and you're gonna die. And the way they, oh shit, I forgot, oh crap, I hit the mode button on the controller going up the menus. Like, shit, I didn't mean to do that. There's a case of, yeah, I'm feeling the tension even though I was like, I know how this game operates. This is not as hard as maybe I'm making it look, but it is a case where it's not easy. And don't worry, there's no bombs in this. I know that for a fact from all my time playing. There we go, 66 shurikens, that's fine. Alright, here's the final boss, the Shadow Master, let's go. Kind of like a Contra case as far as how it's wavy, look at that. Looks cool. So he's gonna jump around, he's gonna throw shurikens. Keep hitting him, keep kicking him as well. He'll do a charge up as far as that, he'll toss stuff that way. What I want to do for him... You can do those, you can do the slice, which does more damage. But also do teleporting around the place. And it'll avoid some of your shots, so you gotta be careful. I'm waiting till my health is low enough, and then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna use the Mijin. This is how you win this boss easily. In fact, I will use it, now. I stab myself in the chest, I kill myself, but the idea is that by doing that, since he's on screen, I cause damage to him if he's there, and I get the life back. Alright, I get my, Mijin back. So I keep using that for the purpose of it when I'm gonna die, to get myself recovered. You just get along at killing him. As he goes along, he will do more stuff. There you go, he's gonna get his light going on there, and this is where he's getting stronger. As you go throw out, fireballs more, and do uppercuts. The guy going to the Street Fighter case is doing the Shoryuken and doing the Hadouken from that game. Although I don't think they indicated that that's what it's supposed to be. Or nothing I indicated or noticed. Oh, by the way, we were going after that game. It was around at the time. Now in this case, I'm gonna use my Mijin right now. Because in that case, he's exposed, so that means it causes tons of damage to him. Or, okay, it didn't. But if nothing else, I can keep my health going on. So that's a good way to get health recovery, but you have to have enough lives in order to run it. There you go, Hadouken! And he does the flash kick as well, like as far as Street Fighter, again. Because he's not easy to avoid those shots, especially because he does the shuriken stuff the way you do. Okay, there you go. Is he gonna get hit? Stab myself. Alright. This is gonna be close, because actually, in this case, I can't use this again. If I'm gonna use one of these again, I have to use the Kiryu, because I don't have any more lives. Use it now, use it now. Oh no. I got him. Alright, we got him. We win. That was close. If you have tons of lives, you can use that Mijin, you can decimate him. But either way, I did do it. Not easy, but still a case that it is easier doing it that way. Because his attacks are very erratic, and avoiding stuff of that is not easy. But we did defeat the Neo Zed gang once more. Alright. So that is Shinobi 3, and the battle has ended. For now. As far as where this franchise is going to go next, we'll talk about that as far as where the chronology of this is. When darkness burns, it shakes the earth as it lands, and it lands over there in that crater. The silent wind generally surrounds Joe Musashi and comforts his wounded body. Yeah, we almost got a game over, a second game over, as was the case. I'm glad I got to show what the game over's like, because I didn't show it last time. May this world of confusion and evil continue to thrive and will rise again one day. I guess the thought that Neo Zed's coming back, although when history takes another turn, there'll be a man running in the darkness. Except for most of this is not going to be Joe Musashi. And it's a question of where Art of Vengeance is going to fall into. He will be Shadow. So basically, he'll be in the shadows. It'll be the element of the ninja. He will be a shinobi. And that is true as far as the other games in this series that came after this. And chronologically speaking, I don't know where the other ones fall, but I know that The next game that came out after this was Shinobi Legions, which was on Sega Saturn. It did not star anybody connected to the Musashi lineage. I think it was a new character. I heard that game actually is quite good. It is a kind of full motion video take as far as using digitized actors. Developed by Vic Tokai for Sega Saturn in 1995-1996. It was called Shinobi X in Japan. And then there was Shinobi for the PlayStation 2. That starred Hatsuma, who's a different character. And Joe Musashi is unlockable in it. And then there was Nightshade, which was on the PlayStation 2, which is a sequel to the Shinobi game on PS2. That, I don't remember if Joe Musashi's in it, because honestly I've never played either one of those two. I know Electors had his choice words on Shinobi on PS2 saying that game bullshit hard in ways that don't feel fair and not satisfying when you go across it. He said he liked Nightshade a little better, but Nightshade also had the unfortunate time of coming out right when Ninja Gaiden came out on Xbox. Like, yeah, that game was so good. So it was kind of a weird case of it. And then there was the 3DS game. I never played that one. That one stars Joe Musashi's father, Jiro Musashi, who was also in Sonic All-Stars Racing Transform that we played a few months ago. And then with Art of Vengeance, they did confirm Art of Vengeance, which is the new one out next week, which is coming out on all the consoles. It is going to have Joe Musashi again. He's coming back. So I guess that's going to be... Unless Shinobi on the PS2 has some kind of story continuity to him, that's when we're going to see Joe Musashi once again. Which means that it'll have been 32 years since his last, I guess, canonical appearance. Or if not, you count Shinobi on PlayStation 2, which came out in 2002. So that would be 23 years. Surprised that game is that old. And we should show that as far as how it is. As far as the previous stuff, there are a lot of the other ones that have him. I mean, we played Shadow Dancer for Genesis, which the US continuity calls him that, but as far as the Japanese continuity, I guess the official one, he was his son. Joe Musashi himself was part of the first Shinobi game, and then GG the Shinobi 1 and 2, which was on Game Gear. The Cyber Shinobi, I don't know where that falls. That's on Sega Master System. And outside of that, yeah, that's the case. But to be continued, so I guess it's gonna be Art of Vengeance. I guess maybe it's Shinobi on the PS2, but there you go. So that is Shinobi 3, ladies and gentlemen. Final thoughts on this game again. I love this game so much. As I said, I was not there when this came out 32 years ago, but when I found this game in 2006, I fell head over heels for it. I realized, wow, it's a great enhancement on Revenge of Shinobi, which I'm going to show next, and a great case of saying it took all the little things about that game, it ironed out, I guess, some things you can put against it, it enhanced a lot of stuff, made it easier to approach than Revenge of Shinobi, but I would also not say that you should say, oh, don't be necessarily afraid by Revenge of Shinobi, saying, don't play it just because it's hard. It's still pretty fun as far as how it is, but this one, I think, is even better. It's basically the idea of, when you have a sequel to a game, because this is the direct sequel to Revenge of Shinobi, which in Japan is called the Super Shinobi, and this is the Super Shinobi 2 for Japan. It is a great extension of what already came before. The first game is great, but then they said, let's up the ante, and that's exactly what they did with this game. And I still love it. It looks and sounds and plays great, and it is still as fresh nowadays as it was back in 1983, or if you, in my case, 2006. And if you ever played it before, it has been ported a lot, thankfully. It is on collections on PlayStation 2, PSP, PS3, PS4, PS5, Xbox One, Xbox Series S, Xbox Series X, Xbox 360, delisted versions on Wii and 3DS you can no longer buy unless you pirate them off your console, or you get the collection from Japan on 3DS that has 3D Shinobi 3 in it, and a couple other games as well. And also Switch Online here, because it was not in existence when we played this 4 years ago, and also the Sega Genesis Mini 1 has this, which is what we used to play it last time. This is a great game. If you've not played it, I recommend it highly, and it is also on Sega Genesis as well, and if you want to run the 6-button mode, you have to play it on Sega Genesis, as I mentioned earlier on, because there's button code that runs that mode button specific for the Sega Genesis, and no other console has emulated that I'm aware of. But I love this game. As I said, I did show elements of it, but it was very relaxing. Even me getting game overs, I still felt the case like I got to show this game, I got to just go into everything about it. Look at the great stuff we saw before, looking in the forest as far as how that sets. Hearing the great music. I love the music. This might be one of the best pieces of music or best soundtracks of any game on this console. And saying a lot. It plays really great, it looks great, it's just a lot of fun. Even if it's a case where you're thinking, well, I don't know if I could be good at a game like this, or what is that necessarily going to look like, or what's your experience with ninja games, or platforming games, or action-adventure games. It's something where it has a lot of difficulty options to kind of play it around, make it as easy or as hard as you want it, but also a case that is going to be a fair challenge. When I had my deaths going on here in game overs, game over, singular, I felt this game was fair. I didn't get a sense that, oh yeah, I felt like I was cheated out. And in a way, that's kind of a bond that you have with a game that is not something you always say, and I don't always say that some cases. Like, you can say, well, the game is designed badly, or they give you something cheap, or the controls aren't up to snuff when it comes to saying, I need to be ready in a situation. Even in cases where I was doing issues with my jumping, I said, you know what, I wasn't getting that timing down. So it's a game that will punish mistakes, but not insanely so, and also a case where you learn from each case, and you just want to keep coming back and playing it. Even after playing again, you know, I could just play this game again right now if I wanted to, or if I just don't care. But like, no, we're not going to do that. I did this for the purpose of saying we're doing a showcase, and that is what we're going to do. So I think with this, I'm going to wait on the next demo, because the next demo I think plays Whirlwind. I just want to have that play again. Yeah, here it is. I mean, and also look at how cool this looks. The idea that I'm a ninja on a jet ski, or I guess going over the water, and you have this unbelievable music for Whirlwind going on. There's a great variety as far as where you're going. Every area feels distinct. It feels unique. It elevates really well on what Ninja Shinobi did, but also on what other games in the series did as well. It has a great piece within it, and it might be the best game of the franchise, although I will say, I've not played every game in this franchise, and I do want to change that at some point. But I will say, for tonight's show, we can change that right now as far as it for the purpose of going on. Although I'm going to let the intro music play once more, and then we'll take our leave of Shinobi 3. Because the music is just that good. If there's anything we're going to hammer home, it's that the music in this game is fantastic. And I don't know how many superlatives I can use to talk about it, because it's so great. In terms of what the Sega Genesis is doing, but also on its own. All these things just makes me feel so special and warm and fuzzy inside. I was excited. So good. There's Joe Musashi. We're going to see you again in just a minute or so, my friends. Thank you so much for all the memories as far as it with this from Sega, Shinobi 3. I love this game, even more than all my words are going to say. But we're taking our leave of Shinobi 3 for now, because we're going to go back in time by about 4 years to its predecessor. This is The Revenge of Shinobi. This came out in 1989. This is 1990. They're lying. This came out on Sega Genesis as an early game in itself, and I'm also going to put the, I'm going to put the category updated, because I want to have The Revenge of Shinobi. I'm changing this as we go along on the Twitch case. Oh right, I forgot. There's one Shinobi game I forgot. There is The Revenge of Shinobi on the Game Boy Advance, which is not this one. Actually, wait a second. It's just giving me that one. I was like, wait, does it only give me that one? It looks like it's the Game Boy Advance version. People are going to say, you're playing the Game Boy Advance version. Alright. I don't know why it's just giving me that. And also just want to make sure, okay, the video's fine. So yeah, OBS is weird with its flickering, but it's not affecting the video. Thank God. Okay. This came out in 1989. It has music from Yuzo Koshiro. We're going to talk about that as we go. Also, we flash light warnings on this intro. This is very early as far as Sega Genesis, and we'll also talk about different revisions of this game. Okay, Revenge of Shinobi. It's called the Super Shinobi in Japan. It came out on December 2nd, 1989. Sega Genesis in the US and in Japan. The 1990 thing is not wrong if you're talking about Europe. I'll say that. It came out in October of 1990 in Europe. And there is Joe Musashi right there. A great case of, look at that. So it's a very early case of Sega Genesis. 1989, like right after it launched. This is a case of saying, let's take a look at this. And here's the story. So this is a sequel to, Shinobi from the arcade. 19XX, the evil crime syndicate Zed was reduced to rubble by the powers of Joe Musashi, but, our master fell. And so at that point, the Neo Z gang became the strongest crime organization to ever exist. And so that's where we're going to jump in. Establishing their mighty crime empire, they turn their efforts towards destroying the threat posed by those who possess the power of stealth. So they're going after ninjas. That means us. So we're going to stop that. Or we're going to at least give a sense of what this game's all about. All the followers of the power of stealth were attacked and the chief was killed. The chief, in his dying breath, told Joe Musashi that Naoko, his bride-to-be, had been taken hostage by the Neo-Z gang. To get revenge for his comrades and bring her back, we have to go to the source. And there we go, as far as the setup of this. As far as this game is concerned, this was directed by Noriyoshi Oba. He's the designer of Streets of Rage 1, which we played on the show before. His wrote Dark Wizard for the Sega CD and was supervisor on Shinobi 3, which we just played. And in production design on Clockwork Knight for the Sega Saturn, Daytona USA Championship Circuit Edition also for the Sega Saturn, and Deep Fear also for the Sega Saturn. And hearing this great music, it is by Yuzo Koshiro, who did the music for Streets of Rage, all of them, as well as Shenmue and Shenmue 2, the Etrian Odyssey games, Beyond Oasis, the Game Gear version of Sonic the Hedgehog 1, and we also heard him last year when we played a little bit of Castlevania Port of Ruin for DS. He did the music of that, and he also did music for Amazing Island on the GameCube, which is developed by his company being Ancient, as far as the name of them. So, let's talk about Revenge of Shinobi. This is like the last one we played, except this is way harder and a little more primitive. You have difficulties of easy, normal, hard, and hardest. Even on easy, this thing is not easy. And your shurikens, which I either spelt wrong or what, you can have it at nothing, or you can go up to 90, we'll go to 50. Controls are the same as far as using your ninjutsu, attacking and jumping, but you don't have run, and you don't have the blocking by holding the B button. But that's going to be the idea. We're going to start this game. I'm also going to go into a little bit of personal case, because even though I loved Revenge of Shinobi, oh no, I do love Revenge of Shinobi, but even though I loved Shinobi 3 so much, was gushing about that to no end, this is actually the Shinobi game I have more of a nostalgia for than that one, because this is one I played around the time it came out. And in my case, this also goes to personal memory as far as family is concerned. Actually, this also goes to, I mentioned this a little bit when we played Streets of Rage, which was also a while ago. I could do a second chance on that one as well. But anyway, for that, just to give an idea, we'll start the game. I'll start in round 1. And there's great music as far as how it is, and yeah, you also have the ninjas that are popping up in the puffs of smoke, so that's great attention to detail as well. I'm going to mention this before we go, and we don't have a time limit on this one. My experience, this goes back with my cousin Ace Riverside. He was on a couple of shows we did earlier this year in the chat when we did Shenmue for part 3, and also we played Super Mario Advance 4. And you're seeing also the time of day is changing as you go along, and if you get close enough to the end, you see the moon rising as the time goes. And you're also seeing the Shoguns. You have to kind of kick them as it is. And the same case as far as the boxes, they power and they have shurikens. And you do the slice out, but also the case that, yeah, if you get hit by that, you're going to lose it. That's what the bomb looks like, so it does not have the timer, but it still goes off on timer. And just like the last game, it's a case where you have to know where the boxes are for the purpose of that. But as I said, my cousin Ace Riverside, he introduced me to this game and also to Streets of Rage and Golden Axe and Columns. And the reason for that, all those, I mentioned all those games in the row, is, well, first off, all of them are on Switch Online for this. You can play all of them that way. But he visited me when I was growing up in 1993. We went to our local video store. Remember those kiddies? I do. Anyway, they were renting the Sega CD. We rented the unit, the Model 1. And for that, along with the unit, we rented, let me think about this. I think we rented Hook for Sega CD, which I don't think we'd show on the show because it has the music from the movie and is the John Williams score. I might get Constant Strike on that in particular. Having said that, though, one of the games that came along with it was the Sega Arcade Classics Collection, which is bundled in with the Model 1. It's one of the games that came bundled in, and when I bought mine used years later, it came with it as well. That collection has Streets of Rage on it, it has Columns, it has Golden Axe, and it has Revenge of Shinobi. We played these games quite a bit, and he knew exactly what he was doing, particularly on Streets of Rage. We got to round 8. Though round 8 kicked his ass just as badly as it kicked mine, maybe we'll find worse for me than it was for him. But yeah, as I said, he introduced me to these cases. Oh my god, these games are great. So in that case, I played this game in 1993, so in that case, I knew what this game was. I never played 3. But it's a case where I really like the atmosphere of it, and you're seeing some of the nice details here. Because even though it's a game from 1989, and though graphically speaking, it's not as good looking as Shinobi 3, understandably so. But you're looking also what this game's doing, like with Shinobi 3, seeing here that you have like the leaves blowing as far as the area we're at. You have, like the wind going on there. You have the background as far as stuff with parallax scrolling. You have the moon going there. As I said, if you go along on the level, you saw earlier that the what was it? The time of day was changing, which is the fact that actually Shinobi 3 does not have. So the case that, yeah, they were still showing off some interesting stuff when it came to this game. And the way it controls is the same way that that one controlled as well as far as Shinobi 3 is concerned. You're moving left and right with D-pad, doing jumping with C button. And you do have to also get a case of also the jump for doing the somersault. Basically the same case, you do the jump, but when he puts his leg down like that, that means you're out of it. So you basically jump, you do that flip, and also you do the shot off, that's 8 shurikens shot off. You also have your jutsus, the same ones as in the last game, which are Ikazuchi, Karyu, Fushin, and Mijin, and they do the same thing. So, Ikazuchi is invincibility as you take hits, Karyu is clearing the screen with fire, Fushin is higher jump, and Mijin is taking to death on the screen when there are enemies. And if there are enemies on the screen, you lose a life, but you get your health recovered and you cause tons of damage to whatever's on the screen. So, that's the idea, but we're also going to show how this game gets a little harder. And to start, kind of leans into its Japanese milieu maybe more than even Shinobi 3 did. Not that that one didn't, but this one especially does. And we're also going to see, even as we go to different places, including the fact that, yeah, the ninjas are kind of popping out of the cloud of smoke there. So, like, yeah, they have, like, the smoke screen. That's a detail that was not in the other one. And also the case here is, like, you're seeing, like, the, these samurai guys. I'm going to go up there and fight him, as is the case, because... And you're also seeing the bamboo sticks, they're spikes, so you don't want to touch those, they get hurt. And also the idea that that's moving up and down. Yeah, as I crouch down and up, or up and down like that, he'll put his sword down. So you have to aim your shuriken specifically so you hit him in the head. Because otherwise they'll bounce off, or you hit him in the legs. And also the idea is that, yeah, the other ninjas, they will jump as far as that, so sometimes it's hard to get the beat on. You also do the jump as the case. But again, also get the timing down as far as how that is. But also a little more of a puzzle as far as some of the levels here, because in this case they've got a life. And also uses a lot of the same sound effects as Streets of Rage, we're pointing out. But I think it is the same team that made Streets of Rage that made this, as far as I'm aware. And it was usually Koshiro, as I mentioned, who did the music on that one. In this case, we're seeing the great effect of the wind. Look at that. It's really nice. In that case, yeah, he's down there, you hear blink. So you do hear the fact that the shurikens are bouncing off. I don't have an easy way to block as far as this. We have to go here. It seems like a dead end. What do we do? I have the power up there. Also get him crouched down, like put his sword down, hit that. So we should jump on this. And here noise is going on, it says go over here. So it does give you an idea of where you gotta go. You hit this great music. I do love this track. I remember when they put this on Switch Online, I was like, oh my god, thank god they put this on. But it's also a case where after they put this on, it was like over a year until they gave us new stuff. And it's been a while since the last set of Sega Genesis games came up on this, so hoping Sega can put more stuff, and hopefully the fact that Switch 2 is out doesn't mean like, no, we're not gonna keep putting stuff on that, because there's stuff they can put on. I know licensing is reasons they can't put certain things on. They can't put Sonic 3 and Sonic & Knuckles on for that reason, I know that. They can put Shadow Dancer. They haven't yet. That's the one Shinobi game from Genesis that's not on this. And it's on that collection on the Switch, the Sega Genesis Classics collection. In this case, you also have the ninjas coming out the doors. Gotta be careful as they go, because they are infinite. Also, I'm running out of health, so I do need to get some as it is. Also, you can't pan the screen in this one, so we're pointing out, so it's a little more of a case where you have to be ready. I also need to get here, because there's a shurikens, because I'm running out. Ow! Maybe I should use... No, I'm near the end. I should be fine. I do know there's health at the end of the level. Right here, in fact. Or... Yeah, right there. It's the same case as the heart. So yeah, you're seeing where Shinobi 3 was the sequel to this game, clearly. Ow. So yeah, you do have to be a little more precise with this game. And it's also a slower game, because you're not at the run. I'm double tapping left and right, it's not doing anything. So in this case, you do have to be a little more precise on it. But it is... In that way, it does kind of make it a nice contrast with Shinobi 3. Like, well, I kind of like being more sneaky, sort of. This game kind of plays that. And also you have the crawl going on there that way. We're going to fight the boss. Alright, now, as far as the boss here, is a little weird, because you do have to get some stuff going on here. To do that slice, you have to kind of go out of the way, and then hit him in the helmet where the eyes are, as far as like that. The other thing you can also use your magic, as far as your ninjutsu. I'll use it a little bit. In fact, I'll use it in the next level, because the next level actually gets pretty damn difficult. If you have the timing down, you know how to do this, it's not too hard. I'm making it look way easier than it is, because he hurts bad if he hits you with that sword. In fact, I'm doing this decently as far as it is amazing. You do still have your clear, perfect bonus and technical bonus going on as far as it. Basically, a clear bonus for beating the level. Perfect if you don't take a hit. Technical bonus is based on how much health you have left at the end of the level. And there's no Shinobi bonus or secret bonus on this that I know of. Okay. We're going to the waterfall. We're seeing the great attention to detail of the waterfall there. But also in this case, yeah, you're seeing the ninjas, they kind of blend in. So actually that makes it a lot harder. Then again, the case that, hey, the ninja perspective saying, what's the idea, what you want to do as a ninja, kind of not be seen. In this level, it's the second level, and already they're going to say, you better be good with that double jump. God, I do love the music here. And also be careful, because you get knocked back. Knockback's worse in this game than it is in Shinobi 3. And also, a case where you'll be falling down that pit. Like no one's business. Okay, there you go, got a life. Same case of 50,000 points to a life, and just like Super Mario Brothers 2, it's a case where, yeah, you have the logs going on here. But you have to time the jumps, and it's also a case that you have to be really, really precise doing this. Because if I miss that jump, specifically, I'm gonna die. Although I can also make it a little easier myself. I'm gonna use the Fushin. I love that. Wow! As far as like the yell, so he has the zombie yell. Like, no, it's the ninja yell. Is it right? They put a bomb right there. So it's like, oh shit. If you don't know that's there, and you break that, you're gonna be knocked off and die. So this game is also a lot more unforgiving than Shinobi 3 is. And this is the second level. Yeah, imagine how more it gets as we go along. As far as how far we'll go, as I made the jump wrong and fell off. I mean, this is gonna be a preview. Because I need to practice this game. There's no way I'm doing this game without practice, because I'm gonna need it. This was probably one of those cases I'm going to tell Ace Riverside. I was like, hey, I'm doing this game. In fact, I told him, I was like, I'm going to do this game eventually. I was like, I'm going to practice this game. He knew exactly as far as what it was. In fact, even when I mentioned it, was like, Art of Vengeance comes, oh my god, there's a new Shinobi game. It's like, I'm totally psyched about it. Like, yeah, I knew. Because, yeah, my experience as far as some of those early Sega games comes from him, but actually, shit! Right there as I get my ass knocked back, and the knockbacks are worse, you go further with the knockback in this. But actually, now I think about it, I'll say this. Actually, when it comes to, maybe it's also because of my age as far as that era I was growing up in, but in a lot of ways, a lot of the games on Sega Genesis that I was introduced to by other people, it was a case of family in a way that I wasn't necessarily introduced with other systems. Because I mentioned this before on the show. When I was growing up, my brother Inherent Knock, he was not the big game person as far as the two of us. I was. Over years, he's definitely gotten into it more himself with stuff he's gotten into. Like, he liked stuff as far as the PC, like when Age of Empires came around, and other stuff as well. But it was something where I actually really did discover a lot of games because of my cousins in particular. In fact, one of them's getting married in a couple of weeks. In fact, that's one of the reasons I'm going to be off in 3 weeks. And I've also, in a case where, yeah, I can't get that jump, you have to be very specific when you see that and make sure you get that set and jump. And in this case, I know that's a bomb, so I know now by seeing that, saying like, uh-oh, I'm gonna not touch that. But yeah, he introduced me to Streets of Rage 2. So actually, that's the thing with Streets of Rage. Streets of Rage 1, I was introduced to by one of my cousins, and in Streets of Rage 2, I was introduced to by another one. And it's interesting to kind of think that, the idea of, I guess my discovery of stuff with Sega Genesis, it was mostly with, when it came to stuff with family, it was really more them for Sega stuff, although there were stuff with Nintendo. Because I do know that, actually the same cousin I mentioned who introduced me to Streets of Rage 2, he introduced me to Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles on NES, and shit, I'm falling off again. In that case, all I remember is like getting my ass run over by the Technodrome. Like, stay on the sidewalk. I was like, yeah, I've tried to, but then I learned years later, like, yeah, that game is insanely hard. Even Gemini 96 says, like, I've never beaten this. And he's like, I don't think anyone's beaten this. Like, I think people have beaten that game, but like, it is insanely hard. And insanely frustrating. I'm maybe making this game look worse than it is now. But yeah, even on level 2, this is where things are gonna get hard. And actually, I'm just gonna use my cheat, so I'm not even gonna bother. But yeah, as I said, that was kind of the discovery. Some stuff with Nintendo things like NES and Super Nintendo, but a lot of stuff with Genesis. I mentioned the Streets of Rage games. It's how I know about Golden Axe and Columns and what was the other game? Oh, Streets of Rage. Rocket Adventures. I mentioned that we played that. Shit. Okay, that was my fault because I jumped into that and I got myself knocked off. But still, I gotta do better on this. But this is also why I'm just demoing it. I'm basically gonna be practicing this game like a bad man before we do it. In case we're, as I said, Rocket Adventures, that's another one that was introduced as far as cousins. Not in the same league as those, but that's why I know what Cosmic Spacehead is, which is the Codemasters joint from Sega Genesis. But that, see, in that case, it was kind of interesting thinking about that. And then in other cases, it was Friends growing up. Or actually, I guess then in that case, Friends were really where I was, I guess, seeing the Nintendo stuff. Initially on the because I was initially on the Sega side of the tracks. But then it got stuff from Nintendo. But then seeing other cases of other people who had it, or had other games. Had it going on with Mega Man, which we'll go into when we do Mega Man 7 in a couple of months. And I do need to make that jump. Yeah, you do have to make the jump on the log basically as soon as you see it. And make sure you do the double jump right. So if nothing else is showing this, and also the idea is that the ninjas, they're throwing out the ninja stars at more of a rapid rate. And they will react to how I move, because I'm crouched, they're throwing down, they're not hitting me. I could, actually, no, I can use my Kari, I'll use it now. There we go, burn them. So it's interesting dichotomy that way, thinking that way in chat, what you think on this. Okay, so where were you introduced to games, and what was it, or how was it, and also were there cases where, like me, shit, as I jumped in, and that was my fault. Also, so we have limited continues, I'll tell you how I'm gonna play this. I'm gonna play this going to fill my continues. Alright, you also get that laugh of the leader of the Neo Zed gang. So the fact that, yeah, you're having like, voice samples that early as far as Sega Genesis is kind of impressive. But yeah, I was just saying, that idea of who just helped you discover games, and also cases where was there a split off when it comes to like friends or family members where friends would expose you to certain cases and family in other cases. And nowadays it's kind of different for me because I have a lot of my coworkers and things and other people who've been on the show. So in that case, they sometimes expose me to stuff. In fact, Dolly Finn, I'll mention this to you. I forgot to mention this to you last week. I want to mention this now, talking about exposing me to a game or exposing people to the game. Because you were the one who exposed us to Strange Horticulture, which we played a couple years ago, but that game is getting a sequel, and it's out next month. It is Strange Antiquities. It is by Iceberg Interactive and Bad Viking, who made the first one, and they did confirm, yes, it is a sequel. It does take place in Undermere again, so we're going back to Undermere. Yay! And it is Switch and PC. It does not come into Series X or S. And PlayStation still doesn't have any of these. I can't wait. We'll do that game for the show, I promise, for sure. If you want to call dibs on that, along with second chancing getting the plants. That's the idea. Because I'll tell you this. I'll tell you how I discovered this. Because Nintendo, through their Indie World Direct a week or so ago, and this week they also had a Direct specifically for Kirby Air Riders, which is the sequel to Kirby's Air Ride from GameCube. And it was something where they said, oh yeah, it is coming out this year, it's November 20th. We were like, oh wow, this game looks awesome. But they showed a lot of independent stuff. Thank you, yes, I do want in on that. Like, yeah, no problem. And I already have it pre-ordered, so yeah, I'm getting it day one. It is digital only, as far as how it is, but it's like, yeah, I'm buying it instantly. And there's a cut price for pre-sales before it comes out. I believe the PC on Switch does, or the PC on Steam does that, and Switch did as well. It's like $17 normally, but they cut to like 16 something. But anyway, we watched the Indie Direct as far as, because it's showing like what independent games are coming out for Switch and Switch 2. So okay, what do we got? Whenever they do one of these things, I always say, let's take a look at what they got coming around. And one thing they announced is UFO 50, which is a game that's on PC that actually Edwack got me into. And there's rumors they're going to port that to Switch for a while. They did, and they released it that same day. And I said, okay, I want to get this, and I did. And I got to figure out how we're going to show that one. But then they went at the end of the broadcast. They were kind of going through a quick scissor reel, a bunch of things, and I saw strange antiquities. The first I looked at it, I was like, I stopped the video. I was like, wait, hold on, go back. I scrolled through it, so I stopped it. This looks like strange horticulture. Is this a sequel? And then I realized they put a trailer out after that direct had happened that they didn't show at the direct. And they said, oh, we have the new game. And it is a case we're in a new shop in Undermere. The idea is that we're going to be running an antiquity shop. And it is the same concept in the sense that you do have a character whose uncle gave her the place. And we finally got through this, thank God. More stuff going on, puzzles going on, exploring the land. So it does look like, yeah, they are expanding upon that and saying, well, let's take a look at, you're seeing 2 bombs there. We're taking a look at, I guess, the other aspect of Undermere, and I guess also the question is going to be this, which is, are we going to still see strange horticulture as a store, as in case we're, sorry about that, are we going to have cases where, I don't know, maybe we'll run into some people from that, maybe some cameos, I guess also, how's story gonna go? Because one of the things about that game that was great is we're in the city streets and jumping on the buildings and seeing the not Bruce Lee-like characters around. The case that maybe the idea of how's it gonna take the endings? Remember, there are 8 endings. We got the best one when we played it. Because how's it gonna take in? What's the canonical ending? I guess if there's a case of that, like with Shadow Hearts. There's a lot of those games like, hey, there's multiple endings. What's the canonical one? Hint, it's always the bad one as far as that franchise. But for this one, I don't know. And it's one of those cases where, I think I mentioned to Edwack, I said, oh my god, they're doing a sequel to this. Like, I saw this. I said, oh, that's that game you were showing me. It's like, yeah. But I said, it was Dolly Finn showed us that way. So, in that case, nowadays, it pretty much is, as we're going to the diner, it's something where I guess when I get discovered a game, as we're seeing this leader of the Zed gang, like, doing discotheque, I guess sort of flashlight warning here, like a disco night warning. I don't know what it is, but okay, maybe a little. But anyway, the case that, yeah, nowadays it's a case where I get recommended stuff like, oh, I really like this game, or I have a memory. That oftentimes happens when it comes to stuff that's sort of the chat for this show, or the cases of the coworkers like, oh my god, I love this game, I'd like to see it for show. Or saying, oh, I like this. And I honestly, I'll tell you, I'm not one of those people. I'm going to use the Mijin because I have an extra life to burn. Okay, I killed him. Awesome. It's one of those cases where I do get really intrigued when it's something like I never played before. In fact, one of those was a couple days ago when, oh no, it was yesterday. The GameCube app for Switch 2 got updated, so they added Chibi Robo, which came out in 2006 for GameCube. It's a game I never played. It's a game that goes for a lot of money now. It's like $200. And it's something where when my coworkers had played it, and I had not heard of this, or I heard of it, but I never played it. You're seeing not Rambo there. I'll talk about that in a second, because, yeah, it's supposed to be Rambo. You're wondering why isn't it, or what's going on. I'll get to this sec. But yeah, it's one of those cases where he was showing us that, yeah, you're going to lead us as far as Switch Online Day or Nintendo Classics Day, as they rebranded it. But a case where it's like, yeah, he had the memories of it, and he's actually kind of playing it a lot, saying like, oh, I'm remembering how much fun this game is. So he's like, yeah, this is really unique. The idea of that game, by the way, being that it's the birthday of a young girl in a family, and they buy her a little robot, a toy robot, that does cleaning around the house. You're playing as the robot, doing that cleaning, but also getting happiness points and moolah as far as upgrading yourself. It's got a little bit of a Katamari Damacy vibe. It's got a little bit of a Pikmin vibe to itself as well. And it's one of those cases that I missed that one because it was a late era one on GameCube. And it went up and up in price, and the only other re-release of it was on the Wii in Japan. Is that we have a nice German Shepherd dog that's back there, but it's a case where they could kill us, so we have to be careful of that, or I'll say, you know, screw it, I'll avoid the bombs. No, I'm not going to avoid the bombs. Also, as we're pointing out, in this level, when you do a double jump, you actually jump in between the backgrounds. So in this case, I do double jump that way, I jump behind the fence. So it's a great attention to detail, saying, hey, you know, it looks cool seeing we're going between planes, but also saying it's a gameplay mechanic, too, saying I can split my way around, saying I can jump on the top here, or I can say, oh, I'll jump back here to avoid the guys who are shooting bullets, or avoid Rambo. Or John Rambo, I should say. And that is who that's supposed to be, because I may as well get into this. When it comes to Revenge of Shinobi... Oh, did I take note on this? No, I didn't take note on this, but I did look this up, and that is... the people who worked on this game, I believe it was... I don't know if it was Noriyoshi Oba who designed this. It might have been him. But they created a lot of characters as far as their graphics that looked like other famous characters. They have that guy who looks like John Rambo. There's another character who looks like the Terminator. They have another character that looks like Godzilla as far as like a dinosaur. I mean, we had a little bit of that with Shinobi 3, sort of, but it was visually distinct. Then there's also Batman and Spider-Man, and but the thing is that he said, I'm not very good artistically speaking, and my assumption was that the artists on the dev team would notice this during development back in 1988, 1989, and say, well, okay, we'll change the graphics. They didn't. And then so what happened was that, as I'm gonna go back that way, ow! I'm gonna try and go in the front, saying, dude. So the doggy's back there. The doggy's gonna kill me. He's like, yeah, I don't want to kill the dog, but I don't want the dog to kill me either. But anyway, what happened was that they didn't change it. The game came out. And there were lawsuit threats from Toei Animation, I believe. Oh, no. What's the company that does Godzilla? I'm thinking Toei as far as the animation thing. Also, by the way, that door there, when that door opens, that's instant death. Do not be anywhere near that door when that happens as we're on a ship. Or a flying ship. Toho. Toho's the company that does Godzilla. So they didn't have the license for that. They didn't have the license for Terminator from Orion. They didn't have the license for Rambo from... I don't know what company has Rambo or had Rambo. Or First Blood. I thought that was a Paramount thing. I'll indicate down below who it was. They didn't have the thing from Marvel for Spider-Man or DC for Batman. And so there were threats that way, and so what happened was that they reprinted the game again, where they changed some of those characters to be more visually distinct, but Sega also actually was able to avoid that a little bit with two of them, because they had games based on those licenses they'd paid the license costs for, and they were able to make it so that they were able to include them in the game, and then just put in the license element. And those were Rambo, because there were games based on Rambo for the Sega Master System and the Sega Genesis, and then Spider-Man. And the way you can tell that on this game is that you boot the game up, and if you see the Marvel logoing at the start of it, it means Spider-Man is in it. The later revisions would paint Spider-Man pink, so it'd look a little different. And Batman they changed just in general. They could never get a license for that one. But that means there's like 4 or 5 different revisions of this game, and it was actually a case where they didn't re-release this game for like 10 years amidst that. And when it comes to the version we're going to show on the program, I think I'm going to show the Sega CD one, actually, because it is taking the second revision of it, the one that's Spider-Man in it. So it's like, well, alright, we can only show Spider-Man in that way. As we're pointing out, this port of it, it is, do I have enough for this? Yeah, I'm gonna burn this thing. This port is the most recent revision from 2011 when they released the Alex Kidd and Company Sega Vintage Classics Collection, PS3 and 360. And actually, it's based on the Wii U. It's based on the Wii Virtual Console port. That's right, because that was the first port they made where they didn't have the Spider-Man license. The last one they did was actually an awful port of this, which I'm going to show at some point as far as a show. That is the Sega Smash Pack Volume 1 for the Dreamcast, which is horrible emulation elements going on of this game and a couple other ones. But as far as those later revisions, including this one, basically took that out as we're having like the ice cream cone thing with the laser. I'm getting myself shot. So it is a case where, yeah, they did have these cases as far as the way that these characters were, but the case that, yeah, if you're collecting this game on Sega Genesis, you can get versions that have those characters in it. Actually, I'm gonna have the Mijin here just because. What you have to do is you have to hit the, you have to wait for that bomb thing to open, get out of the way of the lasers, and hit the one spot right there. Ouch. I'm gonna die, so I want to see. Can I bust that? Let's see. Yes, but I'm not gonna live for very long. I don't think I can bust that thing. Well, I can't, but I can. Can I? Hang on, let's see. Oh no! All you're seeing there, the damage output, even on normal, is way higher than Revenge of Shinobi was. Oh no, Shinobi 3. I'm saying that. This is Revenge of Shinobi. Okay, so we're sort of getting somewhere, but as I said, we're not going to last very much longer on this. And then we're going to Ninja Gaiden, which is actually even harder than this, although... I mean... Okay, I'm not going to say this is easier than Ninja Gaiden, Ninja Gaiden is known for its difficulty. Okay, we got him. Is it? I'm just gonna go as far as I can go for the purpose of this, just to show it. I just want to give this a preview. Okay, round 4. We're going to the city. Actually, yeah, we're going to the town jump. Actually, this is where we see the Terminator. So actually, we'll see some of these characters, sort of, or what they look like now that they changed the license elements, or changed how they looked. I'll also have a link, by the way, to the cutting room floor, because they have a very extensive page on the difference. Okay, there's Rambo, or not Rambo, with the red bandana, which I guess goes interestingly with Sega, because I mentioned this when we did the Switch 2 showcase thing that I put on the YouTube site a few weeks ago. And that was the death yells in Golden Axe were sampled out of First Blood. I actually did not know that until about a couple months ago. So yeah, those hilarious laughs that Crescendo64 loves to laugh at. The hilarious laughs that come from him from the death yells of that game. They actually were sampled out of that movie, although they were sampled lower because of the way the Genesis is set. Yeah, there is not John Rambo. So we're gonna see some of these cases of it. But as I said, I'm gonna have that link to the cutting room floor because they have specific notes on all the different revisions of this game that show every aspect of what was there. But it also makes collecting this game very hard because it's tough to tell what revision of the cartridge you're gonna get. And I don't think it's like, I don't know, like The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time or something like that, where it's easy to tell what the revision is from like something on the cartridge as far as like a number. It's basically you kind of have to boot it up and see, oh, what do you see at the beginning? But also the idea is that, you saw with this version, there was no copyright thing at the front of this. But the original revision has those characters in it. Also, it's one of those cases that got myself burned. So, it's sometimes a hard thing to tell. Actually goes to another thing of another game. One I don't have, and one I don't know if they do content crackdowns in this game. They might, given the fact that we've had cases where we played The Lion King on Sega Genesis, and they said, you know, we have a licensed thing of the midified version of Can You Feel the Love Tonight out of that. They might hit us on this if I get this, and the game costs some money. So it's one of those I'd have to invest in, sort of. It's Michael Jackson's Moonwalker. It was an arcade game. It is based on the movie. But they did a Sega Genesis version. They also did a Sega Master System version. And it does have a lot of the licensed music of Michael Jackson that's in 8-bit, or no, in 16-bit Genesis sound. So it doesn't have lyrics. They have a lot of the bass lines and stuff like Smooth Criminal and Another Part of Me and Beat It and... Well, Thriller is the weird case because something I think happened with that game too. I don't know if it was a license thing either. It's like, well, they have the license for Michael Jackson. They still have this. Certain copies of that game do not have Thriller in it. So you do the Thriller dance in Thriller level, they play Another Part of Me. It's like, and that was questions. Like, why is that? But it turns out apparently some copies of the game have it and some took it out. I guess they took it out as well. I don't know why, because they had the license for stuff from Michael Jackson. The license of that movie. They have the license of stuff from the album of Thriller in there because it has yeah, because Beat It is on that game. Smooth Criminal was not on that. I was thinking as far as, you know, I'm thinking of that, right, because that's all from Smooth Criminal's from that, I think. But anyway, that was another weird one. So collecting on that game is a really tough thing for that reason, saying you're not going to know where the Thriller music is for that one, because they does the Thriller dance, they keep dancing there, but in other cases, certain revisions of the game, they don't have the song. But it's also the case that when Michael Jackson died in 2009, the price of that game went up. Not massive, it's like $100-something. I mean, it's not the most expensive thing on this console. It's not even the most expensive thing that's on Switch Online here from that. Moosh is like a $700 game. That is probably the most expensive game from Genesis that's not, I guess, something special. Oh yeah, if you fall in the lava, you die instantly. So yeah, good luck. And I'm on my last continue, so we'll see how it goes, and when I get to my last continue and die and get a game over fully, we're gonna start again. We're gonna go on to Ninja Gaiden. Yeah, but if nothing else, I guess it goes to that idea of like what Sega was kind of doing. And Sega was doing a lot of stuff with licensing anyway, but also in the case of Shinobi, they sort of kind of, I guess, tried to pull a fast one a little as far as that, but then they had multiple different revisions of this game, as was the case. Or they said, oh, by the way, we have the license on one thing, we can actually use this now. You never think, well, Shinobi and Spider-Man go together, but like, you know, they do. In both cases of Sega, and also Rambo. But in that case, he has the sunglasses, so he's not exactly the same case. Oh, crap. It's also interesting playing this game oh, not dead. First I thought he was dead. It's interesting playing this game after you played Shinobi 3, because like, yeah, in that game I can run, in that game I can do blocking, but in this case, like, yeah, no, you don't have any of that. All you have is the Sega Genesis controller and your wits and making sure that you're planning your movements. So, that's another thing. This game is definitely slower paced than Shinobi 3, but also that makes it really unique as well. So, I mean, we showed off Shadow Dancer as far as this franchise before as well. That's a game where it is actually in the style of Shinobi from arcade, as far as how it plays, but also another one where it's about your deliberate movements and your deliberate decisions saying, I'm going to attack this enemy this way. But this is, I guess, maybe more deliberate than even that is, and more dangerous, even though this game doesn't have one-hit kills the way that Shadow Dancer does. But also in Shadow Dancer's case, you often have cases if you know what you're doing, you just bounce off enemies and avoid getting yourself killed. You just say, oh, I can just bounce off that, get out of the way quickly, or use Yamato, our ninja dog, to help out on that. So it means that you have a lot more opportunities to avoid getting yourself hit, whereas in this case, you have to use the shurikens, or you have to get up close and personal to the kicks. Make sure you hold on to the power-ups, because, yeah, you're seeing here the shurikens don't do nearly as much damage on not Rambo here. And also, there are way more bombs in this game than there are in Shinobi 3. So good reason to bring that up, Dolly Finn, saying, look, what about the bombs? In this case, they're all over the damn place. They're like 5 on this one level alone. In fact, there's another one. And they don't have the counter on this one the way the other one did. So it's something where you have to make sure you're knowing what's going on. Also see, like, hey, you know, the background there is blocking the way. So I gotta make sure, know that I can get that jutsu over there. I'm gonna see about going through the factory. But this is probably gonna be game over, I'm pretty sure. Ouch. But also, everything in the factory hurts. Those blocks coming down. Actually, no, I can't go through that. Oh, but yeah, they put the bomb right there, so in that case, I get knocked back into the fire. I have to wait till that goes, because I have to jump on top of the chain like that. There you go. Also, yeah, if you fall backwards into the lava, you die. There's that crusher, which I guess kills you in 1 hit 2. There's health. And also, your life bar is way smaller in this game than it is in Shinobi 3. It's not a fault of this game, it's more a case of how is this game designed compared to Shinobi 3. And fair enough, because as far as this kind of element of how Shinobi plays as a franchise, this was the first go as far as this method. Though it was not the first game of the franchise, it was the fifth. Right? No. Is that right? Hang on. Because there's, Shinobi from the arcade, and all ports of that. Shadow Dancer from the arcade and Genesis were different, but that was after this. Or, no, the arcade version wasn't. So this is actually this is the 4th entry in the franchise, as far as how many there were at the time. Because there was Shinobi, there was Cyber Shinobi, which is on Sega Master System. There was, Shadow Dancer for the arcade, and there was this. Oh, crap. And yeah, I fell really far on that one. So I gotta see about getting through this. I'm just gonna go as far as I can go, just to show the idea of what this is, and also show why I have to practice this game. This is why I gotta practice this game. And also, why do I do practice on this show? Unless there's a case where, okay, either I know the game so well I don't need it, or a case where people say, oh, I want to see you do it blind. Which is fair enough, because I know we've had cases like that where it's like, oh, it makes sense to kind of do it that way. In that case, also, you have to be very precise with that jump, because I have to be there, time that right to make that. So also, the jumps are way tighter in this game, too. It's still satisfying to do it, but also a case that this game definitely punishes your mistakes way more than Shinobi 3 did. I'll say that for sure. And I mean, I do still feel like I made a mistake, but I also feel worse about myself for making the mistakes I make in this game. I guess purely because of the fact that this game punishes them way more than the other one. Uh-oh. Oh no! Oh, and you also don't have the, what is it? I also don't have the wall jump. I forgot about that. Also, unlike, Revenge of Shinobi, or like Shinobi 3, no checkpoints. Though, the levels are not as long in this as, Shinobi 3, or not that they're really that long in that game either. Oh, no, I don't want to hit that because it's a bomb, and, yeah, I want to get through this. In fact, I'll say this, if I don't get through this, I might use a rewind just to show the boss here. Maybe. Maybe not. You know what? I got my jitsu. I'm using the invincibility one. Okay. Yeah, that being said, I do still have a fun time with this one. This is also why I'm saying, like, you might think, well, I'm gonna beat this whole game. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. Let's be realistic on this one. Like I said, that's also why I'm turning into a little bit of a showcase. Saying, hey, let's take a look at this one. Let's take a look at a bunch of them. Say, yeah, I mean, this is a cause for celebration, honestly. The fact that Shinobi's coming back after so long, that's a cause for celebration. The fact that Ninja Gaiden's back after a while, that's also a cause for celebration as well. And Ninja Gaiden 4 is also coming out in about 2 months. My Platinum Games, being with Bayonetta, they're developing the next Ninja Gaiden 3D game, which on PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series S and X. So in that case, yeah, that's also a case of some of these old franchises coming back, but also the idea of saying, well, okay, bringing some of these series back as far as that, but also saying, what are they going to do new to kind of revitalize them and say, let's do something different. Actually, in Ninja Gaiden's case, Ninja Gaiden, it's giving 2D and 3D entries, whereas Shinobi Art of Vengeance is a 2D game. But in the case of Ninja Gaiden, that's the first 2D entry in that franchise since... Alright, there's not Terminator. Here's a little more Johnny Cage from Mortal Kombat a little bit. When was the last 2D Ninja Gaiden game? I mean, okay, I got rushed by him. I'm dead. So yeah, the Terminator took me out. Yeah, because he turns into a robot, and I think later he turns into Batman, and then Spider-Man. Alright, there you go. That's game over. So yeah, that one's way harder, and it is already set to that. Yeah, as far as the last Ninja Gaiden that's 2D, was it? It wasn't Ninja Gaiden Trilogy on the Super Nintendo, was it? Which is remaking Ninja Gaidens 1, 2, and 3 from NES. Or was that one on the Atari Lynx? Which is by the people who made Desert Demolition we played about a month ago. Okay, there you go. So that's Revenge of Shinobi. That's a preview of what it is. That's the one we have to deal with as far as getting set for it. We will do that game for the show. I just need to prep it, and when I prep it, we'll do it. Also, speaking of games I know I'm going to have to prep. Echo the Dolphin, we'll play the Sega CD version, because Dolphin, I know that was on your request. We haven't played Earthworm Jim yet. That's another one I want to prep for. I've beaten it, but I do want to get ready to do that. I'll do the Castlevania Bloodlines again when we do the element of that for Eric Lecard, because we played it with John Morris as far as that. There's reason to come back to that one again. Comic Zone, that game is fucking hard, so in that case, I'm definitely going to want to practice that one. Alien Soldier, another one that's insane as far as how that game operates. Let's see. We did go into Star Heroes, we could do a second chance on that one. Golden Axe, I'll practice the Golden Axes, and Landstalker, just so I know what I'm doing. Kid Chameleon, we're going to use the Sonic's Ultimate Genesis Collection on 360 for that, because the way you can remap the controls actually makes it play really nice, better than even on the Genesis pad, to be brutally honest. And then there's Mega Man The Wily Wars. The way we're going to show that, the tentative idea is Nocturne's going to be... We're going to go through the classic Mega Man series to a degree, and I think we're going to show this maybe for one of the 3 games in it, and we'll show off the Wily Tower at some point. Moosh is hard. I would definitely need to practice that. Pulse Man, I need to practice. I'm just trying to think of other stuff where... Oh, Sonic Spinball. Not a long game, but I know I'd have to practice that one. I'm kind of tempted to pull that out around the end of the year, but it's like, well, no, I don't think that's soon enough. I mean, I can beat that. I know that game really well, but it's also something where I think I want to be set to that, and I think maybe someone's going to want to call dibs on that one. And, Vector Man, that's another one I want to practice. Target Earth, I don't know about that one because that game's hard. And Zero Wing, as we showed before. And Super Thorn Blade is going to be impossible to enjoy that game, but that's also something we just play still. It's not long, either way. And Panic on Funkatron as far as Tone Jim Earl is concerned. So, alright, that's going to be the end of the Sega Genesis side of this, but alright, for next, pulling out the NES controller. Okay, so for this one, we're going to play Ninja Gaiden. Let me pull that up. It is on Switch Online, or Nintendo Classics as it's now known, for NES. So let's take a look at Ninja Gaiden. Get that set on there. Pull up the NES. So yeah, we have not shown much of this franchise. We did preview the Xbox game about a year or so ago. But let's take a look at the original one that started it all. In fact, here it is. Yeah, you play as Ryu Hayabusa in this game. Rising ninja and his family's clan who goes to America to seek vengeance of his father's death. 6 challenging chapters with 14 stages. And we have to use the dragon sword, ninja skills, and ninja magic in order to go through. This came out in 1989. In particular, this came out in... Actually, no, it came out in Japan first in 1988. So they say it's 1989. In the US, that's correct. In Japan, it isn't. It came out on December 9th, 1988 in Japan for NES. It was March of 1989 for the US, and Europe had to wait a while. They wait till 1991, August 15th. And there was an arcade version of Ninja Gaiden that's totally different. Also, let me turn the volume down a little bit, because this one is a little louder. And you see, great opening cutscene. Yeah, this is an early case of cutscenes in games. It looks really, really nice. It's unbelievable music. We'll get into that in a sec. Jumping in the air, like, yeah, do the slash. But with that, well, yeah, someone fell in battle. So yeah, we had a duel. As far as father had a duel with someone, why did he lose? That's the question of Ryu Hayabusa. He's the main character of most of the games in this franchise. And so he's like, he has this element, and here he is. After his father's disappearance, I found a letter addressed to me by him. So we are doing like the Shenmue thing, saying we're going to avenge our father. I'm on my way to a life or death duel. So in that case, he knew he was going. It's now destiny, or if it's destiny I don't return, you have to take the Dragon Sword of the Hayabusa clan, go to America, and find Walter Smith. Yes, it's telling the story through a cutscene, which in 1989 you didn't see that much. Even the arcade version of this, which came out beforehand, that's nothing like this, by the way. It didn't kind of go this direction. And this is definitely a classic of NES, if you're familiar, and also in case of people who love NES. This is one of those NES games that, yeah, people hold on to, and rightly so. This game, by the way, was directed, co-written, and is a story by Hideo Yoshizawa, who did the music, or who, the music element. We'll get into the music in a second. Yeah, he wrote Klonoa Door to Phantom Isle on the PlayStation, which was briefly previewed, as well as its sequel to Klonoa 2 with Lunate's Veil. He also wrote and directed Smash Tennis for the Super Famicom. Did a couple games also of Namco's, in particular, Libera Grande. He directed Klonoa Door to Phantom Isle for PlayStation, and also produced Mr. Driller, which we played the Dreamcast version of last year. This great music you're hearing, though, by the way, is by 3 people, including people who came back for Ninja Gaiden Ragebound, the new one that's out now. The first name is Keiji Yamagishi. Yeah, Keiji Yamagishi, who did music for Tecmo Bowl for NES, Bad News Baseball, Winback covered operations for the N64 and the PlayStation 2. I actually heard him when we played Guitar Man, because he did the cinematic music in that game. As well as music for Dracula X Chronicles, Castlevania game for the PSP, Streets of Rage 4, Contra Operation Galuga, and also gave music in Ninja Gaiden Ragebound, as mentioned, as did Ryuichi Nida, who did music for this, did stuff in Ninja Gaiden Ragebound, but also did music on this game's sequel, that being Ninja Gaiden 2, The Dark Sword of Chaos, and was sound producer on Fire Nights for NES, which we previewed on the show in our puzzle showcase, and also did sound producing on Onimusha Tactics for the Game Boy Advance. That's the Game Boy Advance Onimusha game, and Star Ocean Last Hope HD, and then the other name is Ichiro Nakagawa, who did the music for this game and the arcade version of Ninja Gaiden. Yeah, we're seeing this great case of it, and I'm going to show you how Ninja Gaiden works. This is not an easy one. People say the Nintendo hard concept, they're right. But it's also one of those cases, like with Ninja Shinobi and Shinobi 3, it's kind of fair, but it's also a case where, yeah, you better be stepping up the game on this one. Alright, so let's get started. Alright, Act 1. Also, you are on time limit, unlike the Shinobi games we played. So you gotta get moving. So you move left and right with D-pad and hitting the B button to do slicing. You have your dragon sword. And it's exploding going. It sounds really nice. You're jumping on A button and you do that nice spin case. You also jump on walls. You're gonna use that a lot. Also, you get those weird creatures coming out at you, random elements. Go along, pick them and hit like. You have the great sound design as far as it's awesome. And the game definitely is primitive as far as how it looks, but it does have a nice fluidity to itself. You can tell really what everything is. And you also get items pick up. Get up on the D-pad and hit the B button. You can toss it as long as you have items in that, I guess your energy over there, the thing with the number 17 over there. P is your number of lives, timer is up there, and then you move left and right, you run towards the wall, jump towards it, hit the A button, and you can jump back and forth. It is neat, and you can also jump off of a lot of different things like the sign over there. In that case, you can hold on to it and then jump off. And this great drive as far as the music and also of the game itself. It fits really, really well. Chat, I don't know what your experience on Ninja Gaiden is, any of them. As I mentioned, we played, we previewed the Xbox game. Blood, Space, Moon specifically, I've seen the poster. As far as that one, that's about it. But I was like, these games are notoriously difficult. And, yeah, they're definitely gamers' games, but they're still a lot of fun. And especially when you get right power-ups like the fire there, you use that. It takes a lot of your energy away, about 5 bits of it. Be able to shoot the fire in an upward arc. And your help there as far as ninja enemies where we hit bosses is kind of like Castlevania, the way they lay out the interface. And again, we'll go kind of as far in this one as we can, but I think this game does have unlimited continue, so I don't think we're actually necessarily going to go the whole way. But I do want to give an indication this one as we go to the boss. Also, when it comes to the timer, when you go into the boss room, the timer is set, so you take advantage of that. In this case, I also got to hit him and make sure I'm set. But if he does get close, get on the wall and jump over. Make sure you also have enough jump height, because you stick on the wall at the height you jump. You can't go up and down any further, so you have to make sure you set yourself right when you hit the wall. Otherwise, you're not going to be going anywhere. Especially for some of the platform challenges later, which a lot of them are over bottomless pits. You better be ready for that, and I'm not going to guarantee that I will be. But as you go along, you get cutscenes. It's great to see this. They seem to be following me. Yeah, for NES, you didn't see this much. Especially in 1989, it's really cool. And they still look great today. Who's there? Like, who's that woman? Yeah, it's just a girl. Get out of here. So Ryu's thinking, like, no, I just gotta go. He's like, I'll go, but I have something. Oh, shit, you're gonna shoot me. And exactly what she did. Alright, so bang, bang, she shot me down. So, yeah, there you go. Yeah, Ninja bringing, yeah, she brought a gunfight. She brought a gun to the knife fight. So in that case, yeah, Ryu's getting shot. We did live, though. Where am I? Anesthetic. So wait, we got shot and we were treated? Okay. Yeah, don't make so much noise. I've got a favor to ask. Oh wait, she did that on purpose. But she helped us. So what's going on here? Take this escape. It's statue. What does it do? And even like the mouth movement, that's cool. It's like there's no time to explain. Hurry. Wait, who are you? I will go as far to show who she is. Yeah, you tried to kill me, so he doesn't point that out, saying, wait, you tried to kill me, why are you helping me now? Someone's coming, be careful. So she does have a case, like, she has like a secret agenda, I guess. It's almost like the femme fatale case as far as case of film noir. It was kind of a noirish case as far as this game. Alright, stage 2. In this case, if you're going to be getting items and things, pay attention to where the lanterns are. So again, like Castlevania. But also be careful of walls you can launch onto. And also your power-ups, which is the other thing also. You pick up one power-up that goes in that, you instantly drop it and get the other one. So again, Castlevania, there's actually a lot of Castlevania in this game when you really think about how this game really operates. And some things, I don't know if I necessarily want that shuriken thing, because I love the fire. Ow. But also you have to pay attention to where the ladders are. So in that case, there's a ladder over there. So let me go and climb that. Okay, I have to jump on it just right to get up there. There you go. Alright. But again, the ladder is not necessarily easy. Actually, wait a second. No, I don't do that. Right, I can't necessarily go on the ladders. I have to just jump off the wall like that. Boom, boom, and then go up. There you go. Also, by the way, I have to go down the ladder if I want to go back down. Otherwise, I'm going to die. And also, this game has knockback the same way that the other games had, but especially in this game, it can be deadly because oftentimes you're by bottomless pits. And like those Shinobi games, the enemies respawn. We're seeing that there. Like, yeah, they keep coming back. If you're not careful, you can get yourself into trouble. Yeah, like the boxer there. Whoa. Actually, here's the spinning thing. So you do like the spinning slice. That is useful, but just take 5 points off every time you use it. In this case, you have to make that jump high enough in order to jump onto the platform over there. And it's not easy to make that jump. Oh, no, I gotta just jump up here, then jump up here, and then jump there. So, yeah, you're on clock. You get moving. And they oftentimes give you just barely enough time to get there. So, yeah, if you dawdle too much, you're gonna be in trouble. You can't necessarily hang around to smell the roses. Shit. But we're at the end, and thank God they do give you the recovery of your timer. Oh, no, we just went to a new area. Never mind. Oh, great music here. I love this. Oh, shit. Yeah, right there. I threw the shuriken, but yeah, that demon dude, wherever he is, throwing the knives, came back. Shit. And like these bird things, they have your items as far as this, but then there's the guys with guns. So yeah, they realize the ninja's coming. And there's my first death. So get used to hearing that if you ever played Ninja Gaiden. You're hearing that all the time. Yeah, this is a game that's gonna make you understand pattern memorization, because that is how we like games back then, as far as the idea. Like, a game's really hard, it's usually more than anything gonna be a case of pattern memorization. It's a case of where the enemy is gonna appear, what do you have to do, what's the best method of jumping out of the way, or using your items or weapons effectively. And they're just making it all happen, and also making sure that in this case, see that ladder there, I gotta grab onto that. If I don't, I climb down that, I get through this, but if I fall down that, I die. So in that case, you also have to be on the idea of this game's logic. You're like, well, I fall down there, I should just be able to be fine. If you're not in Ninja Gaiden, you're not. So yeah, you gotta be careful. Like, in that case, make sure I jump right there, specifically, he's on the edge, make sure I'm there, hit him just enough so I don't get my ass knocked off. So yeah, you have to be very precise with this game. But that's also gonna make it very appealing. And also another game like with the other Shinobi games we showed, because it makes for an interesting speedrun concept. I've seen people speedrun this game, it's fascinating to see. I don't know if we'll do that on the show, but having said that, it is also a fascination seeing how do people handle that. And they're just standing basically memorizing the entire game, pretty much. Uh-oh. Hello? Okay, I got lucky there because when you're on the wall that way, you always have to jump backwards. If you're gonna be going forwards, it's not easy to get yourself get into a higher height. The fact that I had that happen is amazing. All right, there you go. There's the fire. And thankfully, those enemies did not respawn. Shit! Yeah, but I waited too long and got myself knocked off. No. Okay, no, I gotta do that. Never mind. He's over pointing out, I believe this game does have infinite continues, unlike Ninja Shinobi. Uh-oh, shit, I'm dead. Alright, flashlight warning whenever I get a game over. But it's worth pointing out, when you do get game over, you do have to go... Okay, in this case, I had to go back to the beginning of the level I started on. At the end of the game, you have to go back to the beginning of the world. Shit. And at the end of this game gets insanely hard from what I've seen. I've never gotten that far. Actually, my experience with Ninja Gaiden as far as a franchise is mostly that Xbox game. That was the first one I played. Shit. This one, I didn't play it until the Switch Online. I mean, this is ported in the Ninja Gaiden game from Xbox, and that one only, not Ninja Gaiden Black. And Ninja Gaiden Black, the one that's back compat with the modern Xbox consoles. So it's a case where, yeah, you gotta own them both, and I do own them both as far as the idea of how that's gonna go. Because, yeah, in Ninja Gaiden for Xbox, it does have all the 3 from NES on it, as far as it, but in my case, I never unlocked them, number 1. And number 2, with this game, I never played this one until the Switch Online release. It's a case like, I always heard this game was hard. And it's one of those cases that when you play it yourself, it's like, you know, how hard can it really be? Well, very hard, but also something where, in some ways, maybe the stories of this game are a little overblown, sort of, in the sense that, is it like the hardest game on NES? No. I'd say probably Ghosts and Goblins is, if you're really gonna pin me down. but something where if there's any game of the ones we're showing tonight that punishes your mistakes the most, it's this one, without a question. So it's one of those cases that, yeah, you gotta think before you jump. Or if you ever seen the Angry Video Game Nerd episode on this game, I will link to that below. The case that he said, I love this game so much. I want to complete this game, but it's so insanely hard. So I basically went through ninja training. Saying, what am I going to do for the purpose of going through this game? You have to kind of think before you jump, and the idea of him eventually doing training of saying, you know, imagine hitting your thumbs really quickly against a fan blade on the outside of it, saying, like, it's going too fast. How am I possibly going to keep up with that? It's like, it's a machine. It's not designed to be that way. This game is a machine. You can also beat this machine as far as the idea of running this game, you know? Because, yeah, right there. You have to pay attention to the fact that the enemies are coming behind and get out of the way, him, so that I don't get myself knocked off. So you really have to think in the moment as far as that, and then also, when you get to the boss, get a sense of, what do I do to the boss to kill this thing? And can you jump over him to get higher as far as what that is because of the fact that that's what's going on there. Yeah. And also, you're on time limit, so you got to make that happen as far as it, otherwise you're not going to get through. Alright, got him. But it's really satisfying when you do get through. I will say that for sure. And if you're saying, oh, I get points out of lives, I don't think you do on this game, as far as I know. But you're saying, well, what's the statue? Who is the woman? We'll at least get the answers for who the woman is. But as I grew more and more suspicious, I went off to look for, I guess, that guy, Walter Smith, right? Apparently, my father knew him. I'll see what's going on next. Alright, so here we go. This is the guy. Okay, name's Ryu Hayabusa. That sword. Well, he knows the dragon sword anywhere, and the dragon sword is a constant across this franchise. The son of Ken Hayabusa. In his last letter, my father told me I should come by and see you. Yeah, but why? His last letter? Oh, so he knows. It's already begun. Ooh, what do you mean? Yeah, Ken and I were on an expedition to some old Amazon ruins. I do love the fact that the way it's telling story. It's unique. Nowadays, we take this for granted because you get cutscenes and everything. But, yeah, back then, you didn't. It's cool. We found this stone tablet. So the statue that woman gave me. Yeah, I thought it had been stolen, but, well, we have it now. The demon statue possesses enough evil energy to destroy an entire nation. So, alright, this is going past anything as far as, you know, getting revenge. Kind of like Shenmue a little bit. Demon came to the earth and caused many deaths. Right, that's the idea of what happens as far as if the dragon and the Phoenix Mirror are going to meet in that. Then Shinobi appeared and stopped the demon. Not that one. Actually, this came out before Revenge of Shinobi did. After Shinobi in the arcade did. So, alright, there is Shinobi in this, but not the same one. Counted the demon's spells, but though we defeated him, the demon wasn't dead. I guess that's where we're going to come in, right? So Shinobi, it feels weird reading that after playing the 2 Shinobi games we did. But alright, it's in two statues, Light and Shadow. And the body was confined to temple, and we're going in there, we're gonna destroy it, I guess, right? This one's the Shadow statue, so the light one might be over there. Ooh, uh-oh. Shit! And now I got it. Bye, friend. Oh shit, it was stolen. Yeah, what the? Who's that? After him, Ryu. Yeah, you don't have to tell me twice. Let's go. Alright, level 3. I don't know how far I'm gonna go or get. Oh, crap. Alright, there we go. There's another game over. I'll do another one. Because, as I said, this game has unlimited continues. Ninja Gaiden 3 does not. And 2, I don't know if 2 does. Actually, I don't think 2 does. You're also seeing the way this game's designed, and I got a time stop, so everything there is dead. But even though it's in the air, I have to kill a damn thing in order to pass by. But if I hit it, I can still get myself knocked back and die. You're seeing the way this game's designed as far as the platforms. It's a case where oftentimes there's going to be not much room to maneuver, and you get hit once, you're going to get knocked back and you're going to die. So, except at the beginning of the game, it's not often you're going to be dying for the purpose of getting your health drained. In fact, I don't think any of the deaths I've had so far have been because of that. They've all been from getting myself knocked back. So, if there's any game that's going to teach you how knockback works, if it's not Castlevania, it's this one. I mean, we're going to see that with Castlevania when we do Chronicles in a few months. And we will do the NES version at some point. That's Gemini 96 Jurisdiction. And they're different enough from the one I'm going to play. Because the one we're playing is a remake of Castlevania 1 as far as Chronicles. But he said, I want to do that one. I said, yeah, it's all yours. So basically, we're playing Castlevania 1, actually 3 times. I would say twice. Like, no, we're playing 3 times. Because there's a remake of Castlevania. Well, one remake of Castlevania in Castlevania Chronicles, that being the Sharp X68000 one. And then the remake of that remake that's in that game. Ow. Although I don't know if I'm necessarily going to beat... I think I might beat one of those games. I don't know if I'm necessarily going to say, oh, we beat both of them, but I'm going to try. I'll see. We'll see. We're doing it on Halloween night, just to go on that again. Whoa. Ow, shit. Okay. In this case, I died from getting myself killed from the life bar. And also seeing here, okay, in this case, there's not a checkpoint yet. Okay, this game does sort of have a checkpoint. I lied as far as that. I remembered, wait a second, there was the one level that did have one. In this case, yeah, I gotta get set, and also you have to be careful as far as, like, the jumping. So, yeah, jump that. So damn precise. Also, you do not have a whole lot of recovery time. You know what? Yeah, you have very little recovery time. You're seeing that as far as when I'm flashing, it's almost instantaneous. Not exactly instantaneous, but almost instantaneous. For the purpose of when that happens, so you have to be quick. Oh, I probably should use my shuriken case. Alright, just get more energy for that. And that one lingers on the screen. Also, you cannot jump below platforms. Just let him just jump off to his death, please. And that guy just spawned, so like, alright, fine. Yeah, you take what you can get in this game, that's for sure. Oh, shit. No! Crap. I will do one more, and then I think I'll go on to the last game I got. And another one, as I mentioned, like with Revenge of Shinobi. This is a game we can do, but I also going to practice it. I don't know... Actually, Ninja Gaiden. I don't know which one we'd start with. I mean, I don't know if it necessarily matters as much on this one if we start with this one or we start with Ninja Gaiden for Xbox. Which if we do that, we're going to do Ninja Gaiden Black, I think. But I would probably use Ninja Gaiden, the original Xbox version, to practice, also to unlock Ninja Gaiden 2 and 3. And 1, because 1's in it. But if we're going to play 1, we're going to play it this way. This is a 1-to-1 port of the NES game. I don't know how the ports are in Ninja Gaiden on Xbox. I don't know if they're bad, but I haven't heard necessarily from people saying, oh, was it good or not. It's just so maybe because it's so damn hard to find it. You have to kind of go through the game. You got a lot of those golden scarabs, which I do love getting those when I play through that game. Then again, I've never actually beaten that game. So, in that case, it's one of those things I'd have to be going through that anyway. And we'd be running multiple parts on that game, because, yeah, that game is semi-long. Not super long, but still a decent amount. Here's boss. Yeah. Oh, no. Okay, he's jumping that way. I can throw that at him. Oh, no. Crap. Oh, except, yeah, and you're seeing there. Okay, there you go. So, as far as the boss is concerned, yeah, you get knocked back a level. So in that case, I got to the boss, but I have to go through this entire level again before I get another shot at the boss. So that's the other thing about this game as well. As I said, on level 6, you have to go back to the first level in level 6, even if you've gotten through the first 2. Yeah, honestly, I don't know if I'm gonna get far enough to be able to even get another shot at the boss. Or if I do get another shot at the boss, the way his pattern is, I don't know if I'm good enough to get it down yet. That means I'll say this, even though you do have to go back as far as this, it is pretty quick. you can make this game kind of go a lot faster, just in general, because like, oh yeah, you didn't know what to do, but like, the damn bird was on my ass. Alright. Let's see, you know, if I get a game over again... What do you think about this? I've been in a decent amount of this. I mean, I was shown about a little under half for this game, I think. Shit. Ah. I will give it a good enough try before I go on, but yeah, the bird keeps coming. No! Alright, that's game over. Fine, I'll give it one more shot, and then we'll go on. Just be ready as far as that. Is it chat? I don't know. If you ever played this game, either this one or any other Ninja Gaidens, yeah, you do have to, and unlike, I'll say this, unlike, unlike Revenge Shinobi and Shinobi 3, this has the one difficulty, so yeah, if you're not able to manage this game's perspective, yeah, you're gonna have to get used to it. But that means it's, like with those Shinobi games, it's still fun. I do still want to play more, even though it's the case, like, yeah, I'm getting my ass killed a lot. And that's anybody, really, with this game, honestly. And even as far as practicing for this, when I get to a case of that, like, well, I'm still gonna get myself dying a lot. Get the bird out of the way. Oh. Oh, no! Oh, crap. I got to the end. I never played it. Yeah, it's nuts. Although, okay, I'm gonna say this. I don't know if this is the hardest thing we've played on the show so far. I mean, think about this. I mean, this game is harder for different reasons than, as I mentioned, the two Shinobi games we've shown tonight. It's harder than, or it's harder, crap. It's hard for different reasons than some of the Castlevania games we played, particularly, I mean, I guess of the Castlevanias we played, we played Rondo of Blood, and we played Bloodlines and Adventure Rebirth. Of those, I guess Bloodlines is the hardest of those. And Chronicles is not a picnic, necessarily. And there's Contra Hardcore. That's hard also because of how that game operates, because it's running on 1-hit deaths. But also something where enough practice, like 15 months, I was able to be in a case of saying, I can actually do that game confidently. Because I know all of its tricks. This is one of those games I mentioned with that one, is again another game over. Yeah, I'll finish this thought. I'll do one more case of this. I'll go through this thought, and then when we get next game over. Not an if, a when. We'll go on as far as the Ninja Saviors. It's one of those things where, yeah, with enough practice, I could kind of get into this, and understanding everything about the case, you basically live with a game like this, and that was my fault. Because too much has just jumped eye of the needle into that thing. Yeah, it's basically one of those games that, I guess that's how it kind of went, maybe, the case growing up. The case that you got one game, if you're a case where you didn't have enough money to buy another one, or like, hey, you had to save your allowance up to get a game like 50, 60 bucks, or whatever it was, depending on what you were looking for. You think like, okay, I have this one game, when we play this game over and over and over and over and over again, it's the one game you know may be on top of, I don't know, something that comes to the console, like with, I don't know, Super Mario Brothers, or Duck Hunt, or something like that, as far as NES is concerned. And eventually you get to the point like, oh, you keep going and going and going, and you keep getting better and better and better because like you played it. Yeah. That's how I was with stuff I grew up playing, although I don't know if I necessarily played anything as difficult as this growing up. Not because I was like, no, I don't play a difficult game as far as that, but just cases where even the games I played, they were stuff where they were difficult, yes, and easier for me now because I know, but also cases where, I mean, this is definitely harder than a lot of stuff I played. Shit. As I said, I didn't play much of stuff like Ninja Gaiden or Contra or Castlevania growing up as far as that. But other people might have. I mean, even stuff like Legend of Zelda, like the first couple of those, as far as the two on NES. those are definitely amongst the hardest in the series. Even those, like, I didn't have that much familiarity. I mean, I guess I played the Mario games as far as, and even Super Mario Bros. 1 is not easy. It's actually pretty difficult, as we showed when we played it. So maybe that kind of goes with it too, depending on really what it is. I mean, if I get hard parts of certain games, I know I always mention Double Dare on NES. I always mention the fact that by rare, but the case that that obstacle course is insane. Like, how hard could that be? It's like, well, you have to use left and right on the D-pad to do running, and you be very specific, and you have to know when you come out of the running case where the flag is. You have to, and then it goes normal. Like, oh, move normal left and right, go jump for the flag, don't miss where the flag is, and then go back to left and right case, and then sometimes change it up and down, and the game doesn't tell you that. So in that case, like, hard parts of games like that I had going. I guess I understood stuff with that by playing it. Even this day, I never beat that obstacle course. I'll play that right now. Alright, got one more chance at the boss. I'm not getting it on 2 bits of health. Let's give it a shot. Why not? Oh, but nothing else. I can... Okay, can I... Oh, no, I can't. Alright, there you go. Alright, that was a good attempt, but alright, there you go. That is the end of Ninja Gaiden. I can't get further. I mean, you do have infinite lives, so, or infinite continues, but you still have to go back, so it's a case where you die, you go back, so... At that point, you just can't keep going and going and going and make sure that you're going to be set eventually, and eventually you'll get there, and maybe you'll feel on top of the world, or maybe you won't. Having said that, this is a good game. It is a classic for a reason, but it's also a case that, step up your game. If you're going to be playing this game. It does look and sound great, even especially for that time on NES. And the stuff with how it tells story is really nice. But, take a leave of Ryu Hayabusa as far as this. As far as Switch Online is concerned, this is the only one that's on. They didn't put 2 or 3 on. As far as the other Ninja Gaiden games that are on this console, there is the Ninja Gaiden Master Collection, which I heard was a bit of a disaster area on Switch in particular. Maybe Switch 2 runs it better, which has Ninja Gaiden Sigma 1 and 2, and Ninja Gaiden 3 Razor's Edge, which are the enhanced versions of Ninja Gaiden 1 from Xbox, Ninja Gaiden 2 from Xbox 360, and Ninja Gaiden 3 from PS3 and Xbox 360. So, and there's all, and Ragebound is also on this console, the new one, Ninja Gaiden Ragebound, as far as your 2D Ninja Gaiden fix for that. But alright, that's going to be the idea of that one. So, next, and I guess lastly, I don't know if I could show off Shadow Dancer again, just to pave over audio things, but if I do that, I'll do that last. I'm going to show off a game that Alekverse recommended of me, and good to the discussions we had, because of cases saying, hey, how do I find new games out? People saying, oh wow, these games are really cool. I do take those requests seriously, and also any recommendations, like, oh, if you really like this, like, oh, that's cool, I want to see what you like and what gets you into it that way. See, maybe something I would get into. And in this case, I'm also going to change the volume on this one because it gets a bit loud. I set this one to 18.9, that'll go. This is the Ninja Saviors, Return of the Warriors. This is actually kind of new. This came out on October 15th, 2019 for the Switch and PlayStation 4. It then got ported to the PC on July 24th, 2023. It was, as we have, what was that? I don't see who that was. Oh, RB Super, he's playing Chibi Robo. Because he's the one who was big as far as Chibi Robo on GameCube. And, like, he's been playing the Nintendo Classics port of it. But anyway, this game came out, it was posted by ININ in the US, but it was a Taito element. It's developed by Natsume Atari and Tengu Project. These are a lot of people who worked on the Ninja Warriors from the arcade. It was a game of Taito's from 1993. They imported that to the Super Nintendo as the Ninja Warriors again. At least that's what it was known as in Japan. They just called it the Ninja Warriors for us. It's a game that on Super Nintendo nowadays, it goes for like $200. It's pretty expensive. That version was developed by Natsume, who made Mighty Morphin Power Rangers for the Super Nintendo, and actually plays very similarly to that game. And they said, well, let's do a remake of that Super Nintendo version of the arcade game. We've shown the arcade version of this sort of, we showed the Mega CD port of it, We played Shadow Dancer, as was the case. In this one, you're playing as a group of characters. Kunoichi, Kamatichi, and Ninja, I think. Well, we'll see here as far as who the characters are for this one. This is, as I mentioned, it's an interesting remake, and it's one that I would have missed if not for Alekverse, and he recommends it. Yeah, play this game. It's really cool. Because he liked the Super Nintendo game. Super Nintendo game may be a little cost prohibitive for us, but I do have that Mega CD version we can do for the purpose of playing Ninja Warriors and then playing this remake, which is really good stuff. And I guess a little bit of a point towards the new Shinobi and Ninja Gaiden games that are out now. This game, by the way, was directed by Toshiatsu Miyabi, who did programming on a lot of stuff of Natsume going back, including Spanky's Quest. He did do development on a Ninja Gaiden game, Ninja Gaiden Shadow for the Game Boy, as well as Pocky and Rocky, Wild Guns, Mighty Morphin Power Rangers, the Fighting Edition for Super Nintendo, and also did effects programming for Godzilla for the PlayStation 4. And he also directed the remakes of Wild Guns and Pocky and Rocky, with those being Wild Guns Reloaded and Pocky and Rocky Reshrined. There is options here for normal and hard. There's a multiplayer mode that's local as far as co-op play, and there's online leaderboards and stuff, and also have options. I'll look in the options as far as what we got here. Stuff with displays, we can play at the aspect ratio a bit. I have it a little higher than 100% because it makes it so that it fills up the screen a little better and not having stuff weird going on. Effect color is turning on blood to red. I'm going to turn that on. Let's see. Stuff with audio, I'll keep it on default. You have your controls here. Are they totally customizable? Yeah, they can. Y button is your attack. Jumping is on the B button. Special attack is on A. And you can adjust sensitivity to the left analog stick if you're using that, but you can also use D-pad. And you play a language as far as English or Japanese or Korean or traditional standard Chinese. Yeah, we're running English. And for this one, you do have options of time attack for its 8 levels. I'm going to just start for single player normal. Take a run on this. Yeah, because you have the ninja there, you have Kunoichi, and you have Kamaitachi, who's 3 characters from the main game. You can also queue other characters. I have not done that, those being Yaksha and Raiden. You have to beat the game as far as doing that. I have not, because actually this game is not that easy. It's a great show. I have to go to work tomorrow, so signing off. Looking forward to joining the show next week. Yes, Dolphin is going to be on the show next week at 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on next Saturday for Scooby-Doo Night of 100 Frights for the PlayStation 2. So good to see you tonight, Dolphin. Thank you so much for stopping by the show. Have a good rest of the night, and I'm looking forward to seeing you on next week's show. We'll have a little bit more going on Ninja Warriors, or fine, Ninja Saviors, the remake of Ninja Warriors. That going. All right, there you go, the smiley face. Thank you so much, Dolphin. Thank you for joining the show. Hope you have a good night, and take care of yourself, all right? All right, so with this, we do have our selection of characters. They do have different attributes. Ninja's the heaviest of the characters, but he does move the slowest, but he does have a neat dash that helps out. Kamaichi is fast and swift with some of his attacks, but also cases where he can be kind of weaker. And Konoichi is also a case of that a little bit, but also has some stuff with their kunais, as is, I'll show off Ninja, I think. And out we come as far as that. So, alright, here you go. You're going left and right and doing beat him up. Actually, he doesn't jump. Here's the thing. B button is jump, but for him, he just does dash forward. But if you press different directions on D-pad, do like wrestling moves like a jump down. You do like a rocket up, and you hit the Y button in the air. You can do spins and things like that. Yeah, the way this game works is you have that max bar down there. When that gets full, you have a special attack that clears the screen. Flashlight warning, by the way, when I do this. But also, up on the D-pad, you have your special weapon. You do have to have some energy in order to use this. If you're up on the Y button, you can throw those nunchucks around and basically hit things in the area. Yeah, actually, I'll say this, going back to my experience on Ninja Warriors, yeah, actually, I had not heard of it until I first mentioned it, any version of this. So, because he mentioned this remake, but he also mentioned the one from Super Nintendo. I initially thought it was something that was only on Super Nintendo. I didn't know it was an arcade game. And I definitely did not know about the Mega CD port. But something that it is really, really fun, and it's something that it is kind of a unique take as far as a beat 'em up, because unlike some of the other ones, well, first off, this is a beat 'em up, unlike the games we've shown so far. but unlike some other ones like Streets of Rage or Golden Axe, where you're kind of going on different planes, this one you're basically just locked on 2D plane. You'd think that would make it limiting, but it kind of doesn't because of how varied some of the gameplay moments are. You also have this great music going on here with the great driving force. By the way, as we're pointing out, as I'm going to punch these guys, I'll do some reading. The music in this game was by Hiroyuki Iwatsuki, who did music for Spanky's Quest Super Nintendo, Tailgater for the Game Boy, and did sound effects Shatterhand on NES. I've heard that game is awesome. And he also did sound design for all of the Mighty Morphin Power Rangers games on Super Nintendo except for Power Rangers Zeo Battle Racers. So that means Mighty Morphin Power Rangers, Mighty Morphin Power Rangers the Fighting Edition, and Mighty Morphin Power Rangers the movie for Super Nintendo. There's also sound design on Wild Guns and sound design on the original Super Nintendo version of this. And also did music for Half Minute Hero for the PSP. And let's see. Oh, wait, that is the music case. Okay. I just want to make sure I had stuff set, so I've heard just the one name. So yeah, someone who was involved with the Super Nintendo original, or the Super Nintendo version of the arcade game, which, from what I've seen of that Super Nintendo version, it is a pretty close approximation of the arcade game, and also of the Mega CD port, which, interesting thing about that game, we're seeing this run in widescreen here, because the modern game, you get that energy case, that's stuff for your armor. Because you use your armor, you die, and that's a game over. You don't lose life. But one thing that's kind of interesting about that game, that was an early case of widescreen game. It was one of those games like X-Men, where in the arcade it had multiple monitors that reflected the idea of widescreen. When they brought it home, the Mega CD version does have native widescreen itself. It's like one of the first games I can think of. They really had that going. And then, fitting then for this remake, they said, okay, we have full widescreen method nowadays, like, let's just use it. And you also have the great pixel art as far as how this works. It looks like a Super Nintendo game, but definitely cleaned up as far as the case of being something on modern system, but also still having that kind of, nice, rounded look to itself that you would have on a 16-bit console, And attention to details as far as stuff in the background, and also stuff in the sprites as well, and also beating the enemies and getting the red blood. So if you don't have that effect on as far as red, as green blood. And Electverse is right about this game. This game is a winner, and I definitely think we should do this game as a show. As we're going to our first boss. Actually, Ninja's the character of choice because he is strongest, and I was able to get through a lot of this game with him as the case. I'm going to use my attack that way to knock him on the ground. Yeah, not only is this a great remake of a pretty great game as far as Ninja Warriors, and an underrated game, but also a case where, even against other modern beat-em-ups, I mean, I'm going to be showing off in the Switch 2 Chronicles video I got coming up in 2 weeks. On one of the weekends we're not going to be here. I'll go on that schedule as is. I got a beat-em-up that was on Switch that's nowhere near as good as this. It's also the case, depending on who you are, you're going to be really, really offended by it, and I would not blame you whatsoever if you are. But having said that, especially as far as what does modern beat-em-ups look like? We talked about that. We said, hey, wait a second. What about games that are trying to go the direction of, the glory days of stuff like Final Fight and Golden Axe and Streets of Rage and Ninja Warriors and I got myself killed. And, yeah, you're a robot, by the way. So that's the twist. So that's a game over, so I'm going to try again. But the case is, what was necessarily the answer to coming back to this genre? In fact, I'll show another character. I'll show up Kunoichi. Who I'm worse with than Ninja, so I don't know how this is going to go. Yeah, in that case, she can jump. I believe it's she, as far as Kunoichi is concerned. I don't know the lore of this franchise. Having said that, it's something that it was always a question. I've said this even as far as in the 2000s, before modern gaming, as far as what beat 'em ups were like. Beat 'em ups are a big genre back in the late 80s or into the 90s. Well, the question that after the 16-bit era and the 8-bit era, as far as before it, the question: what was the genre necessarily looking like? You had a case of going 3D with it. You had stuff Sega was doing, like Die Hard Arcade. That was a really good game, as far as how that was going. They were trying to do stuff with Streets of Rage, bring that 3D. They couldn't. And it wouldn't be until 2020, the year after this game came out, when they said, okay, we're just going back to 2D with Streets of Rage 4, which, by the way, as we're pointing out, Shinobi Art of Vengeance is out next week. it is from Lizard Cube, the same people who made Streets of Rage 4, so in that case, my hopes are very high on that one. Because Streets of Rage 4 is an awesome game. I will definitely show that at some point, no question. But, the case of, well, what were beat 'em ups looking like when they weren't going in 3D? There was Fighting Force, which was on PlayStation, which was going to be a Streets of Rage game initially. That was the thought. Sega thought, well, we could do this as far as Streets of Rage. Like, no, we're not feeling this. And then IDOS picked it up, changed the name, and said, all right, let's turn it into this. It was hyped as far as the idea of what it was. Saying, hey, you know, they were playing off their clout from Tomb Raider, and said, you know what, this is gonna be something big. It got attention, but it was a case where, what was it gonna be? Did people really like it? And it was a bit of a divisive one. Not necessarily hated, but some people hated it. There were cases where, well, maybe a case of not necessarily the return to beat 'em ups of the classic era like we used to have. And then, I guess then from there was a case of going full 3D polygonal stuff with like the PlayStation 2 era, and you had companies like Namco trying that with Urban Reign. You had Capcom doing that with Beatdown, Fist of Vengeance, and Final Fight Streetwise, which isn't even an additional Final Fight game. And it's the last Final Fight game that's come out, you know, it is the last new one. I don't think there's been a new one since then. It was in the port of an older one that I'm aware of. But yeah, the case of, and I know Rockstar got on that with the Warriors. That was one that was seen in an interesting light, saying, okay, we're gonna do that. But then we got around to like the PS4, Switch, and Xbox One era, and that's when you got games that kind of go in that direction. Or also with 360 beforehand, as we getting blown up again. Especially when you had the advent of Xbox Live Arcade. We had games like Castle Crashers, you had stuff like Scott Pilgrim vs. the World, and you had re-releases of older arcade games, some that never got home ports to the degree that we got them that way, like with X-Men and Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, and also The Simpsons as a couple examples. So then I guess the thought of, you had like classic re-releases, but then saying we got some new ideas as far as things. You mentioned Scott Pilgrim vs. the World. That wasn't one that definitely was a big case, and there's a new one that's coming out in a few months. But then I guess the thought of, well, maybe that was seen as the idea of where to go as far as like the 3D beat 'em up, or I guess maybe the other thing was this, which was maybe the idea of like a specific beat 'em up game maybe fell out of fashion after the PS2, GameCube, and Xbox era. Where were these ones that really were doing right? There's also Mortal Kombat Shaolin Monks, which I think is pretty interesting. It's a weird one as far as looking at it as a beat 'em up, although it kind of is. And I guess then the thought of, in a lot of ways, you had fighting engines that maybe rivaled some really good beat 'em ups going on in other games. Like, one of the best examples I can think of that are those Batman Arkham games. They have that free flow combat. That feels really good. It felt like, oh, wait a minute, this is a beat 'em up mechanic that you would get out of something like a Streets of Rage or a Ninja Warriors or something like that. And it was kind of as, not necessarily exclusively what you're doing out of this kind of game, like something like this, where you're just beating enemies up. It's fun, though, because of how they vary it up, and also because of the different characters and done, and their different skills. It's up with the upgrades as far as we go on with other games that have stuff like that. But I guess maybe that thought of thinking, well, when it comes to beat 'em ups, can they necessarily just be like straightforward the way this is? And I think the answer is, I think games like this and Streets of Rage 4 proved, yeah, they can. But then maybe the push was thinking, well, no, we have to have maybe more going on with that. Even the Warriors, going back to that one, I haven't played the Warriors. But that's a case where you kind of have a lot of things going on with that game that are not just, you know, beating up enemies. You have that, yes. But you also have other games or other parts of that game where you're doing things like little challenges around the town. You're like doing like ambush missions. It's kind of Grand Theft Auto-ish a little bit. You're like doing robbing of stores and things like that. So maybe the thought of saying, if you're going to have like a beat 'em up mechanic or like a combat mechanic, saying, let's put this in a shell of something else, as opposed to saying, let's just sell it to people on just an exclusive basis like this game. You're seeing also with this one, when you get a game over, as I'm doing, because I played this game a little bit, but not massively, so there's another one I need to practice. Not because it's insanely hard, just because I'm not necessarily in a good wavelength on it as far as being good at it. Maybe because I hadn't played much of any of the Ninja Warriors until I started the show. Ninja Warriors is a franchise I know because of the fact of us starting the show, me starting the show. That's the case. And I'll definitely be thankful for that. And Lifers is right. Despite me not showing it, I think this game is really good. And my point of everything I'm saying is that this is definitely, I think, a good idea of saying a good case of a modern beat 'em up, and does have the style of the ones Natsume made. And you have some of the cases of people behind that who made it. And it's nice to see the idea of a game like this kind of coexisting against other stuff with that. And saying, well, you know, we can deliver a beat 'em up, a straight beat 'em up, and saying, oh, it's a lot of fun because we have a lot of variety in the combat. I think I've said that before when it comes to beat 'em ups. My favorite beat 'em ups are the ones that have variety as far as stuff they're doing. That I guess if nothing else, make you forget the fact you're just hitting buttons crazy. Also, one thing I forgot to mention, if you hold the Y button down, you do have block, kind of like how Shinobi 3 is, so kind of interesting case to say, like, we'll bookend it this way, unless I say I just want to pull out the Shadow Dancer, which I might, just because I want to get off of the case of saying, hey, I had problems with the audio on that, which I might just get away. But having said that, it's a case where I'm having a great time with this game, and something where there's also a lot of variety that keeps me coming back, and unique elements on characters, saying, okay, I can do this, I get stuff going on here, saying, well, I want to do that, or do a dash across, and then hit enemies that way, or saying, if I'm going to do this jump up, do that, and try and do the spin in him that way, or say, let me do a jump up this way, get going, and boom, there he is, off. There we go. And you have the nice slowdown case as far as, you know, when you knock him out. So yeah, it is very satisfying. And also great details in the sprites. Look at that. As far as the way Ninja's outfit is blown in the wind. And also that robot's collapsing. Alright, we're stage 2. As I said, we'll go a little more on this one. I'm having a good time as far as playing through this game and showing it off. And also, I guess, giving a little bit of a spotlight to a game that all of you recommend, or people in chat, specifically Lectors, recommended this game. They said, hey, this is really cool, I think you'd like it. Yeah, he's right. Talk about a man of taste, but also the case that it's a lot of fun. If you like beat 'em ups, I would suggest getting this game and giving it a shot. It said it's on PS4 and it's on Switch and PC. Sorry, Xbox owners, you didn't get this. But that being said, it is something that I don't think it cost like 15 bucks when I bought it. Well, it's been a while since I bought it, so I'm not completely sure about how much they retail this for. And if you have Switch 2 and PS5, you can get the version as far as the old system on the new one as well. And I guess to give a little bit of an idea, since I'm playing this through Switch 2, and it's the one case where it's not a Nintendo Classics app, I guess the idea is that I can't really tell what Switch 2 is doing to this game differently that Switch 1 wasn't doing. I guess that there was slowdown in the original game, which I don't remember there being. At least on the Switch. I guess it removes it, if it's that case. Outside, I guess it'll just be loading. But even then, it's also a question like, how is loading going to go? And also, since this is a digital game, I don't think this got a physical release. Unless it did, and I'll add it down below saying, oh, it did, and I'm wrong. And that is, there's a difference about how loading would be if it's digital. Actually, there's one thing in that Switch 2 Chronicles Part 2 video I'm putting up in 2 weeks that I don't actually indicate, so at least to give an indication of that now, saying there are games I have on card or games I use cards for as far as the purpose of it, but all the ones I had digitally, so, and they also are available on card in other capacities. So there might be cases where, because of the way the system operates, as you have these robots here where you have to knock them down with something, or use your special weapons, or your special attack in order to get rid of them, or use a special thing like your nunchucks there to knock them down, because otherwise they're invincible. I didn't necessarily bring explicit mention saying, by the way, it's going to be something where there's going to be a difference in the digital and physical. Because yeah, there is. Enough people mentioned to me they bought Mario Kart World on Switch 2. But they bought the console and they didn't buy the bundle the way I did. They said, I want to get that game physically. So I said, okay, I'll pay the 80 bucks for it. Which I don't think Nintendo and many other companies are saying we're going to charge 80 bucks anymore. I mean, Kirby Air Riders is going to be costing 70. Even Microsoft said Outer Worlds 2, we're asking 80 bucks for this. Like, no, not anymore, we're not. So, that being said, it's something where, yeah, they picked it up as far as the physical version, but they're saying, well, it takes longer for it to load than it does on digital, and I think just because of the fact of the fact of how it has to do a read off of the card, number one, and number two, the idea of where it's stored, because if it's stored on that micro SD express case, that impacts the way the load goes compared if you don't have it that way, you have it on the internal storage. So that's going to be kind of the question. You're also seeing these sword ladies as well. Basically toss the other things. You can also in the like the gas things, but also the idea is that they'll first get damage and then you throw it again and it'll blow up. And also the way Ninja goes is because he's heavy, he can, or he's strong as far as that, he can pick up those items and walk around with them, whereas the other characters cannot. In this case, you have to be careful as far as the fan blades, but the enemies will get killed by them. If you time it as far as when it stops, ouch, you won't get hit, but in that case, you did. Also, as far as I can tell, I don't think you can destroy these things. Yeah, I'm saying, as far as this game, I don't know if there's necessarily much that the Switch 2 is doing differently. It's like, oh, yeah, you gotta play it on this as opposed to on the Switch 1. I mean, this isn't Gaiden Chronicle 100 Heroes, which we're not gonna show on that Switch 2 thing in 2 weeks, but we're gonna show on the other one, what we're doing in November. And certain games I mentioned are not gonna be, or I'll mention in that show, are not gonna be really impacted, or sometimes cases will question, did they actually do anything to them? For some cases, apparently they don't. I mean, Balan Wonderworld, apparently that game still runs like utter ass on the Switch 2. The Switch 2 could not fix that. And there's one game I have in that Switch 2 Chronicles thing in 2 weeks that I'm kind of shocked runs the way it does. The one I actually have to question, did it run that bad on Switch 1 and I just didn't pay attention? I don't know. Actually, yeah, where's the robot? Can I go in? Oh, there he is. Yeah, you definitely hear the sound as far as this music. It definitely has that Natsume sound to itself, and I love that. But we have this robot coming out, cutting with this chainsaw. Uh-oh. Yeah, I'll also jump out of the way. Also, his attack, he will do a jump. Ow, crap, he picked me up and threw me. But be careful to steam again, so yeah, going back to Shinobi 3. A different take on this, because yeah, we're ninjas, but like we're ninja saviors or ninja warriors. The idea, like, yeah, you're in a warrior case, as opposed to saying, oh, we're gonna sneak around. We're just come here, it's like, yeah, we got our fighting skills, we're gonna beat them up. It's like Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, so fitting as far as that. So I guess we've had the ninja theme going on with the second chance over the past 2 months. But like, there you go, boom, easy off. And only 3 months if you count Sonic All-Stars Racing Transformed, saying, hey, Jiro Musashi's in that game. I guess a fighting case if you go back. No, Shenmue was not a second chance. That was the end of Shenmue. It was Daytona saying that, so never mind. Alright, I don't know how I'm gonna go. I'm probably gonna go. Maybe it'll get my next game over, and then maybe just the hell of it, I'll show up Shadow Dancer. We're in the subway now. So in that case, you also get these great settings as far as your beat 'em up that are definitely something where you're like, yeah, how can you not have that? And there's not a Ken from Street Fighter. I don't know if that was intended, or I know that SNK was always the case that, yeah, they take shots at Capcom for that. And then Capcom said, we're gonna take shots at SNK. Like, we can create a Dan specifically as like a nod to that, saying, like, yeah, Dan's totally worthless. And they said we did that on purpose to stick it to SNK. I don't know in the case of this one if Taito was doing that. Turning Ninja, I do love that dash he has. If you time that right and do a kickoff, you can get rid of enemies really quick. But as far as getting rid of the drone, you have to be careful on that. But alright, there's more ninja cases. They have kunais, but yeah, they're also going to be fighting. Yeah, in some ways I'll say this, the best comment I guess I could pay this game as far as what I've been playing so far, for tonight's show, but also in general, is the case it feels like a long-lost Super Nintendo beat-em-up. That also has a little bit of polish, or additional polish, I should say. It makes it feel like a modern release. So it kind of blends the best of both worlds. In case that it feels like a new case as far as a beat 'em up that fits in a modern context. In all honesty, I would say that all the games we played do fit in modern context regardless as far as that. But also this was like, it feels like that great case of like it's rekindling those Super Nintendo early 90s arcade memories. Saying it also feels like a new experience. And it's also a great return to a genre saying this is a way of how to do it as that thing is stabbing me to death. You need to get some help. Is the thing gonna come out? Alright, there he is. There you go. I didn't show that off earlier as far as it when I was doing my practice. I did sort of practice just to get a sense of, okay, I want to at least have some indication that I sort of know what I'm doing, but I'm not going to openly say, oh yeah, I'm great at this one. This is one of those I had to practice to get before we do it. I don't know if I'd necessarily do this before we do the original, and in that case I would use that Mega CD version because that's the only port of it I've got. Yeah, it's pretty close to the arcade game, honestly. Yeah. This game is a lot of fun. He said this is like the best of both worlds. It's old school and new school at the same time, and it's satisfying in both ways. If you're not someone who grew up on beat 'em ups the way that, okay, I didn't grow up on beat 'em ups necessarily, but cases where I grew up with experience with something like Streets of Rage, I guess that's the big case, and Golden Axe. But cases where if you knew those games the way I did, or what other people did as far as that era of gaming, you're gonna be satisfied with that. But if you're like, I never played a beat 'em up before, you'll be able to come into this game. Man, this game's a lot of fun. It has a nice style. And then realize, oh wait, it's a remake of a game from the 90s, but it works both ways, you know? And it's an interesting cross-section to kind of get that, the idea of something that's a modern take of the game. It's going for like an old take as far as playing a nostalgia card a little bit, I guess, as far as an old style or returning to a forgotten franchise and saying, oh yeah, it's something that great new fans of, you know? And I'm all about that too. Even myself, like, even a game like this can create a new fan out of me as someone who missed it the first time as far as the other games in the series. In that case, I definitely think that's something about it. Like, yeah, I would like to play the other ones. And if the Super Nintendo version didn't cost so much, I probably would get that one and show it. But in that case, I'd say, all right, for a cost reason, I'd say, as I got a health recovery, thank God. I definitely didn't need that. I would show that version. I got that Mega CD version in the Genesis Mini 2, so I think that's probably going to be a good compromise. That being said, I will bring mention to that as far as the idea of like what that game is looking like, or the Super Nintendo version of Ninja Warrior is looking like when we get to that game, and I guess also get to this game as well. Now, I think I would either go to beat this boss, or I guess I'll go to my next death, I think. I do have a ton of health, so in that case I can sort of manage that. Just seeing like, yeah, the evil enemy of this game, whose name I don't know. I'll take more notes as far as that when we get to the case of getting to this game for show. And also Ninja Warriors itself. Oh crap, it disappeared. But it kind of was invisible, and that's a great effect. Okay, that's something you couldn't do in the olden days. Talk about mixing the concepts of a new modern game, saying, let's do something we couldn't do in the older days, while also taking the great elements that made it so iconic before. There you go, nice throw. Yeah, this game isn't that long, but it does have a consistent challenge going along as far as, and I have not beaten this game yet. It's one, admittedly, I would like to kind of sit around and play with a little more, just myself, but stage 4. Alrighty, so we have the, I guess, it's like the abandoned factory. It's like Mega Man X, which we've not, we have played for the show, but I don't have a record of it. We'll do that at some point. Don't know when. Having said that, just keep beating. But also great perspectives of the spotlights over there, as I'm busting that one. Yeah, based on what I'm seeing and also I'm playing this game, yeah, if you haven't picked this game up, I would recommend it. And Electris, thank you so much for making this recommendation. This is a great game. and having a lot of fun with it. Ouch. And if you're looking for modern beat-em-up return cases, not just Streets of Rage 4. I love Streets of Rage 4. My god, I love that game. But that being said, this is another really good one. And a great one in a place that maybe I wouldn't have thought initially would look. And sometimes that's what happens, you know? And that's why I openly encourage the idea of sharing of ideas and sharing of different games and things as far as on the show, as far as quests or anything really, because it's one of those things where you'll think, well, I will not have the gaming experience that you will, but the same way that you won't have the one I do, but also cases where the stuff that you kind of recommend as far as that, I'm always really curious to see what do you have to say about it, and also what is it about it that really gets your attention and really grabs you. Sometimes maybe unexpectedly, you know? Ow. And sometimes it'd be simple saying, oh, somebody recommended this game to me, let me play it. And like, oh yeah, this game is fun. It's a case of that great discovery. Yeah. I guess that's maybe a theme of tonight's show, although it's a case that I know people know a lot of games as far as what we've played. But also a case of, yeah, the Ninja Celebration as well. Ow. Yeah, I'll keep going as far as this kid's because I'm having a good time. It's one of those things, if nothing else, the theme I think all these games have is we're going to be fighting the enemies coming off of this tank and the robot there. Ow! It stabbed me. By the way, when it comes to that max bar, when that fills up, you can use your special move that's on the A button, but the idea is if you get yourself hurt by an enemy, that gets drained to nothing, so you have to be careful. When you hit up on the D-pad and then hit the Y button, you use your weapon, but it also drains that bar a little, so you have to get a sense of saying, well, do I want to wait to have it fill all the way to use the more powerful attack, or do I want to say, oh, I'll just use my special weapon there to kind of have something going on a little bit. Especially in cases like the robot where you have to use one of those to beat him down, or if you have items to pick up and toss it out. Or if you get behind him. I guess, yeah, can I pick him up? Okay, I can. You basically just get in there and pick him up. It's not dissimilar to how Batman Returns on Super Nintendo works. Because basically Batman just picks the enemy up and slams them right in the ground. Shit! And he hit me with the laser. Oh no! Uh-oh. There you go, yeah. Grab him and toss him right into you. You have enough juice to this? Yeah, I do. Yeah, because that robot takes a lot of damage. I also love the idea that even though you don't have health bars on the enemies, like Streets of Rage 2 or something like that, it's something where you can kind of tell where the robot's getting to when he gets more and more damage. Based on how I'm going, I don't think I'm going to last much longer. Oh, there he goes. His head popped off. But he's not done yet. And it's a great attention to detail seeing that, saying, oh yeah, you know, the robot could be in a case of saying, yeah, you know, just, his head pops off and he's done. Like, no, he's going to keep going and going. No head, no problem. But we got him. And also, in this case, you have stuff in the backgrounds here where you have the helicopter and it will shoot bullets out, so you have to be behind the cars in order to be safe. So yeah, it's not a mindless game as far as how this is, and I do really like that about it, and how it is standing out against other beat-em-ups too, you know? You can see, like, yeah, there's a tractor that's parked here. There's not an illegal parking zone for your tractor or for your bike, but it's like, I need this to bust things, to bust that enemy down. Yeah. I did hit him, even though it didn't look like he was off screen. So I did hit him, but in case you hear that whack, and it does feel very satisfying when you hear that. Uh-oh. Yeah. Yeah, clearly I think I'm good with Ninja, so he's like, if I'm going to be playing through this game, I'm probably going to play as him. Actually, when I was doing my play on this as far as practice, he was the one I was getting the most results with, in all honesty. Oh, crap. Alright, I'm blowing up, sorry. Alright, so that's the element of Ninja, so, okay. Alright, that's game over, so I think that's going to be the case as far as the Ninja Saviors. But yeah, good selection as far as that. And Lifers, thank you again for this recommendation. If you've not played this, I'd say, yeah, give it a shot. It's really fun. If you're beat 'em ups, I think you really like this. And you know what? I guess let's just because I want to have a completion's sake, let's look at Shadow Dancer. And I have to use the Genesis Classics collection in order to do this because it is not on the Switch Online yet. Sega, if you're listening, please put it on there. Please start putting something else new on there because we haven't had something in that for a while. All right, let's get this baby booted up. Also, you're going to notice that the Switch 2 does not do much to this collection, and I got my problems with this collection. I've mentioned this before because we did show the Xbox One version of this years ago. It is published by Sega. It came out in 2019. It came out after the Xbox One and PlayStation 4 versions did, and also after the PC edition did. And I'm going to get the controller set as far as what I'm going to use, which is my Pro Controller. And this one I'm going to have to get a little fancy when it comes to the audio. I'm going to have to turn it down for the intro. It was published by Sega. It was developed by D3T. They have issues with emulation and even the stuttering here. That was on the Switch version the first time, and even on the Xbox One. So it's one of those cases where, yeah, they had a lot of issues. And there's a lot of great games in this, but because there's button lag as far as certain things, because there's sound emulation problems for certain games, like Landstalker, I'm like, yeah, I don't know if I'd recommend this. Even though there are a lot of games in this. It's not a horrible collection as far as what they emulate. There's Toe Jam and Earl again. We played that a few weeks ago. But there's a lot of issues with this. We'd say, like, yeah, the Switch Online stuff, they definitely emulate a lot better than this collection does. As we're pointing out, if you are going to buy this collection nowadays, you do have to buy it physically because they list the digital versions. And also, if you are going to buy this game as well, get on the PlayStation 4 or the Xbox One because that has additional games that are not in this, particularly the Wonder Boy games, because there's a licensing element with the remake of Wonder Boy, one of the Wonder Boy games. Wonder Boy Monster World, I believe it was. So they're not in the Switch version. They are in the Xbox One and the PS4 version as far as those games in that franchise. But there are a lot of good games in this, some that aren't on Switch Online. In fact, I'll indicate what they are. And there are some good settings. I didn't emphasize this last time we looked at because there's stuff in the emulator where the way they do the pixel scanning and also the smoothing, it's some of the best I've ever seen. Sometimes the question like, hey, how's this going to run for it? Sometimes it looks weird and washed out. But honestly, they do a really good job of setting it up on this one. So I got to give credit where credit's due. I do like the interface of this saying like, hey, here's my Sega Genesis over here. There's online multiplayer. There's challenges and things. There's achievements. There was a broken achievement on PS4 and Xbox One that they had to fix it for. It was actually something that's really easy to get, but nobody had it for like 2 months because they released this game in a not great state. And it's just the emulator. But as far as stuff that's on, or that's not on Switch Online, let's give that indication. Alice King Enchanted Castle it's not a great game. Actually, wait, no, yeah, it is. Okay, Biohazard Battle isn't. That actually is not a bad port within this. And we'd have to use this because it's the only version of it I have and the only port of it that's not Wii Virtual Console. Bonanza Brothers isn't up there yet. Yeah, Switch. I guess this is Switch Online. It is Sega. Ones that I know they could put up that they haven't yet. Biohazard Battle, we did show that off on our shooter showcase. I actually really like this game. This is underrated. Bonanza Brothers is one they haven't done. They haven't done Columns 3. They haven't done Crackdown. Decap Attack. No, I don't think they did Decap Attack yet either. They did do E-SWAT. They didn't... Did they do Fatal Labyrinth? I don't think they did. Flicky's up there. Game Ground isn't. That would be like a renovation case. Galaxy Force 2 isn't. They don't have Golden Axe 3 yet. I'm surprised they don't have that one. Streets Rage 3 they haven't gotten to, and I know why they haven't gotten to it, sort of, kind of, because I guess they don't want to be in a case of saying, hey, you know, the Japanese version had a lot of things they cut out, and Sega has been really cagey when it comes to re-releasing this. And when they did re-release it on the Sega Genesis Mini 2, they said, we're censoring the Japanese version, actually removing an entire level because of it, so it's actually less complete than the US version. And it's worth pointing out, the version in this is actually the Japanese version the way it originally was. So in that case, yeah, might be your best way to go on this one as far as modern case of this one as the case. Space Harrier 2 is not on that. Yeah, Sonic 3D Blast is not up as far as that. And Sonic 1, they could do Sonic 1, but they haven't done that. And then I'm trying to remember Shining in the Darkness up there. I don't think it is. Phantasy Star 3 is not on there. Generations of Doom. I know people find that one a bit contentious, but there's some interesting stuff that game's doing, and particularly the idea that you're playing across 3 parts of time, and you actually end up playing as your own ancestors from when you start the game. And it's kind of interesting as far as that. And then, yeah, Vector Man 2 is not there yet. So, not a whole lot, but stuff where, yeah, might be better that way if you, as far as running Switch Online, because the emulation is immaculate, whereas this is not. But there's some stuff that's well done here, including Shadow Dancer. We'll take a brief look at this. We did play this a couple years ago, but let's give it a look at it now. And I did use this, by the way, when I did my practice of Shadow Dancer before we played it. As I mentioned, this is going more in the direction of Shinobi from 1987, the arcade game. But it's a total remake of the arcade version. It's nothing like it. Alright, let's get ourselves set. I'm not going to go too long on this one. Actually, you know what? Can I change my buttons? Yes, I do want to change my buttons since I'm using the Pro Controller. I'm going to use that way. As far as the audio, I'm going to turn that... Actually, how loud is that? Actually, yeah, this collection is actually really loud. For some reason. Yeah, alright. So I'm going to turn that down. So here we go. Here is, it is Joe Musashi as far as the US continuity, but it is his son in the Japanese release. Here's Yamato, our dog. Hold that X button down, Y button down. Send him off to get the enemies over there, and I do love that. Again, the precision of this game is really cool. I'm not going to go that long with this one, because I know we played this one as far as it was. We're running our Shinobi case. May as well go through the Genesis trilogy. And the next time we come to Shinobi, I guess we do Revenge of Shinobi, I guess. As far as a full show, I should say. Next time we look at Shinobi, as far as at all, Deus Ex Xbox Live Showcase Volume 2 in November. We're going to take a look at the original 1987 arcade game, because there is an Xbox Live version that is no longer available, so I'll have an indication of that. And it kind of plays like this, although honestly, this is a little bit of a better take on it. And honestly, I'll tell you, when I went back to that one, because I didn't play that one until after I played Shinobi 3 and Revenge of Shinobi, and this, I didn't think much of it, honestly, but it's also one of those things that I know I maybe wasn't being completely fair. So I kind of want to give that one a reevaluation itself anyway, as far as that. And look at like, hey, this is the first one. It's not going to be like Shinobi 3. It's not going to be like the other one. You're also seeing it stuttering. So yeah, thinking about how Switch 2 going to help this classic game compilation. Nothing, not much. Ouch. Like, would it really need it? But the answer is for this collection, maybe. Oh, yeah, they can't really fix the button lag, although in honesty, this game is not that noticeable. Some games it is, like Sonic 3D Blast. I noticed that right away when I was playing that one. Actually, well, okay, let me rephrase that. I noticed it when I bought it on the Switch. Oh, why do I have this game twice? Because I have it on Xbox One. I bought it the day it came out on Xbox One, because there's stuff I have that's on this collection that's wasn't in anything else, and Biohazard Battle was one of them. I bought an Xbox One, but then they ported it to Switch, and actually, I wanted to do Bad Game Thursday, showing off Game Ground, because I didn't think much of that one myself. I've kind of eased over it a little. I don't like it that much, but I understand it. And I gotta thank AJ42 for really showing me how do you play that game. He knew without ever looking at it. You just picked the controller off of nothing and said, I know exactly how to play this game. Play like a strategy game. First, it's like a hack and slash like Gauntlet. This sucks. I was like, no, that's not how you play this. At first he didn't think the game was real. I was like, no, it is real. I was like, let me show you for this for a Bad Game Thursday. And he dragged my sorry ass to round 2, which is harder than it sounds, because it's not a case where, oh, you do one level and you go to round 2. You do a bunch of them. Why the fuck is this game stuttering so much? I don't remember doing this. I don't know. I don't remember doing this on Switch 1. And for that matter, I don't remember other ports were doing. But yeah, there's Yamato. He's too small. Also, flashlight warning, by the way, when we get to the boss. I do remember that from when we played this a few years ago. And I don't think they toned it down. So yeah, flashlight warning now. Yeah, same deal. Hit the boss and be careful. He's dropped rocks. I think that's game over on me. Oh no, it's not. Yeah, sorry, flashlight warning again. Then he said, I will use my ninjutsu, which is on the A button. Because it takes off a lot of his health. He said, for more Sierra play of this, I'll have the link below. Okay, there we go. And even though there's sort of an audio delay a little bit on that Jazz Mini 2, it's a better case as far as this game is pretty well ported. Ah, crap. That being said, if you have to do this in pinch, flashlight warning again. Not a horrible collection. It's not the worst Sega collection I've played, I'll say that. It's not Sega Smash Back Volume 1. We'll show that. I think I want to do that as an April Fool's Day show, not next year, the year after that. But having said that, it's weird stuff. And like, yeah, I don't know where these stutters are coming from. It's like, I'm playing this on Switch 2. Why is it doing that? Alright, so he's dead. I will show the bonus stage. Or I'll say, you know what, fuck it, I'm gonna not do anything on the bonus stage. Because remember, if you go through the bonus stage and shoot enemies down, you don't... Fine, if you don't shoot any enemies down, you get a life. If you hit everything, you get, I think, 2 lives, if I remember correctly. But if you just let them go, you get a life. And the Electros gave the great insight saying, hey, you know, that actually makes some sense when you really think about it. You do get this great music as far as how this is going. Yeah, so let's let the ninjas go. I'll get a free life. And in that case, I'll basically just go to a game over, and then we'll end the show for the night. Yeah, they give you a... Fine, it's not a pity life. It's a case of saying, yeah, you know, you just don't hit anything, you get a life. So in that way, you can take a risk on getting more of a bonus on the bonus stage, or saying like, no, that's not gonna do anything, and we'll be fine. Yeah, I do like this game very much as far as the unique things it does. Maybe a case that, I guess, I don't know if Art of Vengeance is gonna go into this as far as Yamato being back. Or cases where they think, well, you know, we can do something with that. Crap. And we can still play the arcade version. I said, I gotta show that Astro City Mini, which has the arcade version, which I've heard is worse than this. But still, I'm curious to show it. I mean, I do like this game. This game is ridiculously underrated. In fact, this is the most underrated Shinobi game on this console, without a question. And honestly, if nothing else, I'll say this. If you haven't played any of these Shinobi games, don't deny yourself. And they're all on this console. Maybe we can switch online on this one. Please, and Sega, I'm begging. I was thinking the other day, saying what other stuff of Sega is available on this console, and the answer is, I'll go through another set of lives, why not? I mean, there are stuff they can do, but I guess the question of, do they want to? I guess also, what's that going to look like with Switch 2? I mean, I don't think they put anything on this since Switch 2 launched. Ouch. But I did give a couple ideas, actually, so I'm in this collection. I'd say Biohazard Battle. I'd say Shadow Dancer here in particular. I would say... I'm going to give a good case of that. That actually is realistic. Sonic 1, actually. That is realistic. I know they can't do Sonic 3 and Sonic & Knuckles because of the Michael Jackson connection. At least, fine. Michael Jackson connection for 3. He did do the music for 3. Sega needs to actually admit that again. Because after he died, they admitted it, but then they say, no, we don't want to admit it. He fucking did it. Just say it. We know it. Don't try and put that, genie back in the bottle. We know that happens. But, anyway, and also, I guess, the Brad Buxton thing with 3. I don't know why they can't get the license from him. That seems bizarre, as far as that. But also, a lot of the Motown artists who were in connection, sort of, with, stuff with Sonic 3, they feel Sega screwed them over. So I'm gonna say something that I know a lot of fans of Sonic are not gonna like. You were never again going to get a re-release of Sonic 3 and Sonic & Knuckles with its original music. So it's one of those cases where I know people say I don't like the new music. As far as we even talked about that, Nocturne and I, when we looked at Sonic 2, because I added a part for our Sonic 2 play, going over that. I don't like as much of the other stuff, but A, they were the beta tracks, and B, they can't license the other music again. The good news is that they've ported that game so much, and I'm doing really bad on this. They ported Sonic 3 and Sonic & Knuckles so much that you can get a version that has the music the way it originally was as far as how it's released. And you can get it on the Genesis fine. So it's not a case where you're going to lose. Just basically being a case of saying, hey, you know, you got a version of that, just go get it and hold on to it. Yeah, Switch Online, they can't get it, so the only version of Sonic 3 and Sonic & Knuckles you're getting are the ones on the Origins collection. Just to say that. So I guess what they could do realistically going into that, it'd be Sonic 1, which I haven't done, Sonic 3D Blast, which I haven't done yet, Biohazard Battle, this, Phantasy Star 3, because they had 2 and 4, and you start with 4 because people love 4 the most, and I get that. I'm surprised they haven't done Virtual Racing. Outrun, they have to... Well, fine. With Outrun, I guess the easy way, going back to the license thing, I'm asking this with Ben Shinobi, so it makes sense this way. Outrun, they did change the graphics for the Genesis Mini 2, so they could just use that version again, just like they did with Ninja Shinobi, because that's what they did for the port of that. But actually, this collection too, because it's in this collection also. So they could do that if they're gonna do Outrun. If they could do, there's no license cases really with what is it? With Super Hang-On. I mean, for fuck's sake, they put Super Thunderblade on there. They could put Super Hang-On there. I mean, it's a better port than Super Thunderblade, I'll tell that right now. Well, I keep making that mistake always saying that, like, assuming that Super Thunderblade is a port. No, it isn't. It is a sequel to Thunderblade from the arcade. It sucks. I've shown it on the show before, and I guess I can show it again, I guess. Like, God, it's awful. Ouch. Alright, I got one more continue, and remember, when you're on the normal difficulties, I think you have less continues. Actually, it's when you're on the higher difficulties, you have more continues. Yeah, but honestly, I'm just kind of going through this as far as it, because we've shown it before. But that being said, I probably should at least show a little more skill going on there. I'm not gonna say I'm not paying attention to this thing, just, I know we played this game to death already. But it's a good game. You ever played Chow Dancer? I think you should give it a shot. Sorry, Yamato. Yeah, if you do knock Yamato towards an enemy and he gets knocked, he'll be in puppy form and you can't transform for some time. Or if you save a ninja, then he'll come back. Look, be careful when the ninjas appear. That was the thing that hurt me when we played it last time. And also remember, it's up to jump over the fence and down to jump back over it. From the other side. I do like how methodical this game is, and it is, as I said, a unique twist on the Shinobi game that Genesis has, and I think it's really good. I don't know if I'd say it's better than Revenge of Shinobi or Shinobi 3, but it's one that, yeah, definitely is living up to the legacy of those in its unique way. Alright, boss, and flashing light warning, sorry. Alright, I forgot the thing with the hands. Alright, flashlight warning again. Not that I don't want to edit, I'm just saying I know it's coming. And they didn't change the graphics of that. Not that they needed to necessarily, but still cases of all crap. Alright, sorry your eyes once more. I think this is the, well, maybe the second to last flashlight warning. I'm gonna use the fire right now. Unless he went off screen. Oh no, he didn't. Because the idea is you have to kind of go off to the side, and when he has his arms that way, they'll drop him down and then throw the shurikens. Remember, the shurikens are infinite in this game. Yeah, it's the only Shinobi game I know of as far as the Genesis stuff where it is. Well, I'm getting good placements. Shit! I had to say that, and then off you went. Sorry, one more flashlight warning. Outside of that, yeah, this boss is not that bad. I'm just not being careful. Oh no, in this case, I'm gonna use that, because yeah, as soon as you use that, it's an invincibility frame, and then it goes away as far as the hands are set. Unless... I always want to kill him. I'll do that, and then actually, I guess I'll just run the bonus stage, and I'll actually try and shoot someone this time. Oh no! I got him. Okay. Let's try the bonus stage. I also do love, like, the voice stuff going on here. Almost sounds like a little bit of a precursor to the stuff of Hideki Naganuma for Jet Set Radio and Sonic Rush. Also, I'm noticing, actually, as far as this, yeah, it seems like I'm throwing the shurikens slower than I could when we played it on the Mini 2. Now, maybe that's just me. Yeah, maybe it's my muscle memory. Yeah, but there's definitely a button lag on this. In fact, I'll let you have an indication of that. In fact, when I get to the next stage, the Statue of Liberty, I'll give an indication as far as how the button lag is. And I said, alright, I didn't finish the story on this. Yeah, you heard that. I hit the button, it was definitely late. And actually, I'll tell you, I bought an Xbox One. As I said, I bought the, Switch version to do a Bad Game Thursday because it's easiest to bring the Switch version in as far as the work case, as far as that, with the Switch docs we got. But, so I bought the Switch version as far as it, because I think it was on sale and that's game over. And then I said, I was curious, let me, put it up against the Xbox One version, and I had the Switch in portable mode, so I had, like, Sonic 3D Blast, and I jumped with the Switch in my hands in portable mode, and I thought, wait a second, it's off. I said, wait a second, and I looked at the Xbox One version, I said, wait, did this thing have button lag, and I didn't know it? And I looked at the Xbox One version. No, it does too, shit. So it's something I realized, wait a second, there is button lag too. So yeah, that's the other reason why I'd say I would not necessarily recommend this collection. And D3T, they do have issues when it comes to emulating. They did the Shenmue HD collection, as far as that, the 1 and 2, on PS4 and Xbox One and PC, which had a lot of problems with it. It's a fine enough way to play it, but it definitely could have been done a bit better as far as how it is. And I guess also the question now, do they port that to Switch 1 and 2? Because Shenmue 3 is getting re-released. We heard that this week at Gamescom, in that they're doing Shenmue 3 remastered, I think is what it is. Basically, they're doing enhancement of it, and they're going to be fixing some stuff with it. I think they're going to be taking out or giving you an option to turn off the idea that Ryo has to eat all the time. And for the purpose of showing on the show, I have the PC version, because I mentioned I kickstarted it, my name is in the credits as far as Captain D-Trag. But for the purpose of showing it on the show, because I'm always nervous, I'll say this, I don't think I've actually explicitly went into this as far as stuff with PC gaming. Because the only times we've done is with Nikki, because I've said we're hooking up a laptop as far as it goes show off the enormous entertainment game she loves. But the reason I haven't shown PC games on the show is I don't have another PC to connect into, because I want to do it that way. I don't want to have a case of it where because I have enough memory stuff on my PC, and it's like, wait a second, if I have the stuff with the capture device going on, and the game I'm going, and also have to point to a different screen or something like that. Like, I don't want to lag the thing, and with all the problems I sometimes have with audio and all that stuff, I don't want to have that going on as far as it. So I basically want to treat another PC like a console. So that's the reason why I haven't done PC shows that much as the case, and that's also the case with, well, with Shenmue 3. Shenmue 3 on the PC was not necessarily that greatly optimized, as far as I could tell. So it's one of those things that I'm going to get that new version. I'm probably going to get it on either PS5 or I'm going to go to the Series S or X. I don't know, maybe Switch 2 if they put it all on the card. I doubt they're gonna. but then maybe it's one of those cases where they have a game where they are going to be physically impossible to do that. If they're porting Indiana Jones and the Great Circle to the Switch 2, that's going to be on a game key card. It's going to have to be, because that game technically is a game key card in every console it's on, and also on the PC. That game is not fully on the physical media on anything it's on Xbox Series X, on PS5, and of course on Switch 2, but also the idea is that a Switch 2 is the maximum capacity of 64 gigabytes. There's no way in hell they're going to be able to put that game into 64 gig card. They didn't do that with the other consoles. And I don't know if they'd want to compromise that. So it's one of those cases where it's going to have to be that way. I guess that's going to be the case of games that are higher than 64 gigabytes, unless they say you don't really squeeze it in, like Cyberpunk 2077 or something like that. I guess. But I don't know. I mean, that's going to be a question as far as that. So, yeah, I just want to at least get that indication as far as like what that was all about with the button lag thing. Because that's that. And I think then as far as my last element on this, and then we'll go into schedule. Let's boot up Shinobi 3 again. Let's put Shinobi 3 back in here. I'll put the Genesis controller on here. Alright, so yeah, the only reason I'm doing this is so I have music on, and I won't end with Whirlwind this time. I'll end with something different. Yeah, I had such a great time playing Shinobi 3 for you, going back to this again. Oh, let me also turn the music up on, because I can have this up. It's the other one. I'm like, wait a second, why is it so damn quiet as far as... Fine, that collection. I guess the way that handles the audio. It's always weird that way. And sometimes there's different versions of the same game, because they're in a collection based on how they're programmed. That's always the challenge when it comes to stuff like that. Yeah, basically what I'm saying is I had a great time playing Shinobi 3. As far as that, celebrated again for a second chance, and looking at a couple other Ninja games. We looked at Shinobi 3 fully, and then also a little bit at Revenge of Shinobi, and Ninja Gaiden on NES, and Shadow Dancer again, and the Ninja Sabers. Great time doing it, and with that, I'm going to get some music on. We're not going to do Whirlwind. I love Whirlwind, but... And you know, actually, let's do the other one. I do love that one, but I also love Ida 10. Sorry, Ida 10 is, yeah, that's a great one, too. Let's run that. Okay. So, yeah, that's going to be the end of the show for tonight for Super Bowl Game Saturday. So, yeah, this is our Friday show because I want to celebrate 32 years of this game. I had such a great time playing this and playing everything else for our Ninja Showcase. Thank you so much for watching the show tonight. And with that, our final order of business is schedule. Because we have the show tonight, we're not going to have a Super Bowl Game Saturday show tomorrow night for Saturday. We'll be back next Saturday, though, for Scooby-Doo Night of 100 Frights for PlayStation 2. Dollyfin in the chat is going to be with me for that. We're starting early. We're starting at 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time to maximize the play of that. Because I don't know if we can do that in one show. I'm not necessarily going to force us doing that in one show. We might need two, but at least to get a sense of that and also get an earlier case, because I know it's like, yeah, you know, sometimes it can be late as far as how that goes. So that's going to be the idea. She did want to see this game. It's going to be our second shot of Halloween block. We were starting it early because, as I mentioned, we got a bunch of shows we're not going to be here for over the next couple of months. So in that case, that's going to be how it's going to be. I'm looking forward to doing that and having the case of that really, really cool and really interesting take of Scooby-Doo. We're on the PlayStation 2 version. It's also on it is PS2 we're playing it on. But also on GameCube and Xbox. But yeah, PS2 is how she wanted to see it. That's how we're playing it. And we're going to start that next week at 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on August 30th. And that's going to be our last live show until September 20th. As far as on the weekends, I'm off, though. On September 6th at 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on the YouTube side, I'm going to upload the Nintendo Switch 2 Chronicles Part 2. We're looking at a bunch of backwards compatible games from Switch 1 running on Switch 2. Definitely going to be liking to see some of the things there. It's also a 10-hour video, so I'm basically just going to upload it all at once. All available for you with a bunch of timestamps. Look at some games, see how Switch 2 make these games run better or not. And yeah, definitely a lot of good gaming goodness there, and some representation of some styles of games, and also some franchises we have not yet shown. They're long overdue for showing. And we got them coming up. That's going to be our show for that week, because I'm going to be off, but that'll be on the YouTube site. And the week after that, as I mentioned, one of my cousins is getting married, so I'm going to be off. on September 12th and 13th. Both those nights at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, the Friday and the Saturday. I'm going to be uploading the next parts of The Wolf Among Us. Those are parts 3 and part 4. So continue our adventures with Big B Wolf as far as that, and they said I have to do that show off screen anyway, but I have all the parts recorded, all edited, they're all ready to go. All set for the purpose of that. So there's going to be some Super Bowl Gaming Saturday content for you, even though we're not going to be live on Twitch for some time in September. Actually, most of September we're not going to be on. When we come back, it's going to be on September 20th, so we're going through most of September without being live. But having said that, we have next part of Shadow Hearts Covenant, part 6, at 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on September 20th. Crusader 64 and Chasm 22 are going to be joining me for that one. We're going through the side quests. We've got tons of them to get through, because we have only one dungeon left. I don't know if we finished the game. That's what I mean. We might not. But if we don't, our finale will be in October. I do know that for sure. And the week after that, 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on September 27th, Nocturne's coming back. We're playing Croc, Legend of the Gobos. Gonna finish it. Put it on the shelf for the year, for a year, as is, because we said, maybe we can get stuff going on with the HD version for those extra challenges or extra levels. Yeah, we couldn't get all the Gobos out of the Saturn version for her or the PlayStation version for me, so we could do that. But then it's like, I don't know, we haven't gotten our physical copies yet, and they said summer, but I don't know. Given the delays that happened from limited run games, I don't know how Rocket Games is going to be affected. That being said, we are going to still show off Croc HD one way or another. What we're going to do is we're probably going to show off, or we will show off, the extra levels with the Sega Saturn version. I will download the Switch version of Croc Legend of the Gobos HD if it comes to that. And I'll run through Switch 2 and we'll give a little bit of a preview for that. That will be our second chance show for September, just to let you know. And as far as our viewer requests, it's going to be that Switch 2 Chronicles, because the stuff I know I've been asked for in that. As is the case. Then we get to October. We start our Halloween block officially, but as I said, we had Medieval last week starting that, and then next week Scooby-Doo Night of 100 Frights. But I'm not going to be here for the first weekend of October 4th. So that night, we'll start it on the YouTube site for the finale of The Wolf Among Us. That's all set to go for that, and then we'll be back live on October 11th. We're going to be completing Medieval for the PlayStation, which we started last week. Had a great time starting that adventure, and we're going to see what other adventures await for Daniel Fortescue for that game. It was requested by him, laughing to death. I'm looking forward to continuing and concluding it. And just running PlayStation 3 for that one. There's instruction manual reading as well at the end of the game. Then on October 18th, we're going to have the finale of Shadow Hearts Covenant if we need it. We might, given how the side quests are going. So Crusader 64 says we might need it. If we don't, I don't know what we're going to do. But we'll figure something. I might preview something. I'll figure how that's going to go. And then on October 25th at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Nocturne's joining me again for Mega Man 7 for Super Nintendo. This was on the request of Electverse as far as our second chance to come back to it. And we're going to be playing that through the Wii U. We're going to show off the two-player mode after I go through the game. And we're going to have a good time going back to Mega Man. It's been a while since we played one. It's been about 2 years. So at that point, we're going to have a nice return as far as that. And on Halloween night, Castlevania Chronicles for the PlayStation. That's going to be a Friday show at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And then week after that, we're also off. So no Super Bowl Game Saturday show, but we're going to have on the YouTube site Switch 2 Chronicles Part 3, more back-compat games. I got to start recording some stuff for that. I'll do that semi-soon. Week after that is going to be our second chance for Shadow the Hedgehog. It's going to be another Sega game celebrating an anniversary. That's going to be November 15th at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, celebrating 20 years to the day of Shadow the Hedgehog. The first Sonic game I realized, it's not good. And it's tasteless. But that being said, I did go through it to unlock the expert mode, so we're going to go through all the levels, which we did not do when we first played it. It'll kind of be a little bit of a bridge to Sonic 06 as far as how the story's going. A game that I think I like more than Shadow the Hedgehog to a certain extent. But we'll get to that. We'll also see if maybe time has been a bit kinder as far as Shadow the Hedgehog. But then again, I did have a good time. We did it for the show, also 4 years ago. But we'll always have that element going on and go through. I'm looking forward to doing it for sure. And our viewer request is going to be also our Disney game. We do that every year, the weekend before Thanksgiving. It'll be on Dolly Finn's request for Pinocchio for the Super Nintendo at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on November 22nd. November 29th, probably at 3 or 4 p.m. Doing the Xbox Live Delicious Showcase Volume 2. We got a bunch of games showing off, including Shinobi from 1987, as far as how that is. I got some good stuff coming up for that. I have Penny Arcade on the Reigns of Precipice of Darkness. I got Bastion. I have Outrun Online Arcade. I have Sega Rally Online Arcade. I have Fancy Pants Adventures. I have Black Knight Sword. I have Knights. I have NBA Jam on Fire Edition. I got to make up to Dolly Finn for sure for NBA Rival from last year. And some other stuff that's going to be of interest. And anything maybe you want to see. Like, hey, I might have an option to be able to show that game. I might own it. As far as stuff that you can't download on Xbox 360 anymore, you might be able to find in other places. Maybe. But that's going to be the idea. And then I got to figure like what the schedules as far as these weekends are going to be. But in December, we're going to be starting Yoshi's Island for the Super Nintendo. That's going to be my gift to myself. I also am figuring out the viewer request. I'm right now bouncing between two possible ideas. Since I was thinking about this because I know Electrus wanted to see all the Final Fight games. There's one classic one I have not touched yet for the show. That being Mighty Final Fight for NES. I'm thinking of maybe pulling that one out, perhaps. I did start doing a little bit of an indication on it just to get a sense of can I pull this one out in a few months. Maybe. It's also a case where I said before, like, hey, I'm going to bounce back and forth between Streets of Rage, but Maddox is so busy for the purpose of getting Streets of Rage 3 for the show. I said, I'm not going to necessarily wait for that before we go back to that, but I don't know. I'm going to have to get a sense if I can pull that one out. But I'm also considering Magical Tetris Challenge for Nintendo 64 because we do usually do a Tetris game or a puzzle game every year. Actually, no, we do a Tetris game in December every year, so I probably should do that one. I'm also going to ask some people if they want to be involved in that one, because yeah, that might be an idea that I might do that one in all honesty. I've been wanting to show that off anyway, and we haven't gone back to like fine, it's not exactly officially part of the Magical Quest series, but for the purpose of our show, we're going to consider it as, I think I might do that one, honestly. I'll figure as far as what that's going to look like. I'm going to do that one with myself or other people wanting, because my brother inherent Aki might be on some shows at the end of the year. Maybe you'll want an idea of that. Maybe Dolly Finn will, because I know she loves puzzle stuff. Dolly Finn will be back in December, because I think we're going to need another part of Scooby Night of 100 Frights. If we do, we're going to do that in December. I'm going to have her with me for that. Since she requested the games, I think she should be on for each of the parts of this. And we'll only need 2 parts, I do know that. If not, I'll figure something, and then I guess I'll figure something else as far as what second chance is. I'm toying Cast of Illusion with my brother Inherent Noct if we can do that, but I don't know. But we'll figure something for that. And that'll be the end of the year. And then on December 31st, we have Super Old Game Saturday Sings, our compilation video of the end of the year, our clip show, if you want to put it that way. But we do have an intro that's unique as far as, and I'm going to record that with Chasm 22 and Crusader 64, because the other ones will spearhead this with our Shadowhearts Covenant play. All times or multiple times where we've done singing on this show, and we'll have that set, and that will be our final video of the year, exclusive to the YouTube site, and then we hit the ground running in 2026 with questions on when some of this stuff is going to be. We'll have Yoshi's Island going on, because I'm going to start that in December, and it's going to be multi-part. We're going to have our I call them preview programs now as far as what they are, but I'm tentatively calling them the Super Old Game Saturday scoping sessions. But I'm going to be talking to Nikki tomorrow as far as that, so I'm taking advantage of the fact that we're doing a Friday show for this, honestly, for that. See Nikki and some people as far as that. So I'm going to ask her if she has a better name for that. The point is we're going to have shows that are going to go through games that I know are long or games that I know are discussing. What are we going to do with these? I've asked some questions on this, and I don't want to make you wait any longer for some stuff that I know I promised. Stuff like Blaze Blue Calamity Trigger, stuff like Kingdom Hearts Rechained Memories, and some other stuff that I've wanted to show off as far as things that I know they're long, but I guess let's ask the question. How do we scope this? So I'll take all of your suggestions as far as how you want to see these games delivered. And Persona 3 FES, I know that's a big one as far as it goes. Like, do you want to give some kind of indication? Yeah, games I think are deserving their attention. And of course, my blind play of Final Fantasy XIV at some point. I don't know how that's going to go. There's the rumor maybe coming to Switch 2. I don't know if I do the Switch 2 version, if they end up making it, or if I run the Series X. I don't know how it's going to go. There might be some collaborations with that one in particular. But I'm not sure. And I do know in April we're going to have our April Fool's Day game is going to be Digimon Racing for Game Boy Advance. I'm also going to toss in as bonuses after we play around with that Mario Kart Super Circuit for Game Boy Advance and Konami Crazy Racers to give an indication of other kart racing games on the console and how was Digimon going. Is it a good game? I don't know. Maybe it is. I played a little. I thought it's pretty decent as far as what it was, but I haven't necessarily sunk the teeth completely yet. We'll do that. And then in May, I don't know if it's going to be Cinco de Mayo weekend or Memorial Day weekend. Our compilation show is going to be Midway Arcade Treasures 3 for the GameCube. But because there's not a whole lot of games in that, we'll be doing that, but I'll also have a bunch of Nintendo 64 Midway games up in the bullpen ready to go as far as extras of other arcade ports of things. Stuff that I guess they couldn't port at the time, like Mortal Kombat 4, which now Digital Eclipse figured out how to do that when it came to that Mortal Kombat Legacy Collection. It's coming out, which I cannot wait for that. Especially because they keep announcing games to that. They announced Mortal Kombat Special Forces and Mythology Sub-Zero. I was like, I've never played these. I hear they're not that great. That's being nice. And they also announced an insanely rare, like, network version of Ultimate Mortal Kombat 3 they're putting in that. And they said, oh, by the way, it's all on the card on Switch 2. Like, yeah, pre-ordered that game already. I'm all set as far as Switch 2 for getting that game, and I cannot wait. But, yeah, I'll have that as far as that and other stuff, and I'll figure what I'm going to do on viewer requests and all that stuff when they come every month. And also what the showcase is going to be for next year. And other collaborations, and we're definitely going to have some more gaming anniversaries next year, I promise you that. Okay, so with that, I think that's going to do it for Super Bowl Game Saturday tonight. Thank you so much for watching the show, everybody. Hope you have a great rest of your night, a great weekend starting for sure, and a great week coming forward, and I hope you enjoyed our look at Shinobi 3 and our other Ninja games and our Ninja Showcase for tonight. I'll see you next Saturday at 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time with Dolly Finn for Scooby-Doo Night of 100 Frights for the PlayStation 2. Till then, keep being awesome. Have a wonderful night. Take care, everybody.